Oh, welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Gran in Madrid. It is time for the event we've all been waiting for. My name is Henry Kilbane, joined alongside Brian Russ. It is the main event. Brian, just to give you a quick recap of what happened yesterday before we jump into, the Cadillac of the Triton series, we had 28 players returning to the short deck streets. And it felt like it was going to be one of those events that could go on for, the better part of 6-7 hours. We were incredibly deep. But we are going to jump into a recap video to kind of catch you up on just how quickly things can swing in short deck. So Ryan Yum out in 7th, getting it in with the Jacks against the Ace-King of Wai Kin Yong, who was going for his 4th Triton trophy, turning him dead. And I mean, more often than not, you're going to find yourself sweating, at least going to the river, but not for Wai Kin Yong. Managed to score an early KO. And at this stage of the tournament, Webster Lim was the runaway chip leader with 6 left, started applying a ton of pressure on the rest of the middling stacks, open jamming the King-Jack, running into Ivy's Ace-King, flop coming Jack high, and again, turns his opponent dead on the turn, courtesy of the Jack of Hearts, and a little death by quads with the Jack of Clubs.
That
river
fist pound was, I think, about as emotional as you see Ivy get at the poker table right there.
Yeah, Ivy looking for another trophy here in Madrid. And this has to be one of the hands of the tournament. So Bjorn Lee ISO jamming from the cutoff with the ace-8, Wai Kin Yong calling it off, and Bjorn flopping the second nut straight. Wai Kin Yong with the 4 outs twice in the form of the king high flush draw, and ends up turning and rivering top 2 pair, which then leads to a little bit of confusion. The 2 pair obviously insignificant against the flop straight. You can see Wai Kin Yong counting out his chips, kind of assisting Bjorn to give him the full double, but he didn't realize, as a lot of us have made, similar mistakes. It can happen to the best of us in short deck. I'm glad to see those smiles all around, even though it's, a high equity mistake to make.
I mean, yeah, the short deck, it's like the wraparound straight, right?
Yeah.
With the short deck wheel, even Wai Kin Yong, like short deck master, makes that mistake from time to time,
Pretty crazy. Didn't notice it, but hey, smiles all around. And I'll have to wait until he joins the 4-title club. Elton Sang, arguably one of the most entertaining players here at the Triton series, getting it in good again against Webster Lim. Ace-Queen against Ace-10.
Scary gutters.
These guys, they seem to come in more often than not, and that's exactly what happened here. Webster eliminating Elton Sang out in 4th, and I don't know, man. I feel like Elton's time is coming. He's been making a lot of deep runs, especially in Cyprus, and now here he's been showing up pretty consistently. Winfried Yu, who did eventually bow out in 3rd, put on, I mean, arguably one of the best short stack performances I've actually seen to date. Just really nursed a 20 to 40 anti-stack well, and ultimately got it in good with the Jacks against Webster Lim. Had to fade, the 10 outs once or 10 outs twice, and couldn't fade the Queen of Hearts on the river. But Winfried Yu just putting on an absolute masterclass yesterday on patience and how to nurse a short stack. And then heads up play, just to give you an idea, Brian, of just how deep they were. I mean, you can see 6.9 million effective at the start of this hand. Good for just shy of 70 antes. And Bjorn hitting Webster with the check raise with top 2, wanting to deny as much equity as possible. Still a ton of draws out there in the form of, gut shots and open-enders. Webster with the gut shot, turning the second nuts with the redraw to the flush just in case it was needed. And Bjorn deciding to just overbet jam the turn. Webster gets to click call and only had to fade the 3 outs once. King of Diamonds no good, and fade he did. So Webster Lim taking down his first Triton Series title, courtesy of that 10 of diamonds on the turn, and gets to take home 855,000 euros. And I must say as well, Brian just came across incredibly humble in his post-match interview with Ali Najad. You know, he was talking about how back in 2013, he used to watch the likes of Tom Dwan and Phil Ivey on YouTube. It's when he first got into the game. And to be able to sit down with these guys now in 2022 and compete, he even said, like, sometimes he still has to pinch himself almost because it's still pretty surreal. So it leads me to kind of ask the viewers at home, you know, who's going to be here in 8-9 years? You know, who's watching now that is going to be inspired by the likes of, you know, Jason, Makita, Adamo, these guys that are showing up consistently and going to bump into us in 8 years and say, hey, Brian, Henry, I used to watch the streams back in the day. Maybe. Dreams do come true, you know. But yeah, Brian, thoughts on coming into today with the main event?
Well, we had a little stretch there where there was quite a bit of short deck, but we're back to full deck, and it's the main event. I mean, $100,000 buy-in. We already have the total number of entries. I believe it's well over 80.
It's coming
Yep.
up to that, yeah.
And, you know, they've started the streams obviously on a delay. There's still the first 2 levels where you can rebuy. So, you know, this could get close to 100 total entries. I believe the 250K starting chips in the last level 11. I'm watching this intently because I might go play. You know, guys, I don't know how long I'll be here. I'm trying to get someone to come sub for me. We'll see what happens. But I believe a level right after the end of Reg is 10K big blind for 25 total. Okay. And already there's been a lot of players. I mean, a lot of the players who busted last night and didn't re-enter, it looks like they were just waiting for today to start, and they're going to play. Should be potentially the biggest prize pool probably of this Triton. I mean, if you 100K, you get about 100 entries. I mean, that's $10 million if my math checks out. Ain't nothing to sneeze at.
Definitely not.
And, yeah, man, I mean, I'm really excited. Obviously, this is kind of the premier tournament, the longest one, the only 3-day tournament on the schedule. And just, I mean, No Limit Hold'em for me is the game that I came up playing. So even though, you know, today, whatever, maybe I'm known more as a mixed game player. I mean, long time playing No Limit Hold'em. I love the game. I feel like we've been treated to a bunch of just special hands, cool spots, great players so far. And I really, 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 really doubt that this is going to disappoint.
Yeah, definitely. Well, just to jump back into the player of the year conversation, because a lot of the people rounding out the top 5, top 10 are in contention, with Michael Adamo leading the way. So just going to head over to the iPad here. So in Madrid, obviously, Michael, with the 2 trophies, has 818 points. And this is for the year thus far. First stop of the year.
Hold on. Let me pause on Adamo. I will say that you know, there's a bunch of great players here, but it does really stand out to me. Like, among a bunch of great players, like, how often can one guy, like, build up a chip lead, you know, and just, like, sustain that chip lead? It is really something else. I mean, it just does seem like in half the tournaments the guy plays, he has a chip lead early on and just carries it deep. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. And with that Player of the Year trophy, as well as the additional 200K up for grabs year round, obviously very early start in the Player of the Year conversation, but the fact that Michael has come here and continued to just, you know, put on an absolute clinic, even in these Triton series where you do have the best of the best competing. So potentially going to lock himself up an additional 200K there. But diving back into the main
but
event.
other leaders, I mean, Paul Foy was on there, finally got his first Triton title. That was huge, among other things. Anyway, let's go to the chip counts.
Yeah, so chip counts, we had Kevin Pack coming in with the chip lead.
A big one at that. Look, I mean, some serious separation there.
Yeah, sizable chip lead coming in today. It blinds 3K, 6K. So coming back with, yeah, I mean, almost double Makita in second.
I will say for Kevin, I'm not that surprised. Having watched him, I'd never watched him play. Is this even his first Triton stop? I think it might be.
I think it might be, yeah.
Yeah, it is. In fact, I just, you know, just got that over the wire. Listen, watching him play, he's a bit aggressive. I mean, I've seen him. I remember, listen, couple hands doing this. He's not afraid, maybe let's say similar to Adamo, like more that kind of style, to keep his chips in action and continue building a stack. So not a surprise to me that, he might be a runaway chip leader, basically going into day 2. Just based on what I've seen about him play, he's aggressive. He's willing to get after it. And, I mean, you kind of need to have that MO to have a chip lead very often, in the earlier stages of the tournament. So,
well, got to be keeping an eye on him, obviously. Just to round out the top 5 for the viewers at home, Mikita Badziakowski, our only 4-time champion at the Triton Poker Series. Orpin, another one who seems to just show up at these high roller events and do extremely well. Alexis Ponokov's his first Triton Series online crusher, now kind of trying to burst onto the live scene and make a name for himself. Then you see Patrick Antonius, Michael Adamo, Elton Zhang, and Chris Brewer rounding out that top 8. And just to take a quick look to give you guys at home a bit of insight into...
I mean, Mikita is a person to watch out for. I know he just took the lead with 4 Triton titles, but man, I mean, is he consistent?
He's an absolute killer.
Is he consistent or what?
He really is.
And his style's a little different too. I mean, I don't think he's quite as splashy, maybe, especially pre-flop as some of the other guys, but his post-flop decision-making is incredible. Anyway, all right.
Anyways, indeed. Just looking at the table we're going to be starting off with, Big Al in the mix, Alfred De Carolis, Artur Martirosyan, Ivan Liao, Stephen Chidwick, Patrick Antonius, and Christoph Vogelsang. So this is the table we're going to be coming into. Ross, any of those players kind of stand out that you think coming into the coverage of this is going to really steal the show here early on?
I mean... It is a wide mix at this table, ranging from top pros of various sorts, right? Even with like kind of different backgrounds to, some more amateur players. I mean, listen, we got, 2 really notable amateurs who have played a ton of high stakes poker, one more from the Asian scene, one from the American scene, between Ivan and Alfred. I mean, Christoph Vogelsang here, legendary pro, not as much known for his tournament play, cash game background, stellar player, contrasted with Stephen Chidwick, who, stellar player, but, definitely the tournament background more than the cash. Patrick Antonius, like, doesn't need an introduction. I mean, just
really
legendary player, legendary pro from just way back, just sticking around. And, I mean, to me, the one that I think is kind of known the least on reputation is Artur. I mean, what do you know about Artur?
Well, I know Artur has been doing extremely well over on GG in the form of the high rollers. He seems to be consistently final tabling the 10K Super Millions. If I'm not mistaken, just the week before beating Fedor heads up for around about $500,000 score over there in the 10K. So I've seen him traveling the circuit, playing everything from 10Ks all the way up to 100Ks. Doesn't surprise me to see him show up here and again be in contention when it comes to battling against the best in the world.
So for me, a table like this is really kind of like my favorite table to play at personally. I mean, I approach this, I'm analyzing, I'm thinking, what would I do, etc. How are these guys playing? When you have this mix, like when you have a table that's just like all crushers, what you tend to have, unless one of the guys really feels like he has an exploit on the other, and even then, it's like you got to get it through everyone else to even get in that spot. Guys try to play, a relatively close to GTO style. But when you have like these kind of spots where maybe you have a guy, he's like limping some, we saw Big Al doing that yesterday. You get, how do you adjust versus that? It's not like maybe a GTO limping range.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, just right off the bat, you get these hands where you're just kind of deviating, and the pros trying to exploit what maybe a recreational player's doing, and then other pros know what's going on in that particular situation, and maybe that range is a little different than it should be, and do they attack it? Do they do something to let the other player in? Are they trapping? And then you start to get these really interesting hands where players are being just creative in the moment, and sometimes you just get wild, creative, interesting hands. I played a bunch all throughout my time in Macau among other times in exactly these type of spots, and I think they're the most fun because you're just being creative and inventing in the moment strategy, and it's awesome, and that's what I'm hoping to see doing this commentary today.
Well, let's see who gets creative down on the main stage as we head over to the feature table for today. It's the main event. It's time, boys and girls. Day 2, 100K buy-in, 72 entries overnight, 52 uniques, with a couple of players in for 3 bullets and 44 bagging and tagging overnight. And as Brian mentioned, he was out there on the floor. We are obviously on a delay, but looked like there was already a fair share of new entries. That number getting up to around about 80 or so at the start of day 2. And we'll be keeping an eye on that as registration closes at the first break today, so in around about 2 hours time.
Oh, there we go. Patrick, actually the table chip leader, built up quite a few chippies. These guys had an opportunity to hopefully have a good night of rest, maybe even get in a workout, start times not too early, show up, play their favorite song, get in the mood. I mean, listen, a few things just random observations to notice going in. I just want to see, can we find a hand today where Steven Chidwick will not be intently paying attention while someone else is playing a hand? Just keep a look for that on the stream, because it's one thing I've noticed is among, a group of poker focus is such a huge thing to playing your best game, and and this is probably a huge part of his success, just really noticed how focused he is for like almost the entire time he's playing. It's impressive, because I can just tell, listen, I've had a long poker career. I've been playing 18 years, and staying focused hand after hand, especially when, listen, when you're playing the hand, it's a little bit easier. But when you're not playing the hand, it's a bit tougher. Your mind wanders, you check your phone, someone else is talking, you get involved in a conversation, you think whatever. There's a million things that distract you other than like watching the other people at your table play a hand. And that's important, because you got to think, listen, these guys, they've played with each other before, but most of them haven't played a ton with each other. Just seeing how someone is playing in the moment, adjusting whatever reads they think they have on them based on that, like current emotional situation, how they're playing. Maybe if they played with them some a year ago, they have made adjustments in their game within the course of a year. I mean, that's a pretty long time.
Of course it is.
So there's a whole bunch of reasons to intently pay attention. There he is, just doing it right now. He's not even in the hand. But, it's hand 1, so it's not that impressive. But let's look 20, 30, 50 hands in. All right.
I'm really glad to hear you bring it up and sing Chidwick's praise, because when he was 3-handed with Seth Davies and Makita the other day, it's something that we were talking about as well. Just, when you think of things that you can improve on, people at home that are trying to move their way up through the ranks, just paying attention, like you said, the way Stevie does, because you're going to pick up on things, and then when you're in the moment yourself,
and even then,
additional information.
3-handed, listen, this is a spot where everyone's going to be dialed in. Ton of money on the table, you're down to the final 3. But there's 50 people still in this tournament. It's a long day too. It's just, it's times like that. It's like the regular moments, right, so to speak. I mean, I know everybody's like, oh, this is 100K. What's regular about this? But, it's kind of regular for a lot of these guys. Like, these guys play a lot of 50, 100Ks, whatever. I mean, it's maybe a little bit bigger than the regular 100K. This is like the Triton main. But, these guys have all even played tournaments. Basically, everyone at this table has played a bigger buy-in tournament than this.
That's true.
So, this table's full of, like, high-stakes crushers, pretty much. So, or even the guys who aren't necessarily, crusher pros. Listen, Ivan and Al have gotten in there and fired some big money, both in cash games and in tournaments. Like, I think Al's played the $1 million.
Yeah, he did.
Right? And did Ivan, too, in London, probably? Yeah. So listen, these guys are no strangers to firing huge. No one at this table. Yeah, I'm on board. In fact, in terms of playing $1 million tournaments, it's possible everyone at this table has, other than maybe Artur, and I don't know Ben, but all the other 4 have played $1 million buy-in poker tournament for sure. Christoph might have even played the original one, the OG one drop back in 2012.
I think he might.
I think he did. I'm pretty sure.
Has to be thought through, like calculated, always perfectly, like a chess move. So like it's okay to make mistakes and all kind of plays, and And then I would like to see that strategy that if somebody runs out of the time banks, and you have really that 10 seconds and 20 seconds, like it's hard to play. So it's you can put a, you can put some pressure in this type of way sometimes. Like don't use them for short like small putts. 13.
Vogel sang back-to-back V-pips with the suited king.
Right, because they like
Wow.
experience with it.
It's going to run into it again.
You don't know when's a good time to use it or not.
This time in the form of
You get a countdown.
two ladies on the button for Ivan Liao.
Okay, maybe beginners, but also on the other hand, like I would like to see this in all the tournaments everywhere. So everyone gets from the very beginning to used to play with good rhythm. Then like I would like to just have these kind of plays, kind of now people have so much time and time banks, and they have ACs and 6 big binds, and they use a time bank. Should I shove or not? And like kind of like ridiculous things. In a way.
You know how backgammon tournaments work, where where there's different tiers, and if you win a tournament in one tier, you can never play that tier again. So you could do it.
You go up with the handicap level.
It's not a handicap. It's just like different divisions. So like it's like championship division, advanced, or maybe 3 or 4 divisions. You can choose which one you buy into. But if you ever win a tournament in one division, you're excluded from playing that division again. You have to play the next one up.
And what about if you win on every division? Like
Well,
then
yeah,
you
I
got
mean,
another one, you win.
The top one, I mean, the championship, everyone can play.
Yeah.
It's the best players.
Yeah.
But you could do a similar thing with poker, like to stop the best players playing the smaller binds. You could say like you have to pick. You can either play this bind range or this bind range. And it protects a little bit the
Yeah, you're
newer
right.
players, and it lets them. You can have slightly different rules.
Okay, so
I
Stephen
never
Chidwick
thought
trying
about
to
that, actually.
A faster
come up with a new way to protect
whatever.
the ecosystem in the poker world. I'm not sure many people would agree with
I
him,
never thought about
Operators
the
aren't
high
gonna
roller
do it,
side,
just,
but
reduce
Protect it.
fees, right? But
Yeah.
Sorry.
yeah, he was talking about how in backgammon, if you win a division, you are no longer allowed to ever play in said division again. You have to move up to the higher tier. And Chidwick basically saying to Antonius it's something that you could introduce in poker, where you have like a ranking system, and it would protect people in, say, like the $1,100, the $1,500 buy-ins, where these 50K crushers couldn't go and play those events anymore. But I just don't see that ever really becoming a thing. But hey,
Yeah,
maybe
no,
one day.
Me neither. Well, firstly, it doesn't happen very often. I'm not saying it never happens, but there aren't that many of the guys in this tournament who are going and playing like sub 5K events. You know, that's one thing that pretty much instantly
The
protects
main
it.
event, TV table again, so we'll see. You can watch again on YouTube.
Ooh, Big Al with a light 3-bet here from the big blind, choosing instead of defending the Jack-8 suited to 3-bet, and Vogel saying, I mean, the stacks are short enough that he could have reshoved, but my guess is he probably doesn't really know what to make. I mean, his range is a little tighter here, having it being under the gun, happy to just call in position. And, I mean, the good news for Al is Vogel saying flops so little of this. Oh, my God.
Wow, gang. All right, I see you, Big Al.
And, yeah, that's going to get the job done. Look at Al with a little pep in his step.
Do you think that has anything to do with the fact that he has less than starting? He's like, hey, I can just,
Maybe.
you know, I have a double with the Jack-8 suited, or I'm heading to the reg desk and getting a fresh 250K stack.
Listen, I mean, to me, there's a couple things going on there. My guess is Big Al's pretty aware of his image, that maybe he's I wouldn't call that he's a tight player, but maybe not super aggressive pre-flop, right? You know, we saw some limps, some just calling yesterday. Not that he never 3-bet, but I'm sure he probably thinks, you know, people think he 3-bets less than the average player pre-flop. So yeah, it's during the rebuy. Let's kind of get this one through. And yeah, maybe his strategy was let's get this one through, and if this doesn't work out, I'm going to rebuy. And if it does work out, which there's a pretty good chance it'll work out, then let's keep going. And, you know, I've got an hour until everybody knows that, you know, maybe I'm going for it. So let's see if it was a one-off deal, or maybe Al, it's part of a little strategy right now to play extra aggressive in some spots that you could maybe get away with it while we're still in the rebuy period, and, you know, before people find out that you're kind of doing something different. So I don't know. But, you know, one thing I definitely feel is that, listen, if you're, let's say you're somebody, I mean, you know, huge hand, but not much to analyze here. Vogelsang just doesn't have anything. So I'm going to continue the thought. Let's say you're a player and you realize maybe you're playing with some people that are a little bit better than you. The last thing you want to do is play like a really passive style where you're just, especially loose passive, where you're just calling a bunch and just trying to get to showdown, because you're essentially going to let aggressive players, kind of the mix of which at the table probably playing a little bit tighter than you, they're going to have slightly better hands than you, like go at you one by one, put you in a bunch of tough spots, and you know, get outplayed a bunch.
Which is going to happen more often than not.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Like, these guys are assassins. They're not going to let you get to showdown easily.
Yeah, it's like way better. Or if they are letting you get to showdown, it's for a reason. They have something they really want to show down.
Yeah.
Right. And so, you know, it's actually can be a bit better to just come in and do some goofy, aggressive stuff. You know, take it to players, put them in tough spots. Because, you know, I mean, Vogelsang doesn't want to be calling huge 3-bets and then just all in on the flop and guessing whether or not you hit something. I mean, it's not really the spot anyone wants to be in, right? They'd much prefer to be in the other spot where you're playing super passively against them and they get to decide whether to make the pot big, either because they have a great hand or they're bluffing, right? I mean, it can definitely be a strategy improvement based on the difference in skill. You know,
It looks like Ike Haxton going to be joining us and just missing the big.
But that's the thing. I mean, listen, Big Al has been playing huge cash games for a very long time. He's crafty. He's been around, right? He knows what's going on. He knows how to mix it up.
As a professional playing in these events, coming up against players such as, you know, Big Al, who they can get creative in some of the bigger spots. You know, the crafty, I think, is the perfect word to kind of summarize it. But also the fact that he does play these huge cash games and isn't money scared. You're just gonna stick to, you know, game theory, just playing GTO, or are you gonna just try?
No, definitely not.
No.
In fact, those are the spots you don't want to.
You just want to be deviating as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's the spot where you try to get a feel for it. I mean, listen, sometimes in those spots where just like super aggressive, you ask yourself, you know, is this a spot where maybe if he isn't 3-betting like a normal wide range that'll have hands like ace jack and like king queen suited there that maybe other players would, right? So he's kind of either got some somewhat junky type hand. Not that Jack 8 suited's that bad, but, you know, I think it's a hand that's like pure call in that spot, for example. Or he's like super nutted with like aces, kings, queens, ace, king, right? So it's a slightly different range than someone else would have, and you can adjust accordingly. So, you know, I actually think in those spots, I mean, listen, if you have no idea, then yeah, you go with GTO. But once you start to get a beat on what somebody like that might be doing differently, yeah, then you're trying not to do GTO because you can do much better. And I mean, that's, I think, something that gets lost by some people who are thinking about the game now, who are like, oh, now that's GTO, you just always play GTO. It's like, listen, it's great if you could know what like the right GTO play and the range and everything is. It's a super great base starting point, and if you don't know any better, you just try to do that. Not saying it's easy, but if you can exploit better, then you definitely should. I mean, that's still, like, really, that's still where, like, the huge money in poker is made, so to speak. Anyway, in this hand, I mean, we see Big Al has just a huge hand here, and kind of, I mean, massive river card for him. On a flush board, he makes an underfull. I mean, Patrick does have 2 pair. I mean, it's kind of hard to call this bet. I mean, no real reason. Doesn't even have a spade blocker. And unfortunate for Big Al. Would have loved his opponent to have had the flush, or maybe the top pair that turned into trips would have put Patrick in a much tougher spot. But
yeah, Big Al off to a great start here. Day 2. Came in with around about 170, 180k. Finds himself up to just shy of 400,000. And we saw Ike be brought over to the table by Luca. And the reason for Ike joining us is due to one of the sickest callers I've seen in this tournament so far. A 3-way all-in involving Mikita Badziakowski and Seth Gottlieb and Ike Haxton, where Ike squeezed ace Jacko out of the big off of was around about 35 bigs at the start of the hand. Seth trapped with the aces. Nikita closed the action with 4-5 suited, came 4-4 deuce. So Nikita flopping trips. Ike continued for small. Seth obviously not going anywhere with the aces. And Nikita just deciding to flat call with his flop trips. And the turn brought the case ace, giving Seth the nut boat. And Ike, top pair jack kicker. And all the chips found their way into the middle on the turn. 800k chip pot. Heading over to Seth, finding the case ace on the turn for all the chips.
Thank you.
I mean, that's also something to be aware of. Like, let's say you go in and you happen to be aware that maybe your opponents think you play a certain way. I mean, you could do pretty well in the short run if you knew that and you came in and just kind of did the opposite, right? So maybe eventually people you're playing against would figure out that you've changed strategies, you're playing differently, and would try to adjust. But in the short run, you could get away with murder. Whether that's you're a maniac and you're all of a sudden just playing nitty, or the opposite. Being like 2 very simplistic adjustments. All right, so in this blind versus blind pot, we have Chidwick drastically outflopping Ivan. He's going to decide how he wants to play the flop here.
I think with the 10 deuce backdoor clubs and that deuce ball wrapped around the 5-4, can never take a stab here.
Yeah, it's not the worst hand to stab, but wouldn't have worked out for Ivan. And now Chidwick, you know, do I bet for value? I mean, Ivan checked back, so he probably doesn't have a 9. Or do I check? Ivan might now stab some air. Maybe he check back a hand like a 5. I mean, I guess versus a 5 you'd rather bet, but yeah. So Chidwick hoping Ivan can't check back air twice. Curious to see if Ivan bets here, if Chidwick comes with the raise or just check call. Now an ace, which Ivan can have ace here. He doesn't have to raise all his aces pre-flop. And it would kind of fit into the type of hand Ivan might try to check down here as well. So, you know, if Ivan doesn't have an ace, if let's say Chidwick bets, hard to get called by too much at this point. Like maybe king high being a potential hand Ivan could have. So yeah, he's hoping that Ivan has almost exactly the type of hand that he does. Tries to bluff at it.
Trap you.
Trap to you announced. Stephen Chidwick. Ivan just taking
With
his
a knowing
10 high.
smile there. Like, you didn't get me. 10 high. I didn't lose any chips with my 10 high. Feeling good. I mean, I don't know what it is. Sometimes these small little pots are kind of the most fun almost to commentate. Because
I know what you mean, yeah. You're really getting into the weeds.
yeah, I mean, listen, occasionally in a big pot, so something really cool happens and players are doing something that's not, but oftentimes big pots are kind of almost destiny hands where it's just players are just both have something pretty good and they're putting money in, right? That's why they're big.
Yeah, top of range against, you know,
Yeah.
the best bluff combo or whatever.
Or just another good hand. And it isn't really like that interesting. But sometimes these little small pots, I mean, not only can they be very interesting because you get spots where it's kind of like, you know, you could see, again, Chidwick could have like better checked almost every street. So like, why is he doing what he's doing? Like, let's think about it, right? Or, yes.
There's a lot to be learned from watching these guys play.
Like just flatting. Nice little playable hand, Jack 10 suited. King 8 off, getting a great price, but really not the type of hand that's that fun to play versus under the gun open and a flat behind. Even though maybe the direct odds are getting, this is a kind of reverse implied odds type of hand, because as you can see, you're very often dominated, right? And he is, in fact, dominated in this hand. You know, I would guess this is actually a losing chip EV call by Marta Roseanne. Especially, like, maybe you would make it if you think some of the players in the pot are bad and play suboptimally. But I don't really look over at Ben Heath and Isaac Haxton.
No.
Isaac M.F.ing Haxton and say, yo, these guys are punting, so let me get in there with the king 8 off in a minus chip EV spot. So, you know, it's okay though, right? It's not like it's a huge losing call or something. It's hard for it to be that when you're getting, you know, 6-1 or whatever he's getting.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
But yeah, it's like some of those hands are actually almost better heads up where you're not getting as good of a price than in these three-way spots versus tighter ranges. It turns out stuff like ace 7 off, like king 8 off, king 9 off, ace 6 off. You can almost rather just be heads up, right? Tricky hands, you're dominated a lot, hard to realize your equity and hard to get the max when you actually have a good hand. You kind of have a tenuous holding out of position multi-way. That's the MO on those, but I don't know. I mean, perhaps Marta Roseanne disagrees with me, and perhaps he's right, but just giving some thoughts.
Yeah, feel free to chip in at home, boys and girls. We know you guys love to. How's everyone getting on today? Yeah, sweating the main event in Madrid. €100,000 buy-in.
I'm getting serious FOMO in here, Henry.
I can tell, mate.
You can tell, because Henry's actually in. Listen, full disclosure, we're in a chat. I'm trying to find someone to come cover for me so I can jump in. I don't have very long before Reg closes in real time. This is it, guys. I don't know. If I don't do this, then I'll be with you for another couple hours and be playing the 50K later. But I've got serious FOMO right now. It's real. Okay?
I mean, this is going to be like 2.5 for first, man.
I know.
Yeah.
Maybe I could retire if I win this.
Yeah, it's annoying because I was really looking forward to like diving into the weeds of No Limit with you, but then at the same time I know the effects of FOMO, and I would rather see you out there battling and, you know, repping the squad than in here chomping at the bit to get out there.
This was
3-bet pot.
a 3-bet. Ivan, the slightly small size, although, I mean, he's in position, so it's fine, but like less than 3x. But it's cool. I mean, he's in position, so stacks are kind of short enough. I mean, sub 40 that actually at the start of the pot, he had almost exactly 40 bigs. I would think just straight 3x is probably the standard. Ivan went a slightly smaller. Obviously has a nice hand, ace-king suited, and this is, I mean, this could be a flop that if you were really deep is a little worrisome, but I think at his, you know, with 40 blinds and stack to pot ratio, you're pretty happy with that flop. So, you know, if you happen to be beat, well, then you're just on your bicycle, and I'm sure Ivan would be rebuying.
Oh yeah, that if you beat on a king high flop in a 3-bet pot with ace king, you just tap the table and move on.
No, but I just know like that, like the king queen 10 or whatever, those kind of 3 Broadway cards when you have the ace king or the aces. Once you start getting 100 big blinds or more, tough to play, actually, but not so much at 40 bigs. Well, tougher to play. This is towards the top of a class of hands that has gotten a lot more shine since solvers have kind of come out. Let's say the suited kings. Kind of feel like going back in time. You go back 10 years ago before solvers, and you didn't see suited kings getting played nearly as much. Now, king 9 obviously starting to get high enough to be like a suited Broadway-ish type hand, but especially, you know, something like king 6 suited, right? I mean, now you actually, especially with big blind ante, start seeing stuff like hijack and low jack.
Yeah, we saw the king 5 pip earlier on.
Yeah, whereas I really feel like that was considered a bit loose and wild maybe 10 years ago. I mean, it's a class of hands that's gotten a lot more love by solvers. And players have, you know, pretty easy adjustment to make. They're just pre-flop RFI, raise first in, being a really easy thing to kind of look at and adjust.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting observations that I've seen from recent times has been like the king 7 suited, king 6 suited flat calls from the small blind versus like low jack, hijack cutoff opens. And talking of opens, head on over to polymarket.com and open up the Triton Poker Series market. Check out all of the different bets we have over there. Let's see, will any player win more than one event at the Triton Series Madrid? Too late to bet on that one, boys and girls, but congratulations to all the people that bet on yes. So obviously Michael Adamo taking down 2 events already.
Oh, wow. The good news for Chidwick here is that, oh no, he will be in position. 13, 26, 52. This is almost exactly 4x. They're at about 60 big blinds effective. This is a dicey spot. Chidwick can definitely pass this and just move on. If he does, this will work out a lot better for them because it's going to be very hard for him to not lose this. The flip side is that it's still in the rebuy for Chidwick, so he might be a little willing to gamble here, you know? And same idea. Either win a bunch of chips or go rebuy.
Oh, he's definitely going to lose some chips on this board. King
Yeah.
Jack 7 Rainbow, unless Big Al just goes huge.
I mean, it's a nice flop for Al, all things considered, right? I mean, no flush draw, and it's like only moderately connected. I mean, no flop straights possible, some open-ended straight draws, but given the SPR, you're sort of fine with your opponent having an open-ended straight draw and getting that action.
Oh, comes out firing more than 80%. If there's ever a world where Chidwick
Folds.
could get away from it, could certainly be when his opponent's betting 100k into 118,000 on the flop.
Yeah, I feel like this sizing is a little big. I mean, one of the issues is Al only has like 200 behind, so it's only 2/3 shove there. Feel like maybe it would have been nice to size down just a little from this. Maybe more like 80k if you wanted to go big. 75, 70k. You might get some floats from gutters. I mean, you're kind of saying like, hey, gutters can't float this. You kind of want a gutter too. Chidwick with a pretty big call. I mean, let's see what he does on a blank. It's not a blank. I mean, problem for Chidwick now is, I mean, realistically speaking, I mean, the only kind of standard hands he's ahead of would be ace queen, ace 10, or maybe 10s that somehow bet flop huge. And now, you know, 10s could definitely find the courage to jam here after the 9 hits, and you have the double gutter. Yeah, no, my notice just went off that I have 10 minutes to reg the main, but it feels like it's not happening, guys. So FOMO will have to be put in the pocket, I think. I might be. Anyway, we're going to keep analyzing this hand. Like 10s could definitely find the courage to jam here. You know, the question for Chidwick asks is like, do 10s bet the flop for such a big size, right? Ace queen, ace 10 make a lot of sense. The other thing being, hey, I mean, Big Al did do the Jack 8 suited, kind of just random.
True.
And then went for it. So, I mean, I think really other than ace queen and ace 10, Chidwick just has to be hoping to be ahead of some kind of like random Big Al 3-bet, and he's just going to win this pot, like 7-10 suited, 7-8, something like that, right? But
I mean, annoyingly, you're holding the ace of spades as well.
yeah,
so
which is
the ace 4, ace 5 of spade type hands. 3-bet pre and then pick up equity on the turn and blast off.
Ace X of spades. Yeah, I think this is a good fold. And even though you're blocking some value combos of like ace, king, and aces, I mean, you're also blocking, very importantly, a lot of the biggest bluffs. Well, you just pointed out the suited ace of spades as well as ace, queen, and ace 10, which realistically speaking are the most likely bluffs there, right?
Big Al off to an absolute flyer here. Day 2 came in with around about 170k. Now up to over 500,000 chips. God, he sat in 14th. Good for 85 bigs. Kevin Pack still leading the way. We are up to over 80 entries as well.
Oh my goodness.
Price pull of...
I got a pleasant surprise during that hand.
You did.
It looks like I will be able to join. I will be hopping in there and blasting off with 25 big blinds, folks.
Are you coming back to 5k, 10k? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be something special.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I mean, the truth is I might be able to come right back in the commentary. You know, who knows? I mean, I don't want to say that. That's really thinking. It's really thinking pessimistically.
Honestly, yeah.
I mean, when you're in there for 25 big blinds, like anything can happen.
For sure, but I'm just gonna feel so much pain if I see you walk back 100K poorer in like less than an hour. Yeah, it's like 3 Bitcoin, dude. Like, come on.
I know what the hell's going on with Bitcoin. Let's not
don't
even talk
don't
about
even
it.
get me started, man.
Yeah.
That's just.
It's fine. We'll check back in a couple of years and,
Yeah,
and see what we're
exactly.
saying about it.
Yeah, Triton Madrid 2025. Well, you know, the
Yeah.
main event buy-in's going to be $1 million because Bitcoin's going to be at 500K. So.
I mean, that might be a little early for 500K, even as a Bitcoin bull. Let's like check our expectations. But you know, I mean, 2025, I would love to see just 6 digits of any kind, right? I mean, feel pretty good about. I would love that. All right, here we go. This is a flop. Everybody has something reasonable. We got bottom 2, we got top pair, and you know, the 4th club, even a pretty good one, and the open ender, which you can't love his hand, but definitely could find some reasons to put chips in the pot in one way or another, right?
Yeah, even with bottom 2 here, 2 ranges, not thrilled about it.
No, of course not. Yeah, I mean, so the monotone board actually is not, I mean, this is a very adventuresome bet by Patrick. He's actually going to be way out flushed by the people in position to him.
Yeah, I was about to say, it feels like a board where Patrick is range, wants to do a lot of checking, but maybe he feels like his hand performs a lot better by betting and trying to get a bit of protection. Deny some equity if he can thin the field by 1.
Yeah, I mean, that bet size, though, was not going to protect against too many hands, right? He went pretty small.
Yeah, he fired 15 into, what was it, 49.
Now we're in an interesting spot where, you know, Heath has just jack high. Can he get a free one? Should he start kind of bluffing with this hand? Tricky spot. Let's see what he comes up with. Yeah, he's going to try to get the free one. And Big Al, just top pair. Can't love the kicker. It's given some of the relative positions, but the fact that it's a club, he's going to do a bit of a mix, especially given his sizing, between value and protection with this bet. Probably checking back rivers a bunch, kind of cheap price. Like, this bet actually makes a lot of sense to me. So,
And now Heath, I mean, getting an insane price on a call, but could be dead. I mean, I guess first the sizing that Big Al chose, very unlikely for him to have a flush, but does let go the open-ender.
you has to be worried, though, that if a club comes, I mean, you might only have 6 outs, which we can see is true, right? Like, if it's the queen or 7 of clubs, he's probably no good. And now...
in before check raise from Patrick.
Yeah, there's definitely a spot where Patrick is going to weigh all 3 options, right? Fold, call, and raise. Like, could Al have a hand like queen jack off, ace jack, ace 9, anything just with a club only? You know, am I good? Can I turn this bottom 2 and rep full houses and kind of, they are deep enough that you can ask some tough questions, or just, you know, he went with door number 3, I guess. What do you think?
I mean, from an entertainment point of view, I was rooting for
The button is already.
the old check rizzle.
Yeah. Of course.
You know, it's got 8s, 10s, king 10 suited.
Well, guys, wish me luck.
Best of luck, dude.
Firing off 100 ball with 25 bibbies. So
25 bibbies.
It's going to be fun. I mean, this is what we live for.
Get it done, mate.
All right.
Get it done.
Our man James is going to step in for me. So here we go. We're passing it off. Thank you, guys. And here we go. Main event. We're all excited.
So Brian Rust going to speed run out to the reg desk to get that max late reg in. 100,000 euros in exchange for 25 big blinds in the shot at the Triton Series Madrid main event title and trophy. I mean, listen, right? You know, you can brag about any any Triton trophy. But the main event, already over 80 entries. First prize going to be in excess of 2 million. Makes sense to get out there, start firing. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the OG, James Dempsey, stepping into the commentary booth. James.
What a treat, Henry.
What an absolute treat.
What a treat. Yeah,
We've
very
got the team back together.
very unexpected, but you know, we make things work here at Triton. Brian wants to go play the 100k. It seems only right we can do what we can. So I'll do a little short stint here. We do have Randy Lou readying himself at pace to come and step in properly. But rather than leave you in here on your own, Henry, give the fans at home a fresh pairing. Well, a fresh pairing for Triton, Henry, but obviously you and I have spent many hours calling action on the likes of those we see on our screen. And, wow, Henry, I mean, quite a lineup.
Yeah, quite the lineup indeed. And, well, I'm going to lose one of the most entertaining players to watch for the time being. For the poker purists out there, you know, some people not a huge fan of watching these wizards at play. I'm certainly a big Stephen Chidwick fan. Especially big fan of how he carries himself at the table, and his table presence. But yeah, James, boys and girls, for those of you that don't know, all of this production, everything that's brought to your screens, even the pre-show scripts, just, you know, dreamed up overnight, every morning.
Yeah, that's very
brought
kind.
to us by James Dempsey.
I think there's a lot more going on here than than myself, of course.
100%.
With the wonderful share hand who, well, anytime you watch a world-class stream on TV, guys, you see those guys in the background, the production team, share hand, are the best in the business. It's not close. They bring everything together. But yeah, helping out to just curate some content. But then again, when the content's this good, Henry, it doesn't need much curation. You've got the best players in the world battling out for the biggest prize pools in the world. And what a prize pool it is here. I mean, I see, obviously we're on an hour delay. 81 players you've got here, which is 8.1 million in the pot. Certainly worth winning. Vogel's saying. I mean, I've been enjoying watching Vogel saying the last few days. There's been a lot of hoodie chat in this booth, Henry, and I think, is it still just Phil Ivey's managed to get him to take it off?
I'm not sure if Ivy did or whether it was just after the hand, but I would like to believe that Ivy's stare assisted in the speed in which the hoodie was taken off after that hand. But listen, I got to respect Vogelsang as well, because, you know, he gets it every time. You know, he gets a lot of stick for his hoodie, and he still stays true to himself. And I respect any man that, you know, stay true to himself through a lot of adversity. If he feels like it gives him an edge, I'm not gonna be the one to tell him to take it off.
Yeah, you got to do what you've got to do.
But yeah, you're talking, you know, best players in the world, best production team in the world, best floor staff in the world, best dealers in the world, and yet you let the likes of Ali Najad and myself, Jeff Gross, and Randy in the commentary booth. I mean,
yeah, I'm doing a bad job. What can I say?
I mean,
letting these guys near the mic, but here we go. Second barrel, obviously value from Vogelsang on the turn there, Henry. Denying some equity, I guess, on the 10-3-4, getting some of those gut shot draws. Also get some value still from a 4 or 3, having turned the 9.
Yeah, plenty of value to be had.
This is such a great table. I mean, obviously, you guys were referencing in the pre-game, and Brian was really excited to see players deviate from GTO, shall we say, with the likes of, you know, Big Al and Ivan on there, who are going to throw up some different situations than if it was a table full of the super pros.
Yeah, most definitely. And even, tables full of super pros, like there are going to be pros that feel like they have a significant edge, and then there are going to be pros that are maybe overestimating their edge against certain lineups. That's one of the things that continues to fascinate me to this day is, we watch these guys perform at such a high level, but behind closed doors, what's the conversation, in the group chats, who's the weak reg
Right.
in the lineup? That's
And
what I want to know.
There are some, or else they wouldn't all be registering.
100%, mate.
Like, or
yeah.
their perception is there are some. But here we go. This is the spot that Brian was referencing. You see Big Al limping in from +1 with the
go
Queen
on,
5
Big Al.
suited.
Let's see a flop then, mate.
And so Vogelsang here, I mean, this is case in point. Here we go, Henry. So Vogelsang now ISOs. Oh, look at this. Ivan from the small just calling that ISO with the 2 kings. Exactly this, right? He's sensing that perhaps Vogelsang's weaker than he'd usually be here because he's ISO'd Big Al. He also wants to keep Big Al in. So he just flat calls with the 2 kings, try and take it 3-way. Take a bit of a risk, Henry, but a chance to build a stack and just smashing the king 9-10. Big Al with the gutter backdoor hearts.
Yeah, take a... Oh.
Hello.
Oh, what's going on here?
This is kind of fun, right? I mean, it's hard to know exactly what Big Al's limp calling range is, but you've got to assume it's going to include a lot of cards between a 9 and the king. I think the same thing though, Henry, right? Ivan calling from the small. This should be a lot of him. King 10-9. I don't think Vogelsang really gets to do too much here. But this is exactly what Brian was talking about. We're going to see some deviations. This isn't a hand I expected to see today.
Vogelsang does check back. So yeah, Ivan Liao with the trap pre. Gets the king high flop. Already thinking of lifting the main event trophy. And Queen of Clubs finding its way to the turn. Maybe not as confident now.
Yeah, it's...
That set of kings.
You set the trap, Henry Pre. You just flat the 20k. You find the king high flop. You think, here we go. Well, River's paired to 10. And this is a board that, I mean, it's entirely reasonable for Ivan to have expected to get some action on king 10-9.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. Would love to see an overbet here from Ivan. Unblocking straights and unblocking the 10x setup. Just basically, have such a disguised hand where
60.
I think we should be going polar regardless. Comes out of just a tad less than pot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, there's not a lot here that we can expect.
But I want to call.
Oh. Well, we will think something's fishy.
I mean, there is something fishy going on.
There was.
Ivan's got top boat
Yeah.
in a spot that he should never have top boat in.
Right. But he can have straights here still.
For sure. But for this sizing, that's what Vogelsang's trying to sniff out. Is he ever turning, a 9, a queen? Just the... what king X does he have? Not many, right?
Right. He's not betting the... Oh, he's not betting the queen. Baron like to betting the king. So yeah, Vogel's thinking this is what, straight or potentially, like a queen 10 suited. 9-10 suited peeling from the small. We'll see only one combo of that left. Could it be ace 10 going for a little bit as well? Wow. Oh, Henry. Yeah.
Okay.
Any good, Vogelsang?
Wow.
Top boat?
Very wrong.
Good hand.
Very wrong. I'm so happy, Henry. We were just talking about this. I was referencing Brian's point about how different this table could play. And there we go. Case in point.
I mean, is he just putting Ivan on ace 5, ace 4, ace 3 suited, or Is he ever turning like pocket 6s, 7s? To, we block 8-7 suited. We lose to every pair.
Did I give you the time back? No, right?
Yeah, just I don't know, Henry. I don't know about that call. I'm looking at King's Fall.
This is
And it's Ivan. You're dealing with a live one.
Yeah, this is kind of where I would love to be able to just pull Vogelsang to the side and be like, hey man, mind giving us your thoughts?
Oh, boys and girls, I know it's a while away, but we've just got a little tease from Mr. Rast, and if you're wondering why his voice has changed somewhat, he's just run off to register the main event. So I've jumped into cover briefly whilst Brandy Lou is on the way, and he's let us know he's going to be on the feature. So let's see how wise a decision it was for him to dive out of here, as Antonius makes a very wise decision, popping up 2.5 blinds with his 2 5s. Alter in the small, Queen Jack. He says, happy to see a flop here. And Ben, looking down at Ace 3 suited in the big. Arthur playing sub 20, peeling from the small. Henry, I mean, Arthur peeling from the small, sub 20, doesn't get to have too many strong hands, right? I guess there's the odd trap in there, of course. But Ben had a little think there.
Yeah, Arthur looking to spin.
Ooh, wow.
What a flop.
Are you thinking of a card, Henry?
There's a certain card in this deck where we will see fireworks.
Wow, wow, wow. Ben Heath. Gut shot to the steel wheel. Antonius. Somehow with an overpair with 2 5s. You don't say that too often. Arthur, of course. No resistance from him. Now, of course, it came deuce 4-4, the small blind peeled. So Antonius has c-bet this 3-way, but you can not entirely discount Arthur out of the small, but it's very unlikely he's ever going to continue on this board. So does this play a little bit closer to just a cutoff versus big blind situation?
Yeah, I think most of Arthur's pairs go in pre. And Heath's going to take the aggressive route with his ace-3 of clubs. Takes it upstairs.
And this is a little ugly for Patrick, right? All those things said, Heath's now not going to be calling super wide from the big there because Arthur's called from the small. So all the sort of garbage 4s are far less likely to be in there. He holds 2 5s.
I think all of Heath's 4x are still going to call. Does look back down and make the call, Antonius.
Oh.
Says run it.
He does. In a fair fight. Or fair-ish.
5s aren't the one you want.
Right. There's a 5 he's thinking about. It will in the hand.
Whoa, what was that?
Fair.
Red 8 of no use to Ben Heath. He is the one at risk.
Wow, no dice. Talk about it not being your day. We know he got brought to the table about 30, 40 minutes ago. Dempsey with a fresh stack. So I believe if we see Ben Heath on our screens again, that will be bullet number 3 for him.
Yeah,
some GGs in the chat.
Yeah, I see in the Triton Poker Plus app, which, I mean, you guys have been, thankfully, waxing lyrical about it, but it is phenomenal. Really makes, as a companion to watching these streams, and even if you have to dive out for a little bit, guys, I know obviously we're on all day, you want to watch a bit, but you don't want to perhaps lose contact with what's gone on, or you come back later and you want to catch up with how things have happened. The app is just incredible, and I can see, yeah, of course, I believe this hand last night that Ben Heath got knocked out by Victor Malinowski. So came back in, bought back in, was busted out here again, and has the option to buy in once more. And the man who knocked him out last night is the shortest stack here, Henry, with just 16 bigs. But Patrick, courtesy of that big one. Look at that, 771,000 chips. 3 starting stacks Henry. I guess that's where some of these guys need to get even. These 100Ks can get expensive. As if 100K is not enough already.
Yeah, always highly entertaining to have Patrick Antoni sit at the table, especially when he has heaps of chips. Just saved himself a difficult turn decision by putting Ben in with the 5s and managed to hold.
Yeah, I'd love to know your thoughts. Like I say, with the 2 5s, obviously you want, some of Ben's check raises
Are going to contain 5s, right? The
Right.
6 5s, 5 3s, ace 5s of the world.
I mean, I guess obviously it's a good thing that we don't have the 5 of clubs. That would be, I guess, the most likely card someone check raises you with, or you want to check raise you with, I should say. The 5
Yeah.
of clubs. You can obviously they're going to check raise all their 4s.
I think Ike even said 5s isn't the hand you want to have, which I thought was pretty funny to
Yeah. Oh,
get the table talk, get the coaching from Ike. Currently 6,000 of you, keeping both myself and James Dempsey company across the board on both Twitch and YouTube. It's day 2 of the Triton Poker Madrid 100K main event with over 8 million in the prize pool already.
now Henry into that last level. Looks like Ivan's going to give his man a spin for 12. Opening ace 5 in the cutoff. Automotive Ocean. Looking to save a rebuy, shall we say. Ooh. Oh.
It's never easy from 3 ounce to an 11 ounce with running spades for dessert as well.
Well, now those outs reduce the chop, but a 5 will get the job done. Do it the dirty way.
No dice. 10s hold. Arthur, even with the doubles, still less than starting. Uphill climb. Uphill battle for him.
You don't take big blind.
Please double. So Henry, come on. I see we're up to 82. Just popped up on the screen there. Where's your number? What are you going for? How many can we get to?
Well, I think this level here, is this the penultimate level before late reg?
I believe we just clicked into the last one, the 4-8. This is the first hand of 4-8.
So I think this is where the action is really going to get pretty thick and fast, especially with players sat on less than 20 bigs, sat on less than 160k. They're going to have the chance to just take some of the closer pre-flop stuff and pre-flop spots, and if things don't go their way, they can just head to the rebuy cage for one last level. So I wouldn't surprise me if we hit the 90 mark. Have another 6, 7, 8 bust outs, plus some people that have maybe been on the fence about buying in for the first time. I think 90 is a solid number.
That'd be incredible if we can get to 90. I have to say, this morning we all had our little guesses amongst the production team where we're going to get to.
Yeah. Was there a pool of bets?
Just for pride, Henry. Just for pride.
Oh, you guys are boring.
I know Luca Vivaldi, our tournament director, he gave me his number yesterday before play started, and reception's in. It's way higher than he thought. Wow, Henry. Well, take it away, my man. Look at this.
What on earth? I mean, so far today, we've only been live for the better part of 1 hour and 15. And we just keep getting car crash after car crash when it comes to flops. Both bottom 2 for Haxton and Big Al.
Right, is there a world here where Antonis doesn't get to see this turn?
Very likely, I think.
Yeah.
The check raise incoming.
Yeah, Big Al and Ike are going to play out one of these funny ones where there's a lot of runouts here, Henry, where both of them are going to be happy to show down 3s and 4s.
Yeah, and Ike's going to be free rolling against Big Al. And Tony's just going to have to get out of there.
Oh, well, there we go.
Snap
Snap
all in
jam.
from Big Al.
Cool.
Well, good news, Ike. As Henry rightfully points out, running clubs,
Free roll.
a route to victory.
Never easy, eh?
See, imagine if Big Al just flat this check raise on the flop. How much fun we would have had with these two playing it out on the queen turn.
It's the little things in life. Ike straight away, 5%, chirped up. He'll take it.
Big Al fan, Henry.
So am I. I mean, these guys surely going to be taking note of the button flat, the 4-3 suited versus the under the gun open.
Yeah, yeah.
I got you, man.
Yeah, one Triton event in history he's played, Henry. It was the £1 million in London.
That's now I know where the name Big Al comes from.
He's been waiting around, Henry. When's the next £1 million tournament? When's the next $1 million? When's the million? All right, guys, I'll come slum it. I'll pop over to Madrid. Give the 100k a spin. And here he is again with connected diamonds. This time 8-9 dominating the opener Ivan layout. Ike. Look to get in the mix once again. And these are the spots again. You know, we...
A 30 big blind rejam spot from the small.
Right, we know Ivan opens. Like, wow, I'm surprised. Surprised that Ike didn't take that hand further in some way, shape or form, Henry. Whether it be a squeeze or even just a flat.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He certainly mulled over his options. And again, I mean, James, we were just being spoiled for flops so far today. Open
Time
ender.
for revenge.
Ivan. Big Al with middle pair.
I don't have any chips though. Just kidding. Oh,
How many time banks do you think Big Al's going to use during this tournament?
I'm going to go with 0.
He seems to be acting extremely fast and, well, rewarded here with a 9 on the turn. Does Ivan
Hello.
continue, Henry?
What's your name?
Seth.
Oh, we're getting called on this flop. The 10's not going to fold here. 9's not going to fold here, obviously. Really trying to knock out the better draws. I love it if Ivan uses if Big Al uses a time back now, Henry, after I've just said that. A little bit of deception. Snap called the flop now, he's turned trips. Scratch of the head. Announces raise.
That was a sick one, huh?
That was a pretty sick one.
I one outed Nikita
Yep.
on the turn.
That's a pretty sizable raise from Big Al. And
Kind of feel like I got one outed too.
Takes it
I
down.
don't think I'm getting stacked many other ways.
Oh yeah.
I guess I could turn a flush draw.
Unless you decide to just go for it. But
I mean, if I turn to jack, I'm
Oh,
probably
wow.
getting stacked. If I turn to
What,
flush
the
draw,
Ike
I'm almost
Makita
certainly
hand?
getting stacked.
Yeah.
So no, I didn't get one outed. There
Pretty
were a
sick
lot
spot.
of ways for me to get
Yeah,
stacked.
again, this is the beauty of the app, guys. I wasn't privy to the hand. I just fire
were
up
the
the app. I can
pre-flop
see Seth with a
aggressors, though.
huge spike.
Yeah.
you might have been tempted to make.
case ace for 800k, I believe it
Yeah,
was.
maybe
Yeah,
even
on
if
his
the turn
graph.
is nothing, I'm getting stacked.
Ace on the turn for all the gold. 800,000 chip pot. That's how he's sat there.
I was thinking, no way anybody else has an ace, so I just gotta pray somebody
Yeah.
goes for it. 4 wasn't even on my radar. Someone having a 4.
I was not expecting Makita to have 5-4. I thought ace-4 was possible.
18.
Ike with the potential 3-bet candidate here. Button versus cutoff against the very competent opponent. Instead decides to just flat. Look at this spot for Gottlieb in the big. Ace Queen O, 70k out there already. Hello, 80,000 to go. This always has it, right?
Allegedly.
Welcome to
Set
the
his
table.
first Triton stop. Henry, and it's nice to see
that's
some fresh
changed, right?
faces.
Sorry.
Why did I even open?
Why did I call? I didn't have to do that.
I had a good one there. You guys will see it soon.
I believe it.
All smiles, Henry. Our featured table here, early on day 2 of the €100,000
Over here.
No Limit Holder main event.
I'm sitting here.
Rest of this level, and of course the break to re-enter should they need to.
I just want to see the big Al run. Just absolutely steamroll everyone. Came in today with around about 170k. Finds himself up to over 500,000.
Nope.
Ivan with a walk. A rare beast in today's game, Henry, the walk.
He'll take it. And numbers slowly increasing across the board. Love to see it. Appreciate you guys keeping myself and James Dempsey company.
Did you say numbers increasing?
Increasing, yeah.
Wow.
Numbers
I
increasing.
don't wanna brag or anything, Henry, but I can only think of one
Ah,
reason why
yeah,
the numbers are spiking.
Not because people are, you know, slowly waking up in America and tuning in, but sure.
Or that every hand's been box office. No, it's,
Yeah, shout out to all of you.
here we go. Another potential box office hand. Because Ivan, when I've watched Ivan in the past play, I think he's a kind of guy who's going to take a bit of umbrage to someone popping up his limp. He's like, I'm not having this. Certainly not with 7-4 suited.
He was just given a walk. It's like, I'm not going to give you one, mate. And I'm not going to be pushed around. Unfortunately, for Ivan, this is going to be the end of the hand for him. Queen, Queen, Jack. Oh, maybe not.
Ooh,
Hello.
Mm.
Oh, Klubski.
This is pretty horrible for Aldo, right? I mean, you're betting here hoping king high calls with 2 aces in your hand.
Yeah, not even remotely interested.
That's so painful when when your opponent folds before you've even placed the chips in the pot, Henry.
Yeah, a sizable bet on the river for Artur. I don't know how I feel about betting 80%. Blocking aces, ace high calls. A river 10 changes nothing with the 2 overpair on the on the flop and turn, like Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack. I don't know about that bet. That feels a bit weird.
Ike with kings. This is highlights, Henry. Have you got me other highlights? I feel like not seeing any boring hands. Don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's about to get dealt bottom of range now because we've been talking.
Come on, we've got a 3-way
so
pot
long.
already here.
Oh, Artur hasn't missed out on a squeeze spot in his life. Just has to get through Haxton.
Feels like that way, doesn't it? $75K. Music to Ike's ears. Any reason to do anything but jam here?
You can certainly think of
They're a hand.
Yeah, like trapping kings when Ivan's short, potentially gonna get jammed if you're a little bit deeper, but I don't think so. And like a snap fold from Arthur, and Ivan kind of gives him a bit of a like, what on earth are you doing?
Ivan's look.
Kind of glance.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Don't say it. Can't blame him. I mean, credit where credit's due. Gotta try and take these spots. Ike obviously gonna have raise folds off that stack depth. But yeah, pretty sizable pickup there for Ike. Just literally adding 50% to his stack without having to C5. Pretty solid result.
$16.
Got Lieb's first Triton, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so.
Saw him on our screens in the, I want to say the 50K.
Yeah, he's played the 50 and the 75. The no limits. Doesn't appear to be a short deck fan.
I seemed really enjoyed the conversations he was having at the tables. The other pros got in with 3s against 6s and just, you know, just tap, double tap, shook hands with everyone at the table and said, see you later, boys. I love anyone that can just take a beat on the chin. Not even a beat, you know, you get it in bad or you lose a flip or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, just still shake everyone's hand and call it a day.
Again, another big hand. Out front, this time it's Antonius with 2 jacks from under the gun. D-Gen's heartbeat is no doubt spiking. Round to Ike in the big Henry. 2 10s. Obviously a very different scenario under the gun versus big than, say, a late position open. For that exact reason, like just cold calling from the big, and the 7-3 deuce may spell a little danger. You see a board.
Yeah, trouble for Ike here. Very disguised overpair after just defending the big.
Here's this question for you, Henry, as we watch this one play out. Does Patrick age?
I don't believe so.
I think he's looked...
I think he actually looks younger.
It's ridiculous.
44.
He used to look older than me. Oh, here
It's
we
the
go.
Terminator.
Here we go. Oh, if he can navigate this one, he may terminate Ike. He's been check raised on the 7-3 deuce. But like we say, Henry, obviously a board that does favour Ike, but it's not like he's not got the offsuit combos peeling from the big here against Patrick. So on a rainbow board, there's not a whole lot that Patrick is going to be losing to. Patrick will, of course, continue with his 2 jacks. And this one could get very interesting as there's already 132,000 chips in the pot. The deuce pairing on the turn and they're completing the rainbow, Henry.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Ike's still going to have, you know, a bunch of 6-5, 6-4s, even some ace-4s, ace-5, although I feel like the ace-x gut shots are more likely to just call rather than check raise. And Ike's going to feel very good about his hand. Like
85.
Antonius is still going to have a bunch of, you know, suited broadways, ace highs with backdoor flush draws that are going to float flop and give up turn to aggression. And I think Ike is going to value on himself for the lot here.
Right.
If Antonius just calls and a brick comes.
The 7x Henry limited to A7 suited for Patrick, or is that even in there under the gun on this table?
Antonius could even keep him honest with ace king, you know. Eights and nines, A7 suited, as you mentioned.
It's Ike staring down Patrick. Oh, a peculiar turn of events when the action is on Patrick.
He's checking out the DGen's heartbeat.
Yeah, it's pounding.
All in.
Wow. He's
Call.
just going to go for it here. And
Okay.
Ike gets the bad news. Is it time for another bullet, Henry? Or will the 10 save him?
Yeah, just managed to get a pretty big pickup. Couple of hands prior now. 1 card away from elimination. No dice, king of clubs on the river, and Antonius, Patrick Antonius, up to over 1.1 million chips. Good for over 4.5 starting stacks.
A monster.
Absolutely flying.
Thanks.
How does he do it? And Henry, that turn jam, I mean...
I think I used 1 time then.
Well, was Patrick and Ike busy gambling away, get it in against each other? Head over to m88.com, your #1 gaming destination in Asia, and one of our proud sponsors here at the Triton Poker Series in Madrid. M88 obviously providing some of the most competitive sports book selection and the largest collection of casino games and much more. So check that out, guys and girls at home.
Yeah, Patrick is going for the juggler on the turn. Is that
Has got him actually shadowed. What an absolute gangster.
wow? And the action does come round to the
Is this
2 big stacks.
Is this 100k, yeah, 100,000 euro buyer?
Who had straddles down as order of the day on day 2 of this 100k? I didn't. I didn't know we were going to get this table. Started off lively. The likes of Antonius and Big Al, but Seth being here. Ivan, of course, in the mix, always very, very active in every Triton event he plays.
Check. Ah. Nice hand.
Yeah, Henry, just looking at the chip counts from elsewhere.
Go on.
Obviously, Kevin Pack start the day as chip leader. He's still there. Patrick into second, but there is another man over the million chip mark, and it is, of course, Nemeth, who also just seems to have a knack of building chips in these.
Saving it for the main, eh? He's had a pretty rough series so far, I believe.
These big buying events. Yeah, well, let's have a little gander. Yeah, you're right. He's Played the 20k, the 30k, the 50k, and the 75k, all the no limits so far, without a cash. But then again, he did kick his career off with Triton, his first event being a win in Cyprus, winning the 50k for a milli. So, you know, he's got some money in the account, Henry.
Classic Nemeth, mate. Just been getting it done for what feels like a long time.
I think it's great that we're seeing this. Obviously, there was a host of new players who turn up in Cyprus, and even more here, and a lot of players who turn up in Cyprus have followed on by coming here, and it almost feels like with the long hiatus since London that we're seeing the second generation of Triton players.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of players have gotten extremely good over the last 2 years, courtesy, you know, of COVID. It's just been a natural byproduct. You're stuck indoors for the better part of 18 months. You're in solver jail, you know. And you've seen a lot of these guys, like Alex Ponikovs comes to mind, seems to have just risen to the top very quickly online. Now finds himself in Madrid at one of the most prestigious tours the live scene.
Just doubled down and then I got reseated.
Is that the dulcet tones of Ibinger right here? I believe it is. Oh, anyway, they played the last one out as a straddle pot. This one a little bit more tame. He threw in the hands involved. Tens and ace queen, the two big stacks at the table. Both with a spade.
Yeah, pretty insane that these two have tangled with the hands that they have, and there's not more chips in the middle. Blind versus blind. Gottlieb just taking the passive option pre-flop. King of clubs on the river. Ace queen gonna check back, and Gottlieb now nipping at the heels of Patrick Antonius, 935k.
Feel like I got off cheap. Could have been some fireworks
I
there.
guess I should have fired the river.
Like I had a nice.
You had a worse ace?
No, but I had a big hand.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Well, Ike thought he had a big hand when he had that hand as well. And, he might be the reason we've just topped up to 85 entries, Henry. I'm assuming he's in there once again. Because why wouldn't he be?
You guys all fire there on the river? Easy fire?
Look at the app, Henry. There he is. Ike Caxton.
I probably you had the ace of spades,
Back in the
so
mix.
I had the ace of spades.
He can't have like
Yeah,
ace.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
So it's-
marginal, but I think you should probably bet.
He's less likely to have the draw.
You didn't make it too big on the turn. I think 35.
No, I
so
made
maybe
two small bets.
his range is weak enough
Yeah.
to bet the river, but
Yeah.
I like that from Christoph
If he
Vogelsang
raises
and
me,
from
then I'm
Gottlieb.
just sick.
yeah, exactly. Then you just go all in. You know.
Just go all in, Henry. It's easy.
There's a spectator.
Gottlieb just getting some free coaching
Patrick,
from
I love
Vogelsang.
your hoodie. Deachen's heartbeat.
Yeah, it's nice, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody loves this for some
First
reason.
time I see it, but
Yeah.
really nice.
Christoph Vogelsang, ace
Who's commentating
3
this? Do we know?
from the cutoff.
I
I
wonder if I
don't know.
defending
I
ace
wonder if
6
the
off.
guys
Henry.
think I should have fired on the river.
Somewhat standard hand.
Gottlieb asking who's commentating this, and if
They're so critical, these guys.
feels like it should have fired. I don't think so, mate. I think it's marginal, as Christoph said. I guess the only thing, if we wanted to be nitpicky, would be betting small flop, betting small turn. As Vogelsang already alluded to, means that Patrick's going to be
15.
a few pips wider to the river. We're
Yeah,
playing 100k, mate. You do whatever you want to do.
It amazes me how openly and freely players talk about strategy whilst they're playing these 100Ks?
Yeah, I think just given how widely available it is now, it really doesn't matter. Just entertaining the conversation. I think, you know, a few years ago, before the introduction of solvers, where there were, you know, there were cliques of groups with information that nobody else had access to or nobody else had kind of figured out, you wouldn't get as friendly with people at the table. But now, like, you're not really giving anything away.
Where you live?
Alpine, New Jersey, right outside Manhattan. Nice town, right near New York City.
So Ivan with the best of it after defending his big. Diamond run out, 76k out there.
Yeah, we never played before.
No.
But you've been playing Triton events?
This is my
before,
first
or
Triton.
First.
I just got into the high roller live scene about a year and a half ago. And, I'm a businessman. I'm not
I was going to check through.
my buddy. You know Chris Brewer or no?
Yeah.
He's my buddy.
He lives in New York too?
No, he lives in Vegas now. We both used to live in the San Diego area.
Do you like New York better?
Work? Probably no. No, weather. I like good weather, but New York's good. New York's fine.
There you go, Henry. A little bit of background. Sounds Seth's here.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, it's in the high roller scene for about a year.
Kids are in good schools, so we're not going anywhere.
Doesn't deem himself a professional. Admitting that he's a businessman, but likes to play high stakes.
Monaco.
Nice.
I've been there
Well, Henry,
For a while.
looks like
I know who
since
you are.
2007.
our man Randy Lou
How could I not have
rushed
seen you
here
on TV?
in an effort to give Brian that opportunity to fire off the 100K has made his way into the booth. So this is my last hand with you. So let's see if Big Al can't give me a little treat to finish off with.
Planning to be more in Vegas.
See if Big Al can flop a set, eh?
I'll be there for a couple of weeks this summer.
To send
Big
you
stuff.
off.
Call.
Opens the door for Gottlieb to
Yeah, this is
overlimp on the button.
this is it. And again, harking back to what Brian said in the pregame, the lineup on this table is going to throw up loads of really non-standard spots that you wouldn't necessarily expect to see in a 100K. But this is the beauty of Triton events. You get an eclectic mix, and weird things happen. One of those is Ivan seeing this flop 4-weight, Jack 8 from the small flop in the open ender.
But, no,
Whoa.
say 20.
Henry, Seth just having a go up against the two blinds. Thinks they're super wide. Naturally, obviously, the big blind is, and I'm sure Ivan would be here.
Well, the great thing is he's going to get the best hand to fold in the form of pocket fours, and he actually has Ivan's backdoor clubs crushed.
And wow, here we go. Ivan picking up top pair. And obviously the 8 working as an open ender now. Seth picking up an open end himself, holding that queen. And a reduce. Rolling off. Funny spot really for Ivan here, isn't it, Henry? Because I mean, he's called this in a 4-way pot against the button and a jack rolling off him. It just smacks where you expect to see him.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate seeing Ivan block here just to save being put in a tough spot for a large sizing on the river. Comes out with just over half. Gets a snap fold from our businessman out of New York, or here, I should say, all the way from New York. And Dempsey.
Yeah, it is.
It was short
I
but
love
sweet,
it.
Henry.
It was short but sweet.
Short but sweet. I
We
hope
got
you'll
the team back together again.
you get you and Randy back in the mix. More importantly, and guys,
Like,
yeah,
cool and
stay
stuff.
tuned. Enjoy the rest of the show. I'll be
Yeah, you know what?
split it, of course. All right, guys.
Walking around Madrid even this
Get
week,
some
I feel like Madrid
love in the
is
chat for James
safer than
Dempsey.
Safer and cleaner than any American city
Future,
right now.
future Duff Dog.
Yeah, America is like
Saw
there's a lot of
Squiddy
people are angry. Lot
Yeah,
of
there
vi-
are.
put a fun
violence.
post
A
out,
lot of crap
and
happening.
Nanonoko coming in to save the day in the form of a sprint from the hotel. all the way down to the casino.
Yeah, the
Because Brian Ross
the
wanted-
hotel is it's not so far, but it took me about an hour to get there. I just got lost and went in circles, went around the park. I was like, man, where's this casino? But
17.
I made it.
Yeah, it's the type of city when you're not on commentator duty, if you will. You can just go for a stroll and you just find yourself walking for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. There's so much to see here. But no, obviously, yeah. Firstly, thank you for coming in on such short notice to hopefully. I mean, the real kicker would be if Brian busts in fairly short stint out there on the tables. You've come in to help him, but then at the same time he's lost 100k. But I believe in Brian seemed really pumped to play this 100k. He came in today. He's like, Henry, I know I'm meant to be with you for 4 hours, but I really want to fire this 100k. I was like, listen, man, you do what you got to do.
Well, we got the dream team back
The
together.
dream team back.
We got rid of James.
I'm surprised they let him in, to be fair. Oh, is that Vogelsang just...
The hoodie on. Were you the one with me when Ivy got his hoodie off by just staring at him?
Yes. Yeah.
Ivy's coming back soon just to get that hoodie down, because this is un-Triton-like.
I'm a big fan of it. It looks like something fresh off of a Versace catwalk, or a fashion show or something. The sleeveless hoodie reminds me of like Assassin's Creed.
Okay, so let's see what happened here. Vogelsang was a pre-flop raiser, it seems. Obviously a bad board to continuation bet. It's getting tempting to do something with King Jack. The problem is Ibinger's so short where like, oh, you don't want to bet and then commit 40k for no reason.
And Ivinger going to win at Showdown. Should it check through?
I think this is going to get checked down. Must feel good if you can win this pot Queen 8, given how short he is.
Does Vogelsang ever turn his 8s into a bluff here, given his range is going to contain more traps? And
I wouldn't think so,
Queen.
because it just wouldn't make sense that he'd be betting an ace all of a sudden. It seems like he would have bet the flop or turn at least.
yeah, I agree.
Double up.
Yeah.
Literally. Ivinger with the double.
I actually dominated.
I was waiting for a bet.
I never know whether to believe people when they say stuff like that.
I always want to steal his cards, you know, because I feel like he got better cards than me today, but it's not working.
Big Al, not amused. Vogelsang just mucking the 4 deuce. I mean, he's not wrong. Big Al's been on an absolute tear. Started the day with around about 170k. Finds himself on over 500,000 courtesy of some big hands. And a very creative bluff.
The first time I saw Big Al was the Triton Million, and he put a sick bluff on Timothy Adams very deep in the tournament.
Come on, boys, let's get loose.
Nice.
You showed 10-6 of clubs.
I like this
play
Gottlieb guy. I
poker.
saw him earlier the
play,
other
come
day.
on.
He's like, thanks for being nice about me, but I'm just calling as it is. You know, if you do some dumb stuff, I'll let you know. But he played good that day I watched.
Right.
Yeah, it's been very entertaining. I always enjoy people that just, you can just tell he's a very friendly person, right? He's very chatty. He, just before you joined, openly admitting that he's only started playing these high rollers over the last year. He's good friends with Chris Brewer, but he's not here pretending that he's some sort of crusher. He even said, you know, he's a businessman, but just enjoys the high stakes poker competition, and was even asking Patrick Antonius and Christoph Olsang about a hand that he played.
Yeah, that's, a lot of these businessmen, of course, like, sure, they're not the best players out there, but, you know, they're trying harder. They're getting better. Like, watch, in a couple of years, he's going to be better than all of these guys out here, you know? Look at this. Trying to steal those blinds. Looks like successful. Well done. Yeah, so this table's got a bunch of businessmen on it, doesn't it?
I think it's 15 minutes first, and then...
No, but do they change us out?
Yeah, yeah.
Or they'll move us off?
They'll move, yeah.
I'm not sure, probably we'll get moved, right?
Probably.
Not necessary. Some played over the break as well.
I want to keep watching this table because this is the first time I've seen Ivan.
I'll prefer over there.
I prefer here because more room.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Nice big table. Maybe a bit slower game here, but
I'm not used to streaming yet.
Well, don't start playing 8 deuce.
Yeah, I guess the bright lights, the big stage, if you are relatively new, especially to the high roller scene, I can certainly side with Gottlieb there. I can understand why maybe he prefers not having all of the attention on him.
I mean, he's sitting on a big stack, so...
Yeah, it's true.
It's okay, right?
He's doing well. I think yeah.
You just gotta remember to play your game. If you kind of change it up just because you're on TV, like, oh, maybe I bluff more, bluff less, you're not being yourself, man. You put in 100K to play the cards how you want. Sure, there's gonna be some whole card action, but at the end of the day, it's your decision.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's being a bit hard on himself. I think he's been highly entertaining and playing well.
I mean, to be fair, everyone's humble on these poker streets,
It
right?
seems that way, yeah. I'm starting to, not gonna lie now. I'm like,
I think we're getting bluffed by some people.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know, the cameras are here. You know, it's a big event. Surely not everyone can be this humble, but it certainly seems that way.
Alrighty, so continuation bet from Big Al. Scary card coming, but he's got absolutely nothing. Deep stacks. If he can fire, man, that would be it's pretty sick. Okay, he's gonna give up for now. No, that's not a card you can really keep barreling on, I think. This Jack's gonna feel mighty confident. Pair of sevens. Trying to show it down?
100%, yeah. I feel like you're beating Queen 10, 10-9, Queen 9, 10-8, all of those hands. You just have showdown against, and as you said, Jack X.
Look at this.
Gonna feel a lot more comfortable.
Wow, this is actually a really tough spot. A Jack X would call pretty quickly, but with a 7X here, you know, Jack can comfortably bet this river. You know, oh, you see the king, you check because it's an overcard. But when it double pairs the overcard, you're like, oh, if I had a Jack, wow, what a call.
Let's go, Patrick Antonius. Does flick in the call correctly. Back up to over $1 million in chips.
Man.
Seemed to be a little kind of glance up to the heavens before flicking in the 2 chips. Kind of one of those ones where you're like, I know I'm going to call, but maybe he does make the correct call. And look at this. Our next feature table is absolutely stacked. Paul Pua, Elton Sang, one of the most entertaining people.
He follows us, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. I saw Henrik Hecklund, Laszlo Boitas, Jeremy Osmus, I believe.
I guess Renee, was that?
Alex Ponakovs as well.
And let's see. Triton app is very handy. You can figure these things out. Let's see.
119,000.
So Ivan with the open from under the gun with the King 8 and Heibinger Taking the rejam spot for 15.
Oh. Nice. This guy's chipped up from 40K. Got a lot of entries in this tournament, 86.
Gambling? Gambling?
Yeah. 2 minutes left. I only seen the first card, king, and have to go with that.
Oh yeah, that old chestnut.
Yeah, every time I see Patrick play, he seems to always get like this hero call that works. I don't know how he does it. Like, and I don't. He doesn't play that many tournaments, but when he does, he seems to always get put in a tough spot and always calls correctly.
There is obviously that element of gamble, given that we are just a level and a half away from the end of late reg. These stacks sat on less than a starting stack. Easy to level yourself into thinking they're going to take lighter rejam spots. And yeah, it just so happens Ivan had a solid one, but Martiroshin just kind of letting him know that, hey, I'm aware that you may be jamming a bit wider than usual, given that you can still rebuy.
Pretty bad board to see bet, in my opinion. Just kind of hits that
15.
big blind. Oh, he's still going to go for it. With his hand, it's like absolutely nothing, huh? I guess he just thinks Ivan... To be fair, Ivan does defend wider, so I guess he has more hands that would just whiff this completely. But he doesn't. Just ace high, no diamond.
I think we got him the first hand, and then it's over. And we are
Cheeky little stab, Nano, and sometimes you turn top pair, you know? These are the good things that can happen.
Break.
Yeah, how do you hit that? Jeez. So now he's just going to decide whether he wants to bet, get value out of those pair straight draws, top pair type hands, or possibly pot control. I kind of like bet a little more just because of how many bad cards there are going into the river. Plus, with ace-5, okay, like, if you get raised, you're probably beat. And it's not like you don't get to hit your kicker. Because let's say the other guy has ace-8 or ace-7, well, your 5 doesn't matter if you two-paired anyway, so you don't have to really, like, try and bank that card and get blown off it, so... I don't know, I can really see it go both ways, just because the kicker is quite weak.
He does knuckle back, Nano. And hello.
Oh, that's kind of why I like betting a little bit. It's just...
The resuck.
Yeah.
The resuck.
Quick check.
10
Oh,
of spades
no
on
check
the
yet.
river. Completing the straight for Ivan, and see the departure of everyone else at the table, which means that this is going to be the last hand of play before late reg closes.
Yeah, this is tough. It's this is, if you were bluffing, you gotta bluff on this board, you know? Like, it's scary.
It's a pretty sick leveling aspect to this hand as well, because if Vogelsang calls, he can no longer rebuy, and it's going to be down to just 15 bigs when we come back to the 5k, 10k level. He's flicked in a couple of light calls already today against Ivan. That huge king's hand earlier on.
Everyone knows Ivan likes to bluff, so, like, it's hard to lay this down.
You can see he's really pained by this. One easy spot.
He probably knows Ivan would turn, like, a pair into a bluff too on this card. Like, say he had, like, king 7 or king 8, queen 8. These hands should be bluffing this river card.
Christoph Vogelsang deep in the tank. The turn top pair.
I think Vogelsang's also thinking that, that he wouldn't bet this sizing with like a better ace. Even 2 pairs should be a bit cautious
Oh,
with 4
he's
straight.
done it again, Nano. He's done it again, and Ivan Liao is 2 for 0 against Vogelsang today. Getting his man twice as we head into our first break. Scooping in 176,000 chip pot.
I used to
Wow. Vogelsang putting on the cape. Nano incorrectly and going to be coming back after a break of just 15 big blinds. As we'll be losing this table, and the likes of Paul Pua, Elton Sang going to be joining us for a new feature table. I'm really looking forward to that. Elton Sang in a 100k no limit hold'em event. Come on, the boys.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, so late reg now closed, which means, so we had 86 just there. So the boys and girls out there have about, what, 15 minutes to buy in. What's your final prediction? We had 86. Do you think there are any people out there waiting for that final level to end before flicking in the buy-in?
There definitely is. Some people, well, usually Vogelsang's kind of guy, he just comes in the last second, but it looks like he bought in a little bit earlier into this tournament. I'd be surprised if there wasn't, honestly. It's just, people get that little last-minute itch. You saw Brian Rass, right? He's like, wasn't even planning on playing it, I'm pretty sure, earlier today, and all of a sudden he's like, I got to play. So there's more Brian Rass out there.
Definitely. It's a prize pool getting even closer to the €9 million mark, which, I mean, I can only assume we're going to have a champion going home with around 2 to 2.5 million. And Nanonoko and I are going to be coming back with a new table with some new faces for day 2 coverage of the 100k main event here at the Gran Via in Madrid. See you guys shortly.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
welcome back to the broadcast booth. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. Here at the Gran Via in Madrid, it is the main event time, Randy, the time that a lot of the fans at home have been waiting ever so patiently for. It's where the big guns come out firing. We've already seen several people with multiple bullets in this 100K, but registration is now closed. And when we return, it's on. It's game on. There's no hiding now. You can't, take a close spot and then head back to the cash desk and rebuy. Randy, what can we expect now that that bubble's closed? That bubble's closed? Registration is closed. The bubble may be closed soon, but not today.
Yes. Like you said, registration is closed, so some people, they become a little bit less reckless because they don't have that backup.
Exactly.
Right? They know it's their last bullet. They know that, like if they're in for multiple entries, like if they bust now, they've got no chance of getting anything back. Other than that, play should be very similar. Like, you're going to go for the top. We're still really far from the money, right?
Of course.
So play your best and hopefully get some aces.
Hopefully get some aces. That's a pretty good strategy, Just get dealt aces into kings, into ace king, into ace queen. You're going to find yourself top of the pack pretty quickly. I'm really looking forward to seeing who's top of the pack on our new feature table. But we saw Patrick Antonius leaving with the chip lead on his table before we headed into break. And we'll see if our man, let's have a quick gander, if we will. Kevin Pack still leading the way, but it's actually Paul Pua on his, nipping away at his ankles there. Look at that, 154 big blinds, good for 1.2 million. As Randy already alluded to, we're still a very long way away. 89 entries with a field of 50. So thinking of, going from 18 cashes and no titles to then coming to Madrid and Paul taking down the main event on top of already winning a title, it's a bit far stretch, but hey, listen, I feel like if anyone's going to do it, he could definitely do it. He has the morale and the confidence. Andrus Nemeth, Patrick Antonius, Phil Ivey, Alex Ponakovs, Victor Malinovsky, all rounding out the top 7 there. So a lot of big names in the mix, and the table that we're going to be heading down to, let's have a quick gander if I can find Paul's table.
Near the top, I believe.
Yeah, table 3, there we go. So a quick look at the table that we're going to be bringing up. I believe this is the table.
No, that's not it.
So that's not table 3. I do apologize. Table 3, Elton Sang, Henrik Heckling, Jeremy Osmus, Lazo Boytash, Alex Ponakovs, Paul Pua, and Panchara. So we head on down to the feature table. There it is. I mean, what? Elton's short again. Someone double Elton up, please. I want this guy with 50 big blinds.
You see seat number 6? Who's that?
Hello. Our man in the mix straight off the bat. Saras.
So he's got exactly starting stack. The guy just bought in at the very last second.
Yep. So from the commentary booth
what did I get?
to the feature table.
That's pretty good. That's solid.
More entries and a lot of chips, Paul.
How is Paul always the chip leader at some point in
Get
every
it from
single
someone else.
tournament?
Don't get it from me.
I won't. win this tournament also, lah.
What a table, Randy. This is about as entertaining as it can get.
Got
day
the
2 and 100K.
happiest people on the same table.
How much is it? All in.
Oh. Well, you asked for Elton to potentially double.
You have 200?
It's
Less.
possible, but it's a coin flip coming. I don't think he's going to be
Less.
folding this.
69.
169.
No, one.
Close.
179.
180?
No, 189.
Got there eventually.
I call.
He still calls.
You have a pair?
Ace queen.
Okay.
Elton Sang taking the rejam spot for sub 20.
All right, write it down.
Yeah.
I have a queen.
Good news. Good news.
I
No
love
one's
how
saying about the ace.
Problem is no more rebuy now, right? Maybe make one special for me. Just
What are
two
you
hands in the
remaking?
tournament.
Oh!
Okay, no need rebuy.
Jack.
Wait. Don't speak too early.
What a beautiful
Wait,
flop for pocket.
For 189, not
That's like
229.
I hope we're playing 200 big.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Exactly,
Oh,
the jack.
Okay.
Another 9.
Just dead on so many turns instead.
Scary.
Picks up
Not even
8
a jack
outs.
of
I folded a king.
Out of the board.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's it.
flip it.
There's 6 of diamonds on the river.
yeah.
Now
Elton
back in
gets the double
business.
nano.
Back in business.
And you heard him say, oh, no more rebuys, because he would have rebought if registration was to open and he lost that hand. But you got your wish. Someone doubled this man up. Isn't that what you
first
said?
good news was
Literally
no
what I
care.
said.
The second good news is flop a set.
You can see why. Just very chatty. Smiles all round.
Thank you.
Disculpa.
From an entertainment value point of view. It's someone you want at the feature table.
So is it confirmed that the merch is really good quality? Because Brian Rass is all geared up for this tournament.
Yeah, too early.
Too early.
He's out there repping the boys.
I like that comment you made yesterday after the ace jack, ace 8 hand.
People will be busting.
Like,
I mean,
maybe I should use the time bank for this.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because it's like,
This is one-day tournament,
this
right?
early in the tournament.
Yeah.
But like maybe, you know, when you think about it, because I was in the booth for that hand. Like ace 8's probably like realistically almost the second best hand. Like you can have jack 9. Probably don't have jack too much.
What's
You know,
great
and
is
you're also risking
Rass is
less
still doing commentary
pretty close.
at the table.
Yeah, he does. He'll like grab his mic and like speak into it about a spot.
Blind versus blind hands.
I would have normally used the extra time bank, except I was looking at him and he had one time bank, and I'm like, fuck, do I want to be in that spot after like later on? Because like you know that was still like midway day one.
Yeah. It's still like super early in the tournament, you know? I mean, the pots aren't worth like that much.
All right. Nickname Tay. That's what they say it is. Jacks. 35 big blind versus very early position.
Thank you, Aaron.
Is this a mandatory 3-bet, or is this one of those they 3-bet and he puts more action in? I'm like, oh man, that's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, we have 34 big blinds if Ponakovs comes over the top with
big
fist
3-bet.
bump getting it in with jacks. You know, have queens, kings, or aces. GG's. We have
I
2
thought
outs.
it was a decently big blunder, not going all in.
I understand it though. Similar to
In hindsight.
ace queen. One of the trickier hands to play, and especially when you are between that 30 to 6 blind
Get 2 minutes without
stack, sub 30, just like, hey, listen, man, I'll take my 25, 20 big blind rejam spot all day of the week.
You know? But like,
See, now I'm regretting buying the black version of that
yeah.
Triton hoodie, because Jeremy Asmus is absolutely rocking the white and blue one right there.
Well, you got the same one Rass has going on, right?
No, I think Ras has the zip down.
There's 2 versions.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Back to the store. Alrighty. Ace 10. I think it's one of those hands where you either 3-bet as a bluff or you just lay it down against an early-ish position raise. Doesn't play that well. So Elton agrees. Good to hear. 3-bet it. Oh, Brian Rass has got ace queen suited. 22.5 big ones, but he saw an early position raise and a late-ish position 3-bet. It's not an easy spot, is it? Or do you think this is easy? And
All
you
in
just bought in,
225.
so it's like, did I really just play 5 minutes? Well, he's going for it. Well done.
Yeah, literally. That certainly has to be running through the back of his head. How many hands has it been? 3, 4 hands?
Yeah, I know.
Quick 100K.
Nice.
Okay.
Elton's laughing.
No. Keep this. Keep. Not mine. It's yours.
No.
We're not on an Insta bicycle.
Yeah.
Before the person who even came in to fill in for me makes it to the commentary booth.
Maybe you keep the bottle. Give me a new glass.
Because right now the producer's in there.
Give me a new glass. Don't know who's.
Producer's in there with Henry for a little bit.
Yeah, you know how pissed I'd
Just hop
be
right back in,
at
be
5
like, it's
minutes
all
and
right,
out.
you
Good
can
work,
come in.
good work ethic. You know?
Can you imagine?
Shows that you care.
But
Man, I took the longest time off poker really during COVID I'd ever taken, but like I'm loving it again. So
Well,
Me
there
too.
we go.
yeah,
I didn't play for like the whole 2 years.
Maybe we won't be seeing
it's been nice.
Brian in the commentary booth
Once I
anymore
got back, I non-stop.
at future Triton events.
after being the main event winner, just has all this money to keep playing every event.
All of a sudden, he's a Triton poker ambassador alongside Jason Kuhn and Tom Dwan. It's like I'll leave the commentary to you, mere mortals.
This is kind of annoying because of how early position the opener is. You're sitting on 21 big blinds. Wow, he's going to go for it. It looks strong, I'll give him that. You got blockers to the hands that would call you.
Yeah,
But what do you do when you get back to Osmus? Is this a mandatory call, or is this kind of like, man, this kind of sucks?
It sucks, but I think for 20.
And also, you're pretty much committing your whole stack, right? He calls and loses, he's down to 5 big blinds. Looks like he's reaching for those calling chips. There we go.
Henrik Hecklin, one of the nicest guys in poker, part of the Danish Armada. Gentle Giant, all in, at risk.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
King Queen in bad shape
Like, that excitement is very different
against
than
Jeremy
cash, for
Osmus,
sure.
who's been on an
when I
absolute
play threes,
tear
like,
in
I have
recent,
actually a problem, like,
well, the
sleeping
last
at
year
night,
or so.
you know?
Last 6
Thinking
months
about
even,
the
he's just been
hand and stuff.
absolutely killing it.
Think of-
Stateside.
Actually, like one of the things that happened during this that really brought home to me.
Well,
like, I
We'll
played-
take it from
my
3
last
to
time
7.
kinda coming back to poker was the WSOP
King or a
this
jack
fall.
needed.
Yeah.
And I just played like
What's Hecklin? It's going to be hitting the
11,
showers.
like 30.
Oh,
you know,
wow.
35
No
tournaments,
showers.
King of
I'd ever played,
spades.
Yeah.
including like the bracelet
Brutal.
ones, like
Hello.
3K, 6 maximum.
212? Yeah.
Which like in the past I never would have played tournaments that small.
Yeah.
But like,
But the bracelet.
but it was just like I was just for fun. Like, oh, I'm gonna make it a game this summer. I'm
Exactly,
like
yeah.
trying to win a bracelet.
Yeah,
you know?
that's the thing.
Like,
The bracelet.
Feels dirtier to win that one, huh?
It really does, especially 5
So I don't
minutes
know,
after late
like
Ridge
taking
has
that
closed,
approach,
you know.
Like I'm gonna do what I want and have fun with it. Like, obviously you want to make money, but like,
Yeah.
Jeremy,
having that be like the focus. you know?
professional as always.
And
You know,
it's just
he's
made it, like,
been
way
on
more
both
fun
sides of
to
that
have
coin
way more enjoyable.
many times in his career.
I have a question for you.
Go on.
Definitely enjoying.
Do you think Elton Singh knows who Brian Rass is before this tournament?
I mean, I guess you weren't bluffing.
I mean, I can't really be bluffing.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a hand that I don't really want to get called with. Well, by getting called by you is okay. Getting called by him is ace queen suited.
Yeah.
Like, if he fucking calls.
Oh, I love this.
If you call, like, maybe it's okay, maybe it's fine, maybe it's not.
So your question was, do I think Elton knew who Brian was before
this tournament?
It's like, Jeremy,
No.
please don't.
I think I
start
agree with
thinking.
you. He has no idea.
Has absolutely no
Start
idea.
Tanking?
Like, this guy's really chatty.
Oh, thank you.
I don't even think he knows he's a
like
commentator.
that?
No, I didn't have it.
Yeah.
I had
Well, no, I mean, most of the time, I mean, you're just opening from mid. Like, most of the time,
Yeah.
you're going to, or,
you had ace queen
or-
suited.
yeah.
That's the nuts, definitely. I had ace 10.
Ace 10.
Oh, yeah,
I think Elton only cares about the people that are playing in the nosebleed
was
cash
behind.
games with him.
Huh?
You know,
was
anyone that he
behind both
encounters, he
you.
doesn't care about accolades or bracelets or whatever.
Yeah, he's like, I won $1 million tournament. Can you top that?
Yeah, exactly.
But he is very friendly.
哇，King Queen 贏咗啊！
Oh, hi, well.
Sounds like Paul just found out the King Queen held. I guess he was looking away. I was like, oh, you're still sitting there.
Good hand, but happy to take it down.
This is the first time I've seen Jeremy at Triton. Was he at Cyprus?
I don't believe so, no.
No?
Good, 3-1.
So, Triton debut, and he's got to leave.
Yeah.
We don't.
Thanks to me.
He's leaving our table.
Hope you run it.
Really enjoyed it, guys.
5 big blinds.
Yeah, ace 10. That's pretty reasonable 3-bet.
Just kidding.
Yeah, that's obviously pretty brutal. But what can you do?
You
Just shy of 12 million in total live earnings for the American.
Out of nowhere.
Originally from...
And it's good for you. You've been watching everybody play.
See,
so
I
you
always
know
struggle.
I never watched it.
I always struggle with some of the
you're
American
commenting on
like
everything,
city
right?
or
Can't say
town
that you're on camera, right?
pronunciations, but from
yeah,
Lamar,
that's good.
would I be
Thing
pronounced
about
that
the
I have
correctly?
no
commentary
idea where
is
that
It's
is.
not like it's like secret.
Yeah.
Everybody can
Yeah,
do
like you
it.
can watch it all too.
Lamar.
Is that
Don't
Connecticut?
comment about otherwise.
I thought it was Colorado.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
But
see,
now I'm not sure because
How many-
what would
yeah, you
Connecticut
busy
be?
playing how many hours
I'm all
do you
over the
actually
place,
watch?
but
So much.
Yeah.
finds himself, I mean, he's a
At
resident
home, whatever, I
in
play
Las
video
Vegas,
games, I
Nevada.
work out. You know, I don't got time to watch.
When like your
poker.
entertainment time, you're not going to be watching poker, right?
Yeah, been
I've
doing
got my busy
extremely well.
day-to-day schedule of enjoying my life.
The high rollers
Yeah,
over
like-
there.
This is great. We can just listen to Elton and Brian just chat it away.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a walk, Nano.
And I run into Paul's kings.
Yeah. For even these though, we have 5 commentators now, so I'm actually.
There's 5 now?
Yeah, there's 5. There was 3 the first day, and then 4 for some days, and then Randy got here. There's 5. So I mean, realistically, I'm only in for whatever that is, like 40% of the total time anyway. So I'm not seeing everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not following the action when I'm not in the
know.
booth. That's for sure.
But I'm just saying, it's actually a good experience too.
Oh, one of the
because-
reasons why I'm doing 100% is like a way of learning.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
here's
like
the thing. Even if I ever watch poker, if I'm not commentating, like commentating, you're under pressure. Like, you have to talk about what's going on. So
Yeah.
you have to be watching like full focus.
Yeah.
But like, you know, so watching full focus poker for 3-4 hours at a stretch and then analyzing it, you know, every once in a while I stick a hand in like a pre-flop thing or something just to check. Like, yeah, I mean, getting better. And not only that, you're literally getting to see what world-class players think about certain spots. Like, you know, I mean, I like to think I'm smart enough to try to figure out the reasons from time to time, maybe get it right.
What if they just blunder and you're trying to justify it?
I don't know. I sometimes say I don't agree with the play. Like, I'm not.
Yeah.
I try to be nice, but every once in a while, I'm like, I don't know about that one. But you know, even sometimes, you know, there have been. I remember one time when I thought, like, I don't know about that one, but the person was right? You know. So.
Right. I think the commentary for Triton, like, there's not much putting players down.
No.
Like, right? It's much more friendly.
No, it's more like, well, it's more. It's like what you generally try to do is just present multiple sides. Like,
Yeah.
This is what he could be thinking, or this, or whatever. Not as much like, oh, this is right or wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
so
there's not much. There's not much just berating that play.
Oh no.
Not so much on any player, but just like, you know, that was just horrible or something. It's usually very
Super.
It's hard to
Almost
berate
PC.
someone when everyone plays so damn good.
Yeah, that's very true.
Now we put Henry out there. We got something to talk about.
There we go.
And put me out there or Jeff. Like, wow. Well, I guess it's the friendly home game.
Yeah, I'm not an overly PC person, but I do really. I mean, I don't berate people, but like it's hard for me to be PC. I'm kind of like autistically straightforward, but yeah, I try to not be too straightforward, obviously, because you don't want to be mean. Like,
Right.
everybody makes mistakes. I mean, shit, even world-class players
Yeah.
mess up like all the time. I mean, poker is tough, right? But it's one of the fun things about it.
Makes me feel better about that.
So Brian not doing commentary from the booth, but just doing commentary from the feature table.
Yeah, it's like the first time we've got 3 commentators going at the same time. I like it. Easy for us.
Yeah, a much better, like a good way to phrase it is like, instead of a mistake, it's a teachable moment, essentially, you know? I mean, well, whatever else.
Some philosophy bombs being dropped as well. Elton going to defend his big with the Jack 8 and, well, how about a little Jack 5 board for Elton Sang? Flops trips.
Actually a pretty good board for ace king too. Min bet. Okay, so Elton, does he go for the check call or check raise? If there's someone who can check raise a jack here, it's Elton and get called by worse. He's got such a bad image, you know, in some spots. See, he knows it. That's why he's raising. And I feel like the ace king's got to continue against a player like Elton. He's kind of representing a jack and only a jack, right? Like a 5 not going to check raise. You see, that's why you see the call.
Oh boy.
Oh, God. You know when you're like not so short and you hit that card, you're like, yes, this is feeling good now. But actuality, more chips, going to Elton.
Fachara turning top. And as Randy alluded to, absolutely no doubt in my mind that he feels like Elton is capable of having bluffs on this board and ace king going to be good.
Yeah, of course, mandatory call and turn. Brings up a flush draw, which Elton may continue if he was bluffing the flop. River is where it's going to get really interesting.
265 in the middle.
Oh no. Blank.
And the winner of Triton Madrid, only total main events, will take on Triton
SPR less than 1. Is Elton going to go for the lot?
He is going to put a ton of chips in. 150,000, 75% of the pot, roughly. Thoughts on what to do with ace king? Is this like just a game? Wow, snap calls. Man, when you got an image like Elton, you can get paid off huge like this.
This deck, ice cold.
Nice hand.
Chara did absolutely nothing wrong there.
Yeah. I mean, another thing, like I haven't been doing commentary super long, but I feel like one of the lessons I've taken from doing it more and more is to try to be relatively humble for a number of reasons, right? Not only is it like, could I be wrong, or, you know, not always are people trying to do the GTO play. They could be trying to exploit for whatever reason they have. And then the other one is just like, you heard the man in the arena quote. I mean, people, especially on feature table, they're just putting it out there. They're
I
risking the money,
just
they're playing
lost
it
a
out for
huge
everyone,
pot.
so
I'm not
like,
sure
let's also just
now's the
respect
time to
people that are
Yeah.
going for it
continue
and
talking
willing
to him, but
be
hey.
vulnerable in
He's
public
not listening to him, is he?
situation, kinda.
Look at him. He's not looking at him.
So
No. No,
it's easy
Pachara
to
is
criticize the man in the arena. It's hard
not
to be
loving
the man
life
in the
right
arena.
now.
But not surprised. Brian Rass also a humble player. Everyone's humble. I'm waiting for the villain now.
Yeah, where are these villains, you know?
Tony G. Guess he might be the only one that but I love Tony G. On your bike. All right, 2 aces, 2 pocket 4s. I haven't seen this guy before. Knock Dolly? Not sure how to say that, but gonna try to hit a set. A local, I presume, with the Spanish flag. 1-4 dead. It's gonna be hard to make a set. Brian Rask, King 10. I mean, it's only one more big blind. You don't know you're up against aces. So we're playing 30 big blinds around. Ponakov, super aggressive player with the pocket rockets. And we go to a flop. Oh my gosh, Brian Rask flops a straight with King 10 against pocket aces. Hello.
Lack of commentary on Ross' part now, though. The flopping the joint. Queen, Jack 9. 78k out there.
All right, I have a question for you. Check call or check raise? Check raise looks insanely strong though with no flush draw out there, doesn't it? But then there's a lot of bad turn cards that could kill your action.
Yeah, there are definitely turn cards that are gonna kill your action, but I think
Yeah, that's coin
announcing
chips,
the
right?
strength of your hand right here, right now, when Ponakov's got to just have a lot of hands that are just drawing very thin against you, like this. I mean,
Perfect card, isn't it? When you just check call quickly too, it looks like you just got one pair for straight draw. I can really see Ponakov go for another barrel right now.
yeah, I think he will.
There's just so many hands you can get value from, right? The king queens, the jack tens, the 10-9s. I can name them all.
Yeah, even hands like Queen 7 that defend the big are just going to be an absolute world
course.
of pain.
Reaching for chips.
See if Rast brings out the old Johnny Chan tank call. He's pondering a decision. There we go.
So Rast is trying to think whether to keep slow playing or check jam. If he thinks his opponent's sitting on like a 2-pair plus, he would want to jam now. But I think he thinks it's reasonable enough his opponent's just sitting on 1 pair, and that hand probably would just fold to a jam. So he slow plays again, hoping for a little card. It's not the card he wants to see. Of course, it's quite unfortunate. But you know, there's always a chance your opponent might bluff. I feel like you should just keep checking. When you lead here, you almost always have the 10, right?
You can block with some 2 pairs, but yeah, pretty much.
See what Rast thinks. Yep, laid a trap. Just like Johnny, he trapped too.
300k out there. Feels somewhat thin.
Nah, I don't.
Go
He
for
wouldn't be
value.
value betting. He'd be, if he bets, it's a bluff, right? There we go. Check it down. Nice. Oh. Yeah, imagine it blanks off. You know, Ponakov might just pilot it in.
Oh yeah, any card under a 6 or under.
Bad river for me. Yeah.
For you.
Ponakov's giving him the full double.
Well, I mean, definitely probably wasn't the worst river, but some chance there's no worst river.
That don't look like a bad river to me, Rast. You let the guy check back his aces. But he's doing well since he got here, huh? Last minute registration. Not sure how many blinds he's got now, but playing well. Slow playing properly. It's kind of like all the commentary he's done before he entered this tournament was
Was it
just
suited?
preparation for
Suited?
this
No.
moment. Jack 7 diamonds. A little bit marginal, but some people get a little frisky when they're sitting on 50 blinds, and Hacklin's one of them. Cash Game Pro.
Still reviewing that Ace King versus Jack 8 spot.
You've been reviewing that? It was so
Elton-
long ago. It was like 2 hours ago.
Elton played it to literal perfection. It's actually
Literal perfection.
It's insane.
The guy who does not look at solvers played it to perfection. You know how hard that is?
The check raise to 3.5 bigs. 33. Like, honestly, it's actually pretty insane.
Exact. So the guy was born as a solver.
I think the first words that came out of Elton's mouth were solver. Solver jail.
GTO. His mom was like, what? What's GTO? Alright, little pocket eights here. Splatted from the small blind. Interesting spot. Ras flopping decent. Hecklin's got inside straight draw. Someone who flats from a small blind oftentimes has these medium pocket pairs, or and they got like those queen X's. Maybe like an ace jack. So once you bet this flop, you got a decent idea that your opponent's sitting on mid pair, but he's going to check. See what happens. King on the turn. Well, no reason for Ras to bet now, but I would like to see Hecklin take a stab here on the king. If my opponent blighted with a medium pair like 8s or 7s, he would have a hard time calling when the king rolls off. You would check back a hand like ace, king, king, queen a lot on this board. Oh, he's actually leading himself. I think it's a little bit interesting. I guess he doesn't want... He wants his opponent... He doesn't want to let Hecklin dictate the action, I suppose, with the sizings. He actually lead out tiny. A little unusual, though, isn't it?
Yeah, also you get to save yourself from being put in a tough spot. Playing a guessing game.
Yeah.
Going to the river. And you still have equity, you know, if you are behind, to improve in the form of a rivered set or hitting that gut shot. Rast off to an absolute flyer here.
Playing well.
Doubling without ever being all in at risk. It was all in once. Elton had the 3-bet bluff combo. That swiftly folded.
Mm-hmm.
Pocket 4s.
Laszlo Boytash. Absolute sicko.
I feel like Ras is getting involved in every hand right now.
Ras needs to behave and let go of the threes.
He's not going to let go of the threes, is he? Come on. He's been practicing. He knows everything about all these players. He's been watching. He knows how to get away from them, how to value bet. King Jack here. 8.5 bigs. I kind of feel like I wait for another spot, right? Yeah. The man, the founder, co-founder of Triton. Can't believe he's got so many chips. He's supposed to be a businessman, but he just keeps crushing.
Oh, wow.
Pocket 4s makes quads. Yes.
Death by quads. Unfortunately for Laszlo.
I love the snap check, though. Just look like you got something weak. You're just giving up. Brian Rast noticed the fast check. Is he contemplating a little bet? He's got a little backdoor spade, backdoor wheel. Oh, man. He's got no chance of winning this. Not even 3-3 on turn and river would win this.
Deuce of spades, 5 of spades, yeah.
Ah.
0.1%.
Jeez, I can't believe you even see that.
Play PLO for a living, mate. Always dreaming of
this.
The dream runouts.
Snap call. Oh no, that's not what you want to see. Because Ras might think, maybe I can multi-barrel this. I got equity. My opponent, if he's sitting on like a kings, queens, jacks, are they really going to call 2 barrels? I doubt it. But if he checks here, he's basically thinking that Bouchage is playing like one of those weak aces, playing it cautiously, like an ace-9, ace-8.
Yeah, Laszlo also going to check call. all of his pocket pairs.
It's a free card. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
He just hit a wheel. Brian Rath accumulated all those chips to
What on
dust them
earth
away
is
here.
this run out? Flop quads. Brian Rath with the stab on the flop, trying to get protection from 2 overs.
What is that?
Oh,
Is
wow, it's the old 10% river block.
The inducing. Oh my god. Usually you see this with like actually a weak blocking type hand, right? This is quads. He's trying to bait. Well, because if his opponent had a flush, they're never going to just call 15,000, right? He's going to bloat it up and it looks like some rebluff or... Oh my gosh. I don't think Rats has that an ace that often too. Oh man. Raising chips coming in. The dream scenario when you block bet with quads and you get raised.
The old bet 3-bet incoming. Sick that Laszlo has the vision to pull this off. I feel like a lot of people just
bet and hope.
Yeah, just fire out 75% on the river.
Yeah.
Laszlo hitting him with the 10% and the time bank before moving it in.
How does he think of all this so fast? I like the time bank use here too, actually. It does look like you would make a play. Wow, jams. Brian's even got I don't know, 3 of spades. Sure, you block some flushes, unlikely. Your opponent needed a 3 of spades to make it anyways. Wow.
Yeah, you're really just hoping that Laszlo is blasting off with, 10s through kings with a spade, which just seems so unlikely. Certainly capable of doing it. His name is Omaha for rolls for a reason. One of the toughest opponents to play against in the world, courtesy of his aggressive tendencies.
Do you think Ras should call here, or do you think this is an easy fold, easy call? What do you think?
No, I think Rust has better hands to defend with.
But the line's so crazy, right? It's confusing him a bit. He's like, man, you check call the flop. You bet tiny on a river. I guess to Ras, maybe he thinks it looks like aces. It's actually better than aces.
Yeah, I mean, literally the way the hands played out.
Wow. I mean, no commentary right now from Rast. He needs to think about this.
No, and I think
Ace Jack.
Yeah, I was about to say like Ace 10, Ace Jack with a spade, Ace Queen with a spade. Does that make sense?
Jack, Ace 10, Ace 4 suited, pocket 5s, aces.
I think Rast has definitely. He's aware that he has better hands to call with here. Rast can still have some boats as well. Not many.
Not many.
Pretty much exclusively pocket 5s, but
it's possible. But yeah. Wow.
The thing is he's correctly deduced that Wojtas never has a flush here. It's boat or Ace Jack, Ace 10 with a spade.
Maybe even the king high flush.
I mean, I do think a king high flush is possible, to be honest. It's not unreasonable, given the way the hand play looks under repped. So if you had flushes in there, even more hands now beat him. But the thing is, this guy is sick enough to play back at you. Rast needs to think, would this guy try to make me fold a big hand like this? And he does fold correctly, but loses a solid amount of chips there.
Turn over? See anyway? Bluff?
We'll see.
Huh?
We'll see.
Show the 10 or Jack.
I had actually like the worst hand that I value raised there, basically.
Ace 9.
Ace 9? That would be pretty.
Elton Sang tried it. I love that.
Ace 9, I'd be pretty happy to call the 15.
Oh, that's fantastic
Three
commentary.
time banks.
Oh yeah, sorry. Fuck.
Fantastic.
Sí, rojo, rojo. Sí, por favor.
Good luck.
Such a
Sí,
good
los
spot to
míos.
bluff.
Which table?
So we're going to lose Alex Ponokovs. And just to give you boys and girls an idea at home for what these guys are playing for, now that the payouts have come in.
Or actually, no.
So
Maybe if I have the worst
93
hand
entries in
I might
total.
actually call you.
Lost over half the field,
Great hand to
44
call
left. And it's
Raised
Big
ace
Al
five.
leading the pack, by the way.
Didn't have ace five.
He's a fan favorite.
That hand, that's-
€2,477,000 euros for first, with 13 places,
Blocking fives and aces is like
making
pretty,
it into
nice.
the money min cash of €186,000.
Wow. How many people get a million?
Oh, that's a great question. 3 people.
3? I thought it was going to be 2.
No,
Wow.
I mean, even fourth is, just shy of a mil, 888.
888. It really says 888.
888,000. Yeah.
8s are very lucky in Asian culture.
There we go.
All right, he's back for vengeance. 9-7 suited.
Is he opening into Laszlo? Oh, he is.
He
Yeah, he's opening to Laszlo's big. Not seen much from our main boss man, Paul Pua. Plus, yeah, he's just,
He's solid.
he's just chilling.
But, like, for some reason, his stack just keeps
Straight.
going up, but just, like, kind of slowly.
Pocket threes.
For some reason, he's been in solver jail.
He does always ask questions.
But I mean, I'm still ahead of all of his bluffs. That's for sure. I mean, just aces, bad aces up.
Pattern on the flop. He checked call a small bet.
No, I bet.
Yeah, he checked call.
Yeah.
He's just the.
Could even have
the
like
king jack?
kings. He could even have
King
like
jack,
kings with the
queen
spade.
jack.
Like that's a decent hand as well.
I love talking about
Blocking me
the
from
hand of
having enough
someone
flush.
in front of the guy who you're talking about like he's not there.
Kings
I
with
was
a
literally
spade?
just thinking that. Like, you're
No,
trying to
alright.
guess what Laszlo Boytash has in a spot. Good luck.
King queen. I mean, that's like, why are you betting 15?
He's betting 15 to induce you to raise.
I know I got bluffed there. It's okay. It happens.
Ah, he didn't. Wow, quickly.
Baiting him.
Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, he led 10%, right?
Yeah. Or I think just over 10, like 12 and a half.
So Laszlo, similarly to us, Randy, looks down at the suited connectors out of the small blind and says, hey, I'm in. 8-7 of spades.
Yeah.
In trouble.
I mean, the way I saw him play those quads, I'd be pretty confident about his post-flop ability. But here he flops really well. Start for call, see what happens. Elton's going to keep in mind that his opponent called from a small blind. Changes things up a bit, but look at
What's
that
that
card. It's a lot of outs.
Honestly, so far today, we've just been spoilt for action with the runouts. Really haven't been too many boring hands played. Wow.
Jesus.
How's your luck?
You hit quads, you hit runner flush against queens. Life's good.
Problem is, obviously, Elton going to have a lot
Okay,
of just
what is
ace
that?
highs.
Is that one of those tiny bets again? He did it again. Induce the raise?
Blocking river for 25%.
I'm not blaming him to raise to 100, but my gosh, these tiny bets are working so well. There's no way. Like, he would have probably bet, most people bet like, what, 60, 70K and they get called by queens. He actually
Yeah,
somehow
that's
made
just
more
gonna call.
chips.
Always just going to call. And Laszlo tables
Look at his eyes. He's like
the winner.
Didn't expect that. This guy is scary to play against. His block bets are strong.
And boys and girls, if you want to see who else is out there putting people to the test, you can head on over to the App Store and download the Triton Poker Plus. You've heard Randy and I talking about the prize pool. You've heard us talking about the other players in the field. If you want to go and sweat that in real time and see who's still in the mix, who's out there battling for 2,477,000 euros, check it out. There's some absolute killers out there, I'll tell you that much. Big Al leading the pack. Patrick Antonius in second, Andrus Nemeth in third. Day 2 chip leader coming into today, Kevin Pack in fourth and Paul Pua in fifth, rounding out the top 5.
Okay, Ras. Ace 10, Ace Jack for Tay. Not good spot.
Maybe I bet the turn
Well, no one
I get
folded the
check-raised on
10.
the turn probably, or something. It'd be really hard for me to,
Good spot.
It'll be
I'll take it.
either
I'll take
play it all or
For you.
maybe you don't check raise.
Sometimes, maybe.
Huh?
Maybe.
Maybe, right? Flush draw, pair, rep the 9.
Jack of spade. The window card.
Okay, I will
Oh.
definitely take that flop, whether it comes or not.
You got the ace jack or 10?
No.
You got the ace 10?
Yeah. If I'm the ace jack, I'm not that happy with that flop. I mean, it's better than a 10, but
Can see the outs for Rast. 27% equity going to the river. Get back up to over $500,000. Finds it.
Count out the chips. You knew. It's a trick.
sorry.
Unlucky.
And
Good game, good game.
Chara. Going to be jumping straight into the 50K, I assume.
Yeah,
Absolute boss.
50K turbo, is that right?
Oh, yeah. He'll be out there in the mix.
Listen, everybody has to have their moves. When you can't play, you've got to resort to the cheap tricks like that. Counting out chips, taking off the mic with the walk away, like.
I love his
Good game.
shirt, though.
Yeah,
Is that
so
an
that would've
astronaut
seen
on the back of Pachara's shirt?
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
right?
I'm going to have to ask him where he got that from.
The moon.
That's the spot the PLO player's just like always bluffing, but I just gotta let you have it. It's like always turning like ace jack into the bluff there.
Is that true?
Ras just
Or just Ras have no
heart,
idea?
you know? That's what it boils down
doesn't
to.
want
Don't
to.
play scared.
He
Just
doesn't
trying
want
make
to not
cash.
talk about it.
Just what he wants Laszlo to tell him.
I think he would know by now if he just looked at the phone, right? Has it been 30 minutes? Maybe the Triton Poker app? Possible.
Says the man opening 2 pots in a row.
He's going to find out.
I've never actually watched Ras play, but it's pretty entertaining. It's very chatty.
He talks a lot, doesn't he?
Does talk a lot. Talks more than us, and we're in the booth. But I like it. Oh, could be a little fun.
His nemesis.
Like, don't you feel the history already building between these two? Seem to be getting involved over and over again. But, I don't know, 10-9 suited, out of position from under the gun. Tough spot, right? You're kind of deep, though.
50 effective for
Slightly.
3x.
It's a little bit slightly bigger raise than some other people. Problem is you're out of position, but still going to try and hit it, looks like. I think he feels like it's getting a little personal, maybe. Wants to kind of get him. Let's see. Can Ras Get a couple of low cards. Whoa, he out flops the ace king. Well done. But what do you do? Do you ever lead here? Most people checked at pre-flop raise, but I've seen some people kind of use some interesting lines lately.
Yeah, always checking over to the pre-flop 3-better on this board, regardless of whether or not he has more sets in his range. Laszlo with the pre-flop range advantage, overpair advantage. Russ going to have some traps, you know, some aces at small frequency. I think this deep 44 effective on the flop. Always check calling here. Not really looking to check raise stack off with 10-9.
Yeah, I agree. Just got like way too many chips behind.
Spade would be fascinating. The deuce of diamonds, safe as it gets.
When Ras calls the 3-bet from under gun and check calls his flop, it really does look like he's got a pair. Like, it's possible to have pocket 9s. You could have pocket 8s, pocket 10s, pocket jacks. Not too many, like, it's very unlikely Ras is unpaired here. Laszlo no set, but
you'd have to have some like king, queen, ace 10, ace 6 floats. Backdoor hearts, backdoor diamonds. See Boytash blocking the spades.
Ras is crushing, man. Do you go for value? I feel like it's safe to go for value because most people, when they bet the flop here with an overpair, would keep betting that turn card. Especially with the way the stacks are, so that you can jam the river. I think Ras can try and represent a float, maybe like a jack 10.
175.
Yeah, I like this bet a lot.
Quick fold from Laszlo. No mucking about.
Easy come, easy go.
There you go. Is that ball?
Just love Elton. Paul is always commentating too.
He just absolutely loves it.
20打翻上去60，又跌翻落嚟40。Huh? Oh, sorry. 6-12.
Oh, blinds up.
Blinds are up
What is it,
indeed, my
12?
man. Wait, what? Who's the Chinese Adamo? What is going on?
Power up. Time to go Super Saiyan mode.
Jack 10?
What, this last hand?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. You haven't told me what you had the other. Why should I just tell you? Like, you'll find out in an hour,
Watch
man.
it yourself after.
You've let me sit there and stew. I will do the same for you.
You didn't guess my hand yet.
Oh.
Did I even, I mean, it's hard for me to believe I didn't even guess the same class of hands. I mean,
Wow.
guessing the precise hand could be tough. Because, I mean, really, if you have an ace, it could be just like any suited ace.
Queen of spade or something.
Could even be like a big
Like,
ace,
I mean,
like with a spade,
flush,
like
yeah.
ace king with a spade, and you're just like, forget it, I'm turning this into a bluff. He doesn't have the nut flush. You know, I don't know. But if you didn't have an ace, didn't have like kings, I don't know. Let me play this pot because we're not folding. We got to play against this beast on the button. Let's go. All right.
I love that curveball from Laszlo. It's like, you didn't guess my hand yet, mate. That's why I haven't told you.
Outflopped, top 2. Ouch. Pretty safe board too. One you're gonna lose multiple barrels on. Let's see if Hecklin goes for a small bet, a big bet. You know, when you're holding top 2, you're kind of thinking like, what can this guy have to call?
我哋仲喺馬德里喎，仲喺馬德里，應該一路之後去威尼斯，
5K.
跟住之後就6月暫時未行嘅。
Drop a 5 out there. Pretty safe card. Action is on Rast, taking his sweet time. Guess he's contemplating a lead. All right. Wants to control the action, doesn't want to give free cards. Rast is quite a tricky player. But he's actually got up against top 2. Sometimes when you do these like interesting lines and then you get heavy action, you feel like you induced it, and then you try to call down and you just get shown the bad news. It happens, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like when Laszlo bet 15k and Brian raised that leveling aspect of weakness being displayed. Not sure ace-9 falls into the bucket of hands you want to be leading on this turn, but I'm sure we'll be able to explore the hand with Brian later on.
Yeah, I think Brian also trying to get in the heads of these guys. Throw some curveballs. And those are raising chips. 125,000. I think Hecklin thinks that maybe he's up against like another 2 pair. Wants to try to get it in. Charge those heart draws. Can Rast get away? Problem is he calls this bet. He's going to have to expect the river jam coming up too. Make your decision now. Oh man, he's making a call. This is getting dicey.
Gentle Giant has Rast in the blender. 3-7-4 in the middle. Hecklin with less than pot behind.
It does bring a 4 straight out there, but I think it's unlikely either player has the deuce. If someone's got a straight, it's more likely to 6-7. Like, I can't imagine Hecklin thinks that Rast is leading the turn of a deuce and calling a raise. And I don't think Rast thinks that Hecklin is raising a turn with a deuce. So I think we can kind of disregard that wheel straight very often. Okay. Almost all in, all but one. I mean, Rast must have known this was coming.
He's not all in. Can you count it?
Yeah, Rast kind of opening the door for this by leading turn.
Yeah, that's the
and now
problem.
Finds himself in a really tough spot.
Yeah, when you take leads or use these like different lines or small bets, you do induce some action, and sometimes you level yourself into kind of defending it. Wow, this is a strong play. What Rast is probably thinking right now is, okay, would he still go for all the chips despite the 4 straight coming out with a hand like 2 pair? Or would he maybe bet a little bit smaller or get cautious and check? But if he thinks he's still value jamming those hands, then that river card doesn't change much. I mean, Ras has been put in some tough spots given his short amount of time here in the main event.
Yeah, he's been involved, and it's a fair share of hands.
I think he feels like these guys are pushing him around too a little bit.
Yeah, it also feels like one of the worst ace-X that he should be heroing with. Blocking 9-7 and 9-6.
Yeah, this is just one of those. I either think you got it or I don't think you got it. I don't think he ever thinks Hecklin's doing this with a better ace. Like an ace 10 plus would check it back or bet small. So that's kind of a problem because that means he's got what he perceives as the best ace-X. Looks like he's gonna fold, right? Doesn't like it.
Oh no. I don't know, maybe I can't do it, but.
Wow, he
no.
does call it off.
Okay, it's a go. All right.
Just making sure.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly right. It's probably short a little bit.
I don't really care.
I mean, you have.
Yeah. I'm just making sure, you know.
Yeah.
So Hecklin
Nice hand.
was just one card away from hitting the showers. Now finds himself almost at the top of the pack, just shy of $1 million. Good for 4 starting stacks.
Yeah.
38 remain here at the Gran Via in Madrid.
Yeah, I think that turn lead made him just level himself, honestly.
Yeah. Well, definitely. Brian Rust was flying. Now down to 15 big blinds. Going to need to find a spin spot sooner rather than later. It's our man, Paul Pua, still out in front at this feature table. Hasn't played a single hand thus far at the feature table, but
still has all those chips. I feel like his chip stack didn't change.
All the chips, yeah. Patience is a virtue. He knows that better than anyone. Henrik Hecklin now playing 80 bigs. Laszlo Wojtas on 50, Elton Sang 37, Yaman Nakdali on 23.
Man, he's had a roller coaster of a day. Ryan Ras down to a short stack. I think we will hear about a hand from him next time he's in the booth. So
100%.
We'll be playing short deck or something. Like he's gonna want to talk about it. I'm sure he will. So
We
we'll
may
hear
even
about
get some commentary whilst he's here at the table.
Yeah, I think when he's looking at it now, he's just okay. Well, who cares about that? Ace 4, ace deuce. I think he should be jamming this, right? He's sitting on like 14 bigs, blind versus blind.
182.
But what about the ace deuce? Is this a call or is this my kicker is too weak?
It's all in.
I think for chips it's close.
Someone with a cold butt or something would be nice.
Lays it down.
There's also the obviously the.
I mean, I'll try. I felt like I didn't.
He just lost the big pot value.
I think it was just because the announce it's on, because I didn't really say it like that soft or anything. But
No, I heard it.
yeah.
I like these shades he's got. Don't notice, player.
Since you sit down this hour.
Yeah.
You're like involved in all the big pots.
Oh, shit. Why's it?
Come out firing.
That's
No, I
Raz
don't
turning
wanna
up the
watch
volume,
the
trying
stream. I
he wants
wanna-
the commentary.
how
Gotta
much
wait
is
30
it?
minutes on the
You
hand,
know?
right? At
An
least 30
hour or
minutes.
so.
He wants to see the
Yeah, I don't want to watch the stream.
the pocket threes hand.
All right.
I was like, I thought it was an hour.
Yep.
Is it an hour or 30? I'm not sure.
I think it's
but-
an hour.
Okay, it's an hour delay. It's roughly an hour. Yeah. Well, you guys don't like long breaks, so that's why we get a little bit longer delay. I like that. All right, I'm not even going to try and say this name. You go for it.
Lubovetsky.
Shit, you got it. How?
Ukrainian.
I know, but like,
Lubovetsky. It's that easy, mate. It is in our contract, though, to butcher at least 69% of names, so you're just you're fulfilling your duty, mate. Obligations and all. It is always tough from the commentary booth. Can't get every name right, but Lubovetsky is one that I will.
Paul's got ace-5. We're like, okay, we're going to force you to play hand right now. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, I was going to say this is not that great of a board for Queen 10. Play cautious. Paul ace high. Contemplating a bet with absolutely nothing, or maybe trying to bait a turn check from his opponent so he get a free shot at hitting something. Checks around. Well, you got to see 5 cards. Never too bad.
Yeah, Paul not interested. Gonna take his ace high to showdown. And Laszlo gonna just knuckle back the Queen 10, scoop in a pot. Back up to over 600,000 now.
So, did he just tank? That Jack 10 of hearts would have flopped a flush, huh?
Would have indeed, yeah.
He's probably like, he probably kicked the table. I was like, damn it. Because he tanked a bit. He really wanted to play it.
Yeah,
That's
sick
worse, right?
about it.
It's better when you just auto-foil it. Oh. When you were on the fringe of calling, or maybe making a play, and you see that flop, I just leave.
I feel like when you get to this level, you kind of remove the like results-oriented mindset, especially when it's like a close spot pre. He also gets to see Laszlo's Queen 10, and it's like, yeah, all right, good fold. Like I was dominated.
Is that not results-oriented?
What, that it was a good fold, based on the fact that he was dominated.
I suppose. Yeah, but what happens if you saw?
But that's the important
the
decision,
10-9.
right? Like the important decision is the correct pre-flop decision, not what the RNG happened to be in the hand.
Trying to be smart.
Well,
I like it.
All right, listen, I'm very guilty of kicking myself for folding marginal spots pre-flop, but you just have to kind of have to just learn how to get over it.
All right, little pair. Is he calling or raising with Queen Deuce? That's calling? Queen Deuce high. Remind me which piece of the board he has. That piece. How do they know to just drop the cards on cue to our commentary? I just don't know what to say anymore. Gilles just hits it.
Wrapped around the King Jack. Queen high also going to be good. Decent amount of the time. It's tough to make a pair and hold them.
Luke gonna value bet this one, it looks like. I think he expects the king to have continued firing the turn. So let's just get a little bit of value out of those jacks or 3 or those random straight draws. But what does Paul have? It doesn't beat anything besides some random floats. Good laydown.
€37 players remain. The €100,000 buy-in main event here at the Gran Via in Madrid. I know we've still got plenty of events to come here, but I'm kind of getting impatient as to where the series is going to be heading to later on in the year.
They definitely are planning it. I know, I've heard.
I certainly hope they are, given the turnout and success of this Madrid stop so far. The players clearly want it. The fans and viewers at home clearly enjoy watching this, all these high stakes MTTs.
Ace Jack. Very deep stacks here. So I can really see you consider calling or 3-betting. You know, Paul's up his game. Before he wouldn't 3-bet this hand, but like he learned from all those sickos. You need to 3-bet these weaker holdings that, you know, good holdings but not suited. Take it down. He gets so much respect too.
Scrolling through the field, a few big guns out. Michael Adamo not going to be joining the 3-time champions club. Mustafa Kanit, Jeremy Osmus, Danny Tang, Ben Heath, Christopher Volks, and Jason Kuhn. I mean, all of these guys crushers. It doesn't matter whose name I read out, but Stephen Chidwick, Tony G, Sergio Ido. Guys can head on over to the app. Some big names out, mate.
But you know who's still in? Ivy. I always love to see that name.
Phil Ivey in the top 10.
And Patrick Antonius. We're going to have an old school reunion.
Fedor Holtz still in the mix. Nicky P, Daniel Dvoris. Oh, yes.
Well, that is what I call a bad board for pocket fours, but he is still firing because his name is Elton Singh. Easy takedown.
Absolute legend. I just want to go out partying with him just once. I feel like I may never return.
Because of too much fun.
Yeah, I'm just going to get lost. Night out with Zhang. You don't want to go back to your previous life.
By the way, when you asked me if we were going to be invited to that party, Brian Rass is now allowed to go to the party since he's played the tournament.
Which party?
The one that, the other day, we were doing the short day.
What, last night's party?
Yeah. Well, I guess it's hard to go back in time. Maybe they haven't thrown the party yet.
Maybe.
Because how are they gonna party and play this event?
I didn't know you had to play a tournament in order to be invited. If you had said that, I would have jumped in the 100K.
It's still getting value out of it, even if you bust. All right, queens. Bad timing for the king 7 suited.
Yeah, Lubovetsky trying to get a cheeky one through. I mean, it's going to have raise folds off this stack depth. King 7 certainly one of them.
À,打波出咗啦。
係啊，得翻個翻版喺度。
So Lubovetsky joining the 15 Big Blind Club alongside Brian Rast.
If you want to register for the next event, in case you bust, you can see how you done. You have 20 minutes to do so, and you get full play of the year and online cards, as if it's your new tournament.
Okay.
So if you register within 20 minutes from the time you bust, you get full play of the year points and online cards.
But what if we're still playing this event? So we
Then
just
you can't.
register first and then.
Then you'll probably get 2 points for million.
No, I mean.
If you happen to bust and you want to register, you have 20 minutes to do so.
Oh, okay. That's what you mean. Yeah, I'll register if I bust. I'm probably not gonna bust.
Four just coming over. Let him know they.
So
20
count me
minutes
out
left.
on that one, I guess.
Maybe not so soon.
I think that basically applies to the guys who are short, right? Like, oh, maybe I'll take this spot because I can still register the 50K turbo if I happen to bust. So someone like Rast, right? Like, he might be like, you know what, just rip it in. Keep it simple. He's
Yeah,
gonna raise.
just a little bit too deep to open shove. Starting the hand with just a pip more than 17.
Yeah, it's almost like the tournament director came to just tell Brian Rast that he's like, by the way, if you want to register. Because it's so unlikely for any of these other guys to bust, right, with these big stacks in 20 minutes. It would take a miracle.
Anything can happen from what we've seen over this past week.
Well, gonna be Elton and Rast. Queen 10. Outflopped. Rast is not running good now. What's the approach of ace jack here? Ace of clubs. Tiny stack. Under the gun versus big blind. See bet or check?
Feels like a pretty grim one to get check raised off of, right, with that ace of clubs, but still going to be proceeding as usual, I think.
When you have a smaller stack, if your opponent has a piece, they do check raise you a little bit more, right? They're like, oh, if I got a flush draw, maybe I just rip it in, and then you don't get free turn cards. Like a queen. A queen might even just raise, right? Because of how shallow he is, his opponent. I don't know. It's tricky, right? Because not like Elton's going to fold to a turn. Bet. Let's see what he thinks. So he's trying to figure it out. Gonna call. Oh, ace of clubs. Interesting spot, isn't it?
Yeah, so I assume that Rast would now be more incentivized to check behind, although certainly capable of setting up 3 and turning this into a bluff. Just applying max pressure on, you know, the 7x, 6x's of the world.
He's got slightly above pot. It's not unreasonable for him to keep betting, right? Like, can King 7 really continue to against another bet? I don't think so.
A third pot jam is pretty sexy.
Yeah, it's not bad too. Gonna take the free card. Can he get there? No. Elton trying to decide if he should value bet. If he's trying to represent a draw, it'd be like the gut shots, right? Or the straight draws, 8-9, the 10-8. But he certainly would have, with appear to have more value bets than bluffs, in my opinion.
Yeah, only 8-9, 10-9, 8-10 bricking. Everything else beating the ace-jack of Zarast. All right, Elton going to have some here, backdoor spade floats as well. Not many, but... And he does get out of there. Down to just 13 bigs, I believe. 13.3 to be precise.
Looking grim. Is Brian leaving?
He is indeed. We are down to the final 36
Good luck,
players.
gentlemen.
Big Al
Brian. Good luck to you too.
leading the way. Paul doesn't mind. He's as patient as they come. Yeah, I think that ace-9 hand is going to be in the back of Brian's mind
happy with the
for
event?
quite
How it's
some
going?
time.
So far, yes.
Yeah, it's
Pretty
nice,
much
huh?
on
You
the
guys
way
like it?
home, too.
Yeah,
I mean,
first
he's
time
never
for
going
me.
to forget that
Yeah,
hand.
perfect.
That
Hope you'll come
was a
Everything
huge pot.
perfect. Yeah.
You lost like
keep improving. I think.
Yeah.
400,000 chips?
Still have room
Your
to
first time
improve.
play Triton? Sorry?
Not like you lost like
First
10 big
time in
blinds.
Madrid?
No, it's like a
First time in the
930K
Triton stop.
Yeah,
pot.
first time Triton stop. Okay. Yeah.
All right, Hecklin actually defends the button. King 7 suited. Trying to outplay
That's really
Laszlo.
nice.
Yeah, the field is, you know,
Oh, good.
we have many businessmen,
yeah, it's nice.
recreational come, they
Nice
don't
mix.
expect to win, but they support us.
It's an amazing mix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Location,
Oh,
amazing.
great. I
Yeah.
think we'll come back next year.
Yeah.
Coming back to Madrid, you hear that?
Okay.
Of course we're coming back.
Boss
Paul won a
man.
title here, man.
Bossman needs some more TV time so he can, he can leak these things without any of us getting in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. We say it. Well, we're not coming back next trip.
Yeah, but Luke just asking Paul there if he's happy with the turnout, and yeah, not surprised to hear that he's pretty ecstatic about the venue and the players that showed up. Paul also seems to be pretty happy that it's not just pros showing up here in Madrid. There's been a fair share of businessmen as well. Oh, Nagdali. With the sub 20 rejam spot. Wow, okay, so instead. Okay, wow. I mean, Elton Zhang, if there's ever a time you can get away from the ace queen o, it's under the gun versus hijack, and the hijack 3-betting off of a 20 big blind stack.
Looks strong, doesn't it? You put in some chips. Luke wakes up a hand, you waste those chips. I don't know. Just does not seem ideal. 2 people to act in the blinds too, right?
Yeah, I would have gone slightly smaller in Nagdali's shoes. Because you are allowed to have, some bluff 3-bets off 20.
Yeah.
I think you can, you can make it as small as 5.
Yeah, like 60 something K.
Yeah, literally. It's does look incredibly strong, though. See if Luke wants to run it for 20.
He's gonna be thinking, okay, would you take this small, this 3-bet, not all in with like ace king? Because then, you know, maybe he can do something. But if he thinks this is heavy, big pairs, it becomes a problem. And he thinks so. Nice fold.
Don't know much about Nagdali, but he is rocking a Casino Gran Via t-shirt.
Yeah, I don't know. You got a hand in mob going up.
From Valencia. 134,000 in total live earnings. Best live cash. Less than the buy into this tournament.
Wow. Maybe he's more of a cash game player.
I would assume so. Had a couple of really good scores though in the last couple of months here in Madrid. Took down a high roller at the Australis Poker Tour.
I think King 9 is definitely good enough to limp call blind versus blind. People raise pretty polarized though. King 9 definitely does decent, even out of position here. Assuming not some crazy size. It is a little big, but King 9's pretty tempting. I don't know, looks like he doesn't really want to play it. I'm not sure. 3.5 big blinds. I think he just wants to stay out of trouble.
Stay out of trouble, he does.
Show him the ace queen, feel good.
Cannot let you see for free.
I mean, I can call.
Yeah, but not for free.
Yeah. Oh, just don't want to clash at this station.
Banter at the table, eh? In a 100k buy-in.
I like the choice.
There he is. Haven't heard from him in a while. Since he won that big pot with Jack 8. Lubovetsky disciplined as always. Somewhat frustrating when you have an RFI just one seat to your right when he would have had a very easy open jam spot for 12.
I'm predicting the flop is going to be ace 4-4.
Well, I'll take 10-4x for max entertainment value. Wow. How about top boat?
Not bad. And actually, the 4 hearts would have to continue on this flop.
Have to agree with you, Nano.
Okay, so what is the 0.1% this time?
Running quads, my man.
Oh, right. Jeez, nothing's changed.
It's all right, mate.
Oh, got to tag Ras back in, but he's still playing. All right. So he does check call. Obviously, not the greatest turn card, because if Elton had an 8-9, well, took you out. I wonder what Elton put a little tiny bet out there, 50K, just hoping, because the opponent's got something. When you're holding 2 10s, it's so unlikely.
Such a great turn for him as well.
Yeah, for someone to check call.
Yeah.
Oh.
A couple of straights completing, the Jack 8s, 8-6, 8-9, all turning a pair.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
We have a new chip leader in the tournament, boys and girls. His name, is Patrick Antonius.
What a killer. So good.
In it goes. Spin time for Lubovetsky with the King 10 suited in the hijack.
Oh, pocket jacks.
Wow, BL咁多碼嘅100萬。
150.
Most likely just see
我100萬啫嘛。
Laszlo put it all in.
準。
So Lubovetsky going to need some help from the deck in the form of hearts. King or straight. 32%. Wow. That's one way to do it. That was the only way I didn't mention, I believe, Nano. You know.
Yeah.
Flops trips. Laszlo with just 2 outs once. Whereas he himself is going to be left with just 20 big blinds. Oh no, I apologize. Still got 30 bigs. Seemed visibly frustrated there.
Who wouldn't be?
Who do you think he's texting?
To try and poker app.
Texting his mates. OMG, can't hold with jacks against King 10 for 12. Hashtag never lucky.
Then the guy responds, dude, you hit quads. Got max value out of 3s.
Still. Nursing a comfortable stack. Over 30 bigs. Well, talking of comfort, Nano. How about this? The Secret Lab Titan Evo. Game-winning comfort for when the stakes are high. And, well, game-winning comfort when you're in the commentary booth. Special shout-out to Secret Lab for, well, not only partnering up with the Triton Poker Series, but for giving people like myself and Nano the most comfortable commentary experience I've had to date. And I know the feedback from the players as well has been nothing but positive for the chairs being used here.
Oh man, this is trouble. This is almost certainly a rejam spot. 20 big blinds. Effective. Can he do something else to save him? Just calls. Wow, saved. A lot of guys would jam there, wouldn't they? Big blind versus button. Oh, but still, they're going to get action.
What a flop, dude. I mean, today has just been non-stop action. King 4 deuce, 2 clubs, top set for the Spaniard.
Wow, check, check.
Elton Tang with the nut flush draw.
Elton's suspicious.
Nagdali. The sneaky check back on the flop.
Big bet. As played, I would like to see Elton just call this bet. Big bet's kind of suspicious to me. Yeah. Can he hit it? Does not. Wow,
Wow.
checks back to kings.
Wow.
Scared of the
Played in
5.
3-bet pre-flop. On the flop, very quiet.
That's
Check,
it.
check. Turned in, check, raise. Very good play, Elton. Very passive.
No more Adamo.
Oh,
Adamo?
no, Adamo, you need to do it with air. Now I have very good hand. Showdown value. Oh my god, very good play, Elton. Oh, lose minimum. Oh my god.
Oh, I love this guy.
River is.
Huh?
River is Diamond.
River 5 better.
Yeah, it's nice.
What a character.
Yeah.
The self-proclaimed Chinese Michael Adamo. What a legend.
These guys are so funny.
Just like patting himself on the back for not 3-betting pre-flop. Flop goes check, check. Not check raising turn. Losing the minimum. Let's go. Actually, I mean, getting slapped by the deck. Kings, queens, and jacks in the space of an orbit.
我大咗去到佢咁少嘛。
Didn't really get any action with the queens. Close to 0 action with the kings. See if you can get some action here with the jacks.
Thank you. Good.
It's kind of interesting that he goes for a small size here of the jacks, but before, when he had less blinds and queens, he made it bigger. Like, he kind of heard you say, okay, make it a little bit smaller.
Yeah, that was off of 20 bigs. Starting the hand with 30.
So the price is too good to fold for the 2 4s. Let's see if he can hit some kind of set. Not really what you want to see of 2 jacks here, but let's just continuation bet and see what happens. 40,000 should be good enough to take this down. Can't imagine Geo's being able to find a creative play here. Doesn't make any sense.
It does just relinquish the underpair to the board. And the Spaniard from 170k up to over 400,000 now. Less than an orbit.
So Elton's nickname's now the Chinese Adamo, is that right?
Self-proclaimed, I don't know. I mean, it sounded like he was talking about himself, right?
Well, we heard Paul say Chinese Adamo too to him. So
Is that what he said, yeah?
I think earlier, we were like,
okay.
who are they talking about?
Right,
Now
well,
we
there
know.
we go. I'm not going to go against Bossman saying, so if Paul's saying it.
Wow, Jax. Oh, did he
This is
get dealt the same hand? Like, he threw back his cards, didn't he?
And Giles has got a pocket pair again.
Yeah.
And he's again 3-betting to 55,000. What on earth is going on now? If this isn't proof we're living in a sim, then I don't know what is.
His frequency has been quite high, but he's been getting hit by the deck. But these guys don't know it.
Kings, queens, jacks, and jacks. All within the last 8 hands.
Elton's getting kind of annoyed that he keeps seeing this guy make these little re-raises. Is he really gonna do something?
Oh, was put me in a tough spot.
Discipline.
Time?
Use the time make on that on accident.
And what does Luke do here? I mean, this is...
I mean, he called last time the 4, so with the same size, and they're deeper, so technically he should be calling this too.
It feels so strange. You just get clicked twice. What is this? You start loving yourself. Does this guy think I'm the weak spot at the table? Like, does he know who I am?
He probably doesn't know who he is. But
Oh,
he
boy.
is in trouble. This is the problem when you try to get the action. You make it a little bit small. You let these little pairs get the price to take you out.
Look at this, going much bigger this time round. The 3 unders compared to the previous flop, 80,000 into 140. I mean, if Luke just calls, Nacdali's going to have just over pot behind.
I like the call here. You're just so far ahead. You don't want to blow your opponent off of ace-king.
Wow.
This is just
GG's.
GG, pretty much, right? Like,
surely.
How can he not think the jacks are good?
Luke slipping it on over for a second time.
Thinking about what size. He might even just put all the chips in.
Yeah.
All in.
Snap call from Luke. 908,000 in the middle, and Luke will be second in chips overall in the tournament if he can hold here with the flop set. Fair play to Nacdali. Finds a smile in the grimace of spots.
Brutal.
GG's all round. And the local going to be maybe jumping into that 50k nano.
I think 20 minutes has passed, right?
True, that's a good point.
The time before I was also looking for a set. First time miss, second time hit.
So Luke.
Raise, re-raise. But
the raise, re-raise
27,
spots.
55 2 times.
Twice in a row.
So 2 times fishing for a set.
Second time lucky, hey?
I thought his 3rd time's a charm.
I think you're right, Nano.
2 times a charm for this guy, man. He's really lucky.
Easy hand, yeah.
Play
Fishing
it
for a
back.
set, hit it, okay. Very nice turn as well.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to be getting
Gaat goed. Oh, break. Ik ben
one
net
more hand before
goed voor.
break.
Flop set. Flop gewoon setje.
Is that 15 or 50-minute break announced? Nano, 15?
I was gonna play this hand. I need to
Sounded
go to
like.
wash.
It's probably a 15-minute break. I've never seen this get a long break.
Little.
They just all want to play.
Yeah, you just pop downstairs out onto the ground via, soak up some sunlight, maybe grab a coffee, bite to eat.
All right, blind versus blind. Nothing. Paul might be tempted to bet, but he's not.
Maybe tempted to bet now that he's turned a pair. And decides not to.
Trying to get to break. They're checking quick. Yep.
I don't want to waste the time.
Almost bit.
Yeah.
So Luke extending his lead here at the feature table. Second in chips overall in the tournament. Only Patrick Antonius with more.
Yeah, I think I hope we.
Luke with over 100 bigs, 121 to be precise. Well, actually, no. Blinds going up to 10,000, 15,000. So sub 100 big blinds, but still loving life. Courtesy of that flop set just a couple of hands ago. Paul Pua, who's been relatively quiet, Nano, but still finds himself up there over the million chip mark. And we are going to be finding a new bunch of misfits to come and entertain us from the Gran Via here in Madrid. Down to the final 32 players. So we've lost almost half the field in event number 9, the 100k main event. Any hands that really just spring to mind from that last 2 hours of play, Nano?
The Brian Rast hand, the ace-9. I think that was the big one, right? Like he made that small lead on the turn, kind of a little bit unusual, and he got raised, talked himself into a call, and called a hero shove, and just lost all of his almost all of his chips, right? I know he's thinking about it. Probably was like waiting for that hand to come up on the Triton Poker app. Just brutal.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to having Brian break that one down. He is still in the mix, boys and girls. We are coming back with 32 players, and he finds himself 32 of 32 with 16 bigs, so he's going to be looking for a spin. You and I obviously going to be taking a 10-15 minute break, but when we come back, going to be playing down to the final table bubble, where the business end of this tournament really gets into the nitty-gritty. See you guys shortly.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
And a warm welcome back inside the broadcast booth. Through the magic of television, Henry Kilbane has transformed into yours truly, Ali Najad. Still joined by Nano Noko Randy Liu. And Randy, we are just a few levels in to the 100,000 euro main event of the No Limit Hold'em here at the Triton Super High Roller Series Madrid 2022. It is event number 9. And our man from the booth, Brian Rast, finds himself the shortest of all stacks right now. I know you had a chance to watch him out at the feature table earlier. As we get back into play, he's going to have 13 bigs, just 192,000. Not the way he would have scripted playing hooky from work, that's for sure. We do have a new feature table that is coming our way. We'll still include a couple of names, it looks like, from the feature table that you guys were feasting on prior to the break. And Randy, what stood out to you thus far from the action that you guys were calling earlier?
Well, I think Brian Rast actually had a lot of cool hands he played, right? He was actually up against quads, made a value raise against block bet, and then he got reshoved on, folded, right? He had the ace-9 hand where he led the turn, got raised, and actually paid off 40 big blinds, and then he lost a ton of chips. He had a big stack. I hope to get to see him play some more and maybe run it up.
Yep. Well, let's take the Triton Poker Plus app. If you guys are not already on board with us, go to the Android store or the Apple App Store where you can free download the Triton Poker Plus app. It'll give you all the information you see on your screen, just like what Randy and I use right here in the booth. Looks like Big Al is taking seat 4 along with the boss man, Paul Pua, in seat 1. As we go back inside Casino Gran Via, here's a look at that new feature table and their chip counts. Blinds at 10 and 15,000 with the 15K ante. Brought to you by GG Poker. Sam Grafton playing under the Union Jack. 83 bigs. And then the Hungarian, Andras Nemeth, followed by Kevin Paquet, the Dutchman. 3 Americans in Nicky P, Seth Gottlieb, and Davies. Then you have Hyung Wayne, 29 bigs. And Shirzat Hizu with 27 bigs. Playing under the German flag of Kurdish descent. Had an opportunity to chat with him briefly yesterday. He told me that the shirt that he was wearing was a lucky shirt that his mom gave him. So he's playing with a little bit of superstition, I suppose. He's got the collar popped here in seat number 7.
Well, hey, if he's still in a tournament, it's working, right?
Now, looks like the table that we had up on our screen showed Big Al was going to be in the mix. He is not, nor is Paul Pua. So my apologies for the misdirection there, but obviously the pictures tell the story. As we get back underway, chip leader at the featured table, Grafton shoots it up. He is currently 4th in chips overall. Overall chip leader is Patrick Antonius, followed by Luc Gilles, and Big Al in 3rd. No takers.
Business featured table. All play. It's going to be tough.
10 of my time banks. By any chance?
Oh, yeah.
93 entries
I didn't
to start,
take it,
just 33 players remaining.
You would have started today with 8, and then you just got 5. So, the blue one is 5.
Maybe, is there a max?
This one's 5. Yeah.
I've got 10 now,
So did you use a few?
but I don't need it. So it
Really? Oh no, maybe you. No, no. For today, you wouldn't get it.
Yeah, you get 5 if you reg today, and then 5 more.
Oh, then that's
You only if you played yet. Yeah.
Seth Gottlieb being counseled in the subtleties and intricacies of the Triton series. This is his first ever Triton stop. Played the 50K 7 max, the 75K 8 max. Did not cash in either. Looking for a better result here today as the suited connector for Seth Davies, who picked up his first Triton cash just yesterday, was it? It's all a blur. 2 days ago?
It was a blur, but he did get 3rd place.
That's
for
right.
A big sum.
Taking a peek here inside the Triton Poker Plus app.
It was the 75K, I believe. Adamo, Chidwick.
Bring you that.
Which Adamo picture to pick, right?
Right. It is event 7, in which Seth Davies notched his first ever Triton cash. Meanwhile, Kevin Paquet defends the big blind and comes up empty on the A7 tray board. Davies with middle pair, backdoor diamonds, action check to him. 95,000 in the middle.
A lot of guys bet this flop with the 8-7 just because it misses the big blind so much, and you don't let two big cards maybe get a free shot at you. Yeah, easy. Just 20K.
Straightforward, fundamental poker there. Sure's not looking good in those shades, by the way, for the record.
He's looking the sharpest at this table.
Little intimidation factor on those things.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd feel too comfortable being stared at across the table by that man.
Pop this collar.
Yeah, there he is.
I would not want to mess with this guy. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna fold.
Tremendously friendly
Is he?
away from the table when
He
we were
does not
chatting,
look
but he
friendly
knows
right now.
right. He knows how to turn it on when it's all business, right? You see the big smile on him there
Yeah.
in the avatar. so
That's the
obviously-
friendly face.
Yeah. Cut off. Gottlieb shoots it up, min raise. Has 32 remain now. Wayne Hyung, ace jack. Gonna flat it. You at all surprised off of that stack size that Wayne would choose to
150.
flat as opposed to maybe put in the 3-bet?
I think he didn't want to 3-bet and fold this hand with his kind of stack size. He was like, okay, I don't really want to reshove. It's a little bit too much. And he's like, you know, just a bit of everything.
In
I don't
doing so,
mind it.
though, he
Yeah.
has allowed Sam Grafton to seize the initiative with his big stack in the big blind.
That's a pretty good read because for Wayne to flat there also kind of looks like he's got a marginal-ish hand, right?
Sure. And Grafton
Power.
adds to the big stack here at the feature table.
Makes sense why he's got 1.4 million just bluffing
Right.
away.
Grafton, a first timer to Triton, according
Yeah.
to the app.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Very
I've never
surprised.
seen him.
Yeah, just
Not too far
somewhat
away.
of a fixture in poker for some time now. So, welcome aboard, Mr. Grafton. Although the welcome may not be quite so warm from the opposition as they are staring at that big 1.4 million.
I'll tell you, if he gets a deep run here, he's going to all Triton events, no matter where they are.
Sure, the 100K. So lucrative. Almost 2.5 million euros going to go to the champ. 186,000 to 13.
All right, so you see Grafton eyeballing the big blind
This is
stack.
400. Yep.
Trying to figure out, does he limp jam? Does he just open jam? Does he raise? Actually, a lot of interesting decisions. Depends on how you think someone will react to your limp. Is how you should play this hand. And he thinks
He's going to
his opponent is not going to raise if he limps, so he just raises huge.
shoot it up. Yeah, 4x.
Kind of looks more polarized, so that maybe he thinks Serzat would rejam and fold a lot. Some people do this. It is a big raise.
Izu takes his time.
You'll see on the stream walking sticks.
That looked more like big lick to me.
But yeah, you could call it either. Walking sticks or big lick.
Walking sticks. The hell are walking sticks? I would think sevens look like
Yeah.
walking sticks, but those weren't walking sticks. Those
No,
are
those were snowmen.
a bunch of circles.
Bubbles. Nikki P stopped at the gift shop. We're kind of deep into the stops now. Players that didn't pack enough. We got the solution.
I know.
Ace-10 suited for Gottlieb, yeah.
I just learned there was 2 black hoodies, apparently. One you can zip down. Did you know that?
Yes, and I own both. But
Oh.
I left them behind because I thought that we were going to have different gear for sale here than we did in Cyprus. And normally that would be the case, but as close as this event is to that mini stop over in Cyprus, didn't have a chance to overhaul the collection. Next Triton stop, though, we will. And a tremendously fortunate spot here for Seth Davies as he was dominated heading to the flop, ends up making trip 6s. Now the queen on the turn could be a nice development for him in terms of Gottlieb's willingness to pay off.
Yeah. When you check back to ace high, that's the kind of card you want to see. Looks good. Davies trying to think, okay, well, ace high is not folding at least for 1 bet, but how much can I get from it? Not too worried about the queen. It's a big bet, huh? 60,000. Going for max. This would be an impressive laydown. Don't think he can do it, though.
The more interesting spot is going to be on the river, how Gottlieb reacts, because certainly he could be just picking off a failed effort for Davies to try to steal. But depending on how big Davies comes, and you got to believe that Seth senses Gottlieb's got the kind of hand. There's no draws on the board that would pay him off potentially. He's just got to come up with the right number.
Yeah. If he wants ace high to call, maybe he goes a little bit smaller. If he wants like jacks or something call, maybe he can size a little bit more.
But then when we size up
too much, you get value owned by the queen. Wow, he's just going. Did he just go pot size?
Yeah. 200K.
That's a
And
read.
Gottlieb just snapped muck, by the way, so nice work by him.
See you later.
As he gives Seth credit.
I feel like you were going to suggest
We're
that if you
gonna
make
find
it
out
so
how you play
big, the queen would just snap you off, right?
If you make
Find
it
out
so
what the
big,
Welsh
though.
Wizard is up to.
Big slick. Oh no.
Sometimes
Kojak to me.
your opponent begins to ask themselves, why so much?
Mm-hmm.
If you really wanted me to pay off, you downsize from there. So if you come with like the 300, 350, that ace high is like, well, maybe I'm good here.
Yeah. Maybe that's, I think that's what he was trying to do with that 200,000 chip bet. He's like, well, if I bet 50, you're just going to know I'm trying to milk you.
Yeah. But there's levels, right? Because sometimes the guys like to bluff with the milky size bet, which garners a little bit more credibility.
That's why it's called poker, and that's what makes it fun.
Nemeth, 35,000 to go up front.
Another one of those cash game players. No limit PLO. Crush into tournaments.
He won his very first ever Triton event back in Cyprus just a couple of months ago.
Nice.
6 weeks to be exact. It was the 50K no limit, 6-handed, where he was up against fellow countryman Laszlo Boitas. Picked up over $1 million. He has yet to cash here in Madrid.
I think he doesn't, he didn't play any Triton events before that too, so that's
No.
very impressive.
Mm-hmm. Paquet and Davies joining Nemeth here. Ace-4 deuce, top 2 for Davies. Stranglehold on this pot here. After a round of checks, king rolls off on the turn. And Davies going to check a second time in the hopes that he can get a bet out of somebody. And Nemeth with the pair of kings could have been the customer. Instead, he checks, and now Paquet in position, having picked up the spade draw, will check back as well. Fairly improbable, and now it's aces full for Davies, and that might be a payoff card for Nemeth if Seth gets to bet in his own hand here.
Yeah, very possible for sure. Trying to decide what Davies. Davies trying to think, doesn't seem like anyone's got an ace. They would have bet by now, right? So maybe I bet small and try to get a king to call, but, you know, he's a man of many levels. We saw him go for the big bet earlier with the 6, so he might go big just trying to get some hero calls too. Tricky player.
The fact that he did overcall the upfront open from Nemeth and a flat behind him out of the small does somewhat suggest that an ace-X is within his range.
Yeah, he's using his time, trying to make it look like he's making a calculated bluff. But he's just holding absolute goods.
100.
Big bet.
Funky spot for Nemeth.
Still has one player to act behind him, which isn't good too, just in case someone does have an ace. I think with this big sizing, I don't think he's worried about a better kicker king betting this way. A lot of guys don't bet 100K into 135 with like a king queen, for example, into 2 guys.
Often overlooked. You saw a shot of Paquet there.
There we go. Nice.
After Nemeth makes the call, always appreciate somebody who doesn't tip their action in position there in a spot like that. It protects Davies in these spots.
Yeah.
And he does snap fold after Nemeth makes the call and pays off. Nice work there from Davies, the 33-year-old, who is originally from Bend, Oregon. Beautiful part of the United States, the Pacific Northwest, currently living in Las Vegas. And if you got a little money to spend, I'll tell you where to spend it. With our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. They make incredible timepieces, not just about the diamonds and sapphires and the rubies. Incredibly complex collections. You may have spied that Bugatti piece during our commercials, but they're also going to be collaborating with us here at Triton to create a special timepiece, which I got an in-person look at yesterday.
You're not talking about versus
it finally
Denver,
arrived. It will be won by the Triton
about
Madrid No Limit Hold'em
Well, I
and
guess you can
Short
fold
Deck
at least.
main event winners. So a bit of an overlay on top of that $2.5 million going
That was
to
good
first
TV,
place.
Pretty sick. I saw one of those watches. They had a little roulette spinning wheel on it.
Yeah, that's the Astronomia Casino piece.
No. Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know why I said anything. I don't want that.
Ace Queen for the chip leader here. Makes it 35 to go, and now Davies on the button with an ace 10 suited. This could present a challenge.
King queen suited from the small blind. There's some pretty deep stacks, so I kind of think you lean towards a call a little bit more. Yeah, he agrees. Bunch of big cards going to war here.
Petrangelo dominated along with Davies. And 2 jacks and a deuce come off the flop.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. He's queen here. Kind of a tricky spot on whether to bet or not. If someone's got a little pocket pair, of course they're not folding, but if they don't, they probably don't got anything. Grafton trying to figure it out.
35.
85,000. Oh, 35, sorry. Trying to just take it down. Davey says no.
Yeah, he's got that backdoor jack of diamonds working.
Potentially the best hand too, sometimes. Could be up against like a king queen. Or you just pick that card.
10 of clubs comes off. Grafton does have the gutshot Broadway draw now. Davies hits the 3-outer against ace queen.
Grafton trying to decide, okay, am I getting slow played by a jack? Or do you maybe have like a pair under the 10, like 7s, 8s, and 9s, and can't really handle the heat? You can see he's really thinking about it.
125.
125. He's trying to put pressure on those pocket pairs. That, to be fair, would flat pre-flop and flat to flop. Well, when you call it a flop of ace-10, how can you fold now when you hit one of the best cards you can hit? Lots of draws out there.
Seems like the right question to ask, Randy. And sure enough, that buck and a quarter does get called. Grafton is fishing for a king or an ace, and there is the ace. He now has aces and jacks with the better kicker as Davies plays the 10 on the board.
Wow. How did he win this pot? Amazing.
Note that Petrangelo would have made Broadway.
I think this is actually pretty tough to value bet. You are up against a jack a good amount of time. Maybe you block bet, though.
455 in the middle. How much are you coming with if you're blocking? 75K?
Something like that, but usually check makes a lot of sense because like, let's just say my opponent bets like 300K plus. Maybe I'll just fold his hand. If he bets small, side call. But ace-10 here is good enough for a check for me. Don't want to value own yourself against ace-queen, ace-king. Oh, does he think he can get called by worse? Yeah, he checks. Shows ace-queen, gotta feel bad.
I goaded you up on that one.
You what?
So it gets checked down on the end, and Grafton hauls in a pot very fortuitously. Granted, he did have Davies dominated.
Yeah, I'm not up with the terminology you live guys use anymore, Petrangelo.
I was just making stuff up as I go along.
Seth, you gonna make me wait to figure out if you bluff me or not?
I would have done both.
6? What?
What's that?
I would have got the full dub.
6?
The full dubski.
Yeah.
Good fold.
Full dubski. What? What did he have? He had it?
He had a 6.
I had a full shed.
Could have had the old. What was he?
The board was 6-6 queen queen deuce.
Nice.
Even deuces got there.
Yeah. Yeah, I folded an ace.
I had ace 6.
Wow, good kicker as well.
Yeah, kicker played. I mean, play kitchens that way. Flop trips with kitchens.
I call.
I can't keep track of the slang. These guys are evolving it in real time.
Walking sticks, kitchen.
0.3, I would have.
Okay.
This imaginary hand that you didn't play, you're upset about?
Gottlieb defending his big against the Pocket Open with Queen 10.
Nip Petrangelo on the stream as well.
Yeah,
You hear this? Nip Petrangelo.
Is that a
Hey,
term?
they'll be in the chat. They'll be like, they'll be disappointed.
All the pros at home, or
Yeah, the
Pocket checks
online
back
guys are going to be like,
and smacks the 9 to create plenty more comfort.
who are the big online Twitter superstars nowadays? They criticize everybody, but never play. These guys are all such pussies. Okay, man.
Decides to fire with Queen 10. Can't necessarily blame him, Randy. Obviously, this board texture does seem to be favoring the range of the big blind defend more so than the opener.
That's exactly why he's betting. And he's betting big enough where he can get those ace highs to fold. But the problem is this guy just hit top pair, top kicker. Those are racing chips, aren't they?
Indeed. Pardon me. Pake raising it up to 175,000 and taking it down as the players continue to trade jabs here at the feature table in event number 9. Main event. 100K euro buy-in. And we are down to 31 players now as Daniel DeVoris has been dispatched. Rasta spun it up, by the way.
Has he?
Randy.
He was sitting on the shortest stack.
Now in 20th of 31 players with 39 bigs, 580,000.
Oh, wow.
So he can loosen his collar a touch here.
Yeah.
Recenter himself. Jacks for Davies, who first learned to play poker in high school on Full Tilt Poker back in 2007.
Oh, no.
25?
And
no.
2 queens is the medicine.
This is
Nemeth has him covered too.
This is easily all the chips can go in, especially the history between these guys. You're going to think the jacks are good for sure.
And Nemeth is on the button too, which obviously often looks like a play-in position. As the fuse is lit, 110,000, the sizing.
Yeah,
But you know what? One of the things that I've always heard circulated around in the tournament ranks is don't go broke with jacks. There's just this loose, obviously it's an oversimplification, but it just feels like the kind of hand when you end up showered, you go, why did that happen? How did that happen? Why are 2 jacks the hand that I decided to go down with? But Davies nevertheless moves all in.
Big
Nemeth,
slick.
the professional, look back to double check, and Seth recognizing the straights are dire.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Classic.
And Seth, who has just been so snake-bitten in the Triton series, right up until that first cash, that 3rd place that he had, is looking like he won't be putting in a repeat performance unless the 2-outer comes in. Hearts are covered, inconsequential. Is there a hook available to save Seth Davies' hide? No, he makes the flush, but Nemeth with the better. And it's showers.
GG, boys. Good
for
luck.
Seth
big
Davies.
legend.
I guess he's going to have to think about what you said, huh? Should have gone broke with those jacks, but I don't blame him, really.
No criticisms, obviously.
These guys are so aggressive that the jacks there is just going to print, because the guy's going to 3-bet you ace-5 suit and all sorts of funny hands.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be queens, does it?
No.
Well, Davies mentioned his most memorable moment from a Triton Series event was busting 4 bullets in the London 100K in 45 minutes time.
Well, but how do you do it?
That obviously
Have
is
it.
not a
Have the
happy
heart-
memory.
the heart in your hand. It's just
A much happier one, though.
amazing.
When he was 18, he won a $26 tournament on Full Tilt.
just so you know.
That's
But
reasonable.
Seth is just.
That's reasonable.
he's
You've
probably
sent me on my way
favorite.
many a time. I'm happy. You're welcome to celebrate.
I probably won't, but I mean.
I wouldn't.
Now you have to.
Wouldn't hold it
Now we
against
gotta
you.
see it.
You're paying for the wine.
Like the
on-
fairness would be if it's a small one, but it would actually be hilarious. It was like a big one, like 4 million chips are just running around, like getting there with ace-5 suited against his dumb kings.
By the way, don't give it the propaganda, bro. I haven't seen you, just because a few years ago you used to get in with that. Now you're queens, kings, sets. I see how you're playing. I see the new Pro Biz.
Well,
top pair. I mean,
I prefer having it by far.
Sure.
Old guy
Easy
now,
again.
it's way more chill just
yeah.
having it.
See, now you're a father, you've got to be a bit more careful.
Grafton engaging Nemeth there. Was going to say that tournament for 26 that Seth Davies
Start
won.
with, can you show me the whites, please?
He picked up $11,000. Had never seen more than a couple of $100 before that. So he says he thought he was the richest person on the planet. And that 11K lasted all of 1 month. So sad to see him go, but he leaves behind a pumped-up Andras Nemeth, who is dominated here against Shirzad Hizu, who has opened with the ace-king, has king-queen in rough shape. Gottlieb piles with jack-9 suited on the button, 240K.
Yeah, just going for it. I'm not really ideal, but I suppose maybe he thought that Nemeth flat call is kind of like an overlay into the pot, because usually that guy can't call you, but he's going to have to run it against ace-king.
You need to restart the clock because it ran down while you were counting. Let's go.
Asking for a count here. And it looks like he's going to pile over the top. So Nemeth's king-queen suited is going to really be feeling the weight here. Into the muck it goes.
How lucky do I need to get?
And he'll be very pleased to see Jack-9 suited, the hand that Gottlieb has chosen to
Not that lucky.
ship it with. 3-2 favorite heading to the flop.
King of spades. It's just easy to win this.
Has Gottlieb covered.
This is your life's optimist. You see ace king, you're like, I still want king queen of spades back.
Ace queen 10. Gottlieb flops himself back to our hearts and a two-way straight draw. He's with top pair and a gutter. In front, deuce is clean. Now, it's 7 outs, 1 time for Seth Gottlieb to stay alive. Is it there? No.
Yeah,
Board
man.
pairs with a 10,
Yeah.
and
Good luck,
that's
guys.
it
See you later.
for Seth Gottlieb.
My senses are.
Who will
Lucky
head
shirt.
to the rail. And yeah, Mom's lucky shirt is paying off for Shirzad, as the departure of Seth Gottlieb will leave us with 27 remaining. Laszlo Boitas busting in 29th on the heels of Seth Davies. Getting serious out there, Randy.
Yeah.
As if the buy-in weren't enough.
We are running people down. This is a killer crew.
New short stack will belong to Wayne Hyung.
He's been patient
You
so
will win?
far.
He's got a little over
No, I think
200,000 in
Spades.
career Triton earnings. That came
I was gonna give you some. I was gonna give you some chips.
just a few days ago in the 20K 8 max no limit, where he finished 4th for 172K. This is his first Triton stop.
Maybe not all, but or maybe all, but in a different way.
Ace 7, not quite as attractive as Ace King, as Hizu sends it into the muck. Well, hello, Ace Queen. How do you do?
And he's against the big blind, who is super aggressive.
Yeah, Grafton just, you can feel that the guy wants to get in there and play pots, can't you?
Wow, did he just make it 75,000? What's the big blind? 15? 5x.
Well, he knows that that big stack would be willing to participate with a very broad array of hands in position. So this sort of vets the quality of the holding that Grafton would require to get in there.
Wow, still calls.
But 5-6 offsuit.
How much did Seth have? 700?
Still defends.
Yeah.
And 165 in the middle.
Well.
Pake flops top pair. Really nothing to speak of for Grafton.
Yeah. Like the raise he did was designed to get these kind of hands to fold, but Grafton was like, nah, I got more chips than you. We're playing.
Wonder what kind of line Paquet takes from here forward, though, because Ace-Queen has a lot of hand on this flop.
How late does that thing
And
stay
given
open?
Grafton's
How
willingness to
late-
be aggressive,
How late does that turbo stay open?
how cool would a check here be?
Would be pretty cool. I believe Paquet is probably thinking
Done?
how the ranges are
You're done?
changed based on the 5x. I don't think actually thinks his opponent has 6-5 offsuit.
Of
course
So
not.
he thinks he's got bigger cards that would hit this a little bit. So that's why he's still firing.
Wow,
away.
but look at this. In contrast to the 5x pre, he's now downsizing to 35K
Yeah.
post.
2.1x.
8 sent a message.
If there was a way to bait Grafton to do anything, it'd be a tiny bet.
I mean,
But-
Grafton does have the 7 of spades working.
Yeah.
But nevertheless gets away. I'm
Maybe
surprised
because
he's willing to
the
defend
fold
for 5x out of the
double
big.
8,
And then getting
approximately
laid that
7.
price to pick up some equity on the turn potentially, he just gets away from it. Obviously, it was just 6 high, but
Right, you're saying that
the implied odds of getting there,
Oh, 547.
provided that Paquet has hit that, smashed that flop in some way, you know,
Yeah.
it comes 4-3.
yeah, it's
Guess
possible
what?
for sure.
You get it all.
Dude showed up.
I guess he probably needed at
Looks like
least
some-
backdoor
there's
flush draw.
some random
He
guys
would have
in
been like,
I was
I'm just going to
checking
make
that.
something goofy happen. But you know what? Grafton's really fun to watch. You can see like he just goes for it with
Oh, okay.
non-real hands.
This one.
Keeps you on your toes. Reminds me of Rui Cow in the short deck streets.
Yeah, Rui Cow blew that stack. I don't know if you saw, but like he was chip leader and didn't even make the money.
In the short deck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's harder to do in this game.
Nemeth opens with King 8, and Paquet looks down at Big Slick on the button. Off of 1.2.
Stacks are getting pretty deep actually, so could create some fun situations.
Yeah, as those shorties get absorbed, they clear the way. 3-bet is to 110K.
Think this is good enough to do anything. Like, I mean, you just gotta really think your opponent's making a move to continue here. King 8 suited does not play that well out of position. At least King 9 suited's connected, right? This is just hopeful. So expected laydown.
I win with a 4-bet, huh? I would win with a 4-bet.
Should try.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
$50-50.
If I win or not?
That's how a button 3-bet range looks like, right? 50-50.
You had nothing. It's some silly ace-10 off.
Well, if ace-10 off is silly,
That was
on
probably
Josh, what's
ahead.
King 8 suited?
In some sense.
Grafton didn't even give it a second thought on the button with that 6 tray offsuit. So the blinds will have a date.
A lot of guys limp this hand because they don't want to raise, get 3-bet, and have to play such a big pot with an okay-ish hand. This is the type of hand where you can limp call a lot, but he just threw a white chip on top. It's possible he wanted to raise, but
Yeah.
did the single chip thing, and it's kind of... Yeah, I think he wanted to raise.
Yep. And for those less familiar, you must declare a raise in the event that you are placing a single chip out there. Otherwise, it will constitute a call. And Nikki P is able to outflop this Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He would have folded that hand pre-flop. But I'll tell you this. If you look like you're going to raise and it comes ace high, I would bet. That means you're trying to represent that ace king. You
It
know?
looks almost stronger, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Than the raise actually having been put in and then him following through. Nicky P is not going to be bullied with middle pair. He calls, now picks up a wheel draw. Nothing burger for Hisu.
Yeah. It looked like you were up into ace and he still called you. Sure looks like he's got a strong hand sitting on the big blind. So does he really want to consider multi-barreling with just nothing? If he's betting, he's trying. Wow, he's gonna go for it, man. He's just repping that story. Like, I wanted to raise pre-flop, so I'm gonna bet like I've got ace king.
Nicky P with that added equity. You see him looking up at his man. Might have a tougher time getting away from it here, but unimproved on the river. If Hisu were to find a third barrel, that's when it would get interesting.
Yeah. Wow. Big call so far.
Another 130,000 into the middle. And the river is a queen, giving Hisu the best hand. Might this be the kind of spot where he would want to check, given that the diamonds have shown up?
Yeah. This once you hit this card, you're like, okay, let me just change my mind and be like, hope you have an 8. We just check it down and scoop this pot.
It's so funky if Nicky P checks back, though, because you bet when you didn't have the best hand on 2 streets, then you check when you do.
Yeah. Sometimes poker is a little funny like that, but it is, I believe, the best play.
Green.
He's like, what?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
You can do it, buddy. That's the feeling in Nicky P's mind there. Snap check back. Was shown the winner.
I wonder if he multi-barrels had he actually raised pre-flop. Maybe he just puts in one c-bet. It's kind of funny how poker's got these funny situations that happen occasionally.
Two black aces in the cutoff in the hands of the wily Sam Grafton. And now on the button, an ace-6 for Hisu. No second thought. Petrangelo out of there, but of course, Nemeth with this beautiful Jack-10 suited will be a customer.
100 big blinds each. But, you know, like, just because you call pre-flop doesn't mean the pot isn't going to be big, because Grafton likes to bet big. And, wow, that is a big flop, isn't it?
He is crippling the deck as the case ace comes off along with a pair.
Is he gonna slow play this? Because what can your opponent have? Or maybe just bets, hoping his opponent big blind special bet 5.
Board's so dry, though. Every now and again, Nemeth might have an idea. Just a stone cold check raise bluff, but
I had the crabs.
not here.
Crabs?
Crabs, yeah.
Nice.
Crabs.
Now, crabs are 3s, not aces. But the other day, I overheard Seth Davies and company talking about how
napkins?
they've
Or
just
sevens?
adopted this habit
Something is napkins.
of completely miscalling their hands
Fours are the,
with intent.
fours are the ladies, aren't they?
Maybe Grafton has.
Are the fake name or the real name?
The real name.
Do you know the real name of Forrest?
Real name's sailboats, right?
Almost.
Sailboats, like sail.
Sailboats. Okay, okay.
Sailboats.
But I'm calling I'm rebranding 8s as the sailboats. I kind of had sailboats that hand actually.
You did.
Two-legged sailboats.
This is all making sense now, why he called the 8s. What did he
Walking
call?
sticks.
Walking sticks, okay. Oh Oh man, they're giving us a hard time.
Yeah,
with
and
these.
Nikki B said, "Do you know what that's the real name or the fake name? Because now there's an actual proper fake name as well. Like you can't just use any fake name for the hand."
Yeah. Jeez. Make it tough for us, huh? Meanwhile, Pocket just opening it. Solver special bluff under the gun, ace-5 offsuit.
Isu cut off, flats with the king jack suited. And he flops himself the nut flush draw while Pocket has top pair and a wheel gutty.
Yeah, this is actually one of those boards you would check. This ace-5 is like when you bet, you never really get called by worse and you bloat the pot for no reason. Maybe try to induce some little bets. Pot control. King jack club, so it could fire here. Put some multi-barrels in, try to pressure those little medium pocket pairs, but he thinks he's getting trapped, so he checks. And nice
Now
turn
it's
card.
trip aces for Pocket on the turn. After both players checked.
You put a little bet out there, try to get like a medium pocket pair to call you. Most of the time when you check again here, the other guy doesn't really stab as a bluff, so it kind of makes more sense to bet yourself. And you want to go small so that he doesn't get scared. But King Jack of clubs, worthy of a call here. Okay.
Oh, now this is going to be trouble for Hisu potentially as he called the 35,000, and though he missed the clubs, he now has aces up.
Yeah, he was probably thinking, well, if I don't hit my hand, I'm not going to call anymore, but he probably changed his mind now he hit that king. Let's see if Pocket goes for the big, try to represent like you're moving your opponent off a hand, or maybe he goes small, trying to get that milking bet. He probably doesn't actually expect Hiso to have a king too often. Is that pot? It is.
175,000? 170? The polarizing sizing.
Yeah. Hiso's thinking right now, okay, you didn't bet the flop, so maybe you don't have an ace as much?
Well, we can take a weird raise out of the range once the sunglasses come off, and it's really just bluff catching with the king jack.
Looks suspicious, but it's actually the goods right now. Be an excellent fold. But the big bet actually makes you really suspicious. Because he's staring his opponent down trying to get a read, but rarely do you ever get anything from these guys.
So Hisu tanked, said call, and gets shown the trip aces. Such an unfortunate river for him, as anything but the king or the jack that's not a club. And he can just get out of there.
Nicely played, man. He got a lot of value from that ace-5.
Yeah, started with that check on the flop.
Mm-hmm.
Then that downsized turn bet.
I can do. No, I only have 4.
You know, you put some passive lines in there, start betting big, it really confuses your opponents.
Sure. Bit of a blow to Hisu's stack. Still plenty deep. And if you're an action junkie like Randy and I, then there is only one place to get your fix. It is polymarket.com, the leading information markets platform where you can trade on the most hotly debated topics, whether it's the Triton series, politics, current events, or anything your heart desires. Check out the latest markets happening on polymarket.com. We should come up with some lines to post on polymarket.com, Randy.
Something about what pocket eights are called. I don't know. Like,
how many times am I going to cough again during this stream? Grafton up front with the king 8 suited. Shoots it up and sailboats for Hisu. And kind of a angry muck there.
Yeah, he did just lose that big pot, but ace king.
A little steamy under mom's collar there. Ace king for Petrangelo. That's the medicine for king 8.
Yep, still looks like ace king, doesn't it? Wow, just rips it in. Okay. Trying to make it look like a bluff, looking for a hero call. Keep it simple.
You got 400?
450.
450?
30. Had 30.
All 30 beavers. 450 you got.
30. Yeah. Would you say 38?
I said 30, yeah. 30. All 30 beavers, yeah.
Petrangelo picking that one up.
Beavers. Those are big blinds?
Sounds right.
We're not talking about Justin?
Can't keep up with the slang, man.
Grafton makes our job hard.
Well, if you think he makes our job hard, how do you think the rest of the table feels when he's out there?
Yeah, they got to play against him and listen to it.
Throwing curveballs.
King Jack, 19 big blinds.
On the button, no less.
I think he's like looking at his stack and trying to decide, do I ever just jam this? But it seems a bit too much, so I like the raise.
Just the minimum. 10-9 more than enough for Grafton to stay involved.
Yeah, you make it the minimum this guy calls you, if anything, if he calls 5x.
Cool.
He wants to play post flop.
And he's flopped himself a 9 here out in front of the king jack on an ace high dry board. Checks it.
Normally, you wouldn't have to bet too much.
20,000.
I like the sizing, even though it's not going to work.
$20K. C-bet.
Should be a call coming. You don't want to raise and let your opponent rip it in and just have to fold your hand.
Grafton makes the call, and now he's got himself 2 pair, but he almost picked up equity. Got himself a gut shot.
It is kind of tempting to bet. If your opponent has just a 9, he wouldn't be able to continue, but he's going to want to check. Try to get that free card. I think a bet is very detrimental to your stack. If your opponent has an ace, not folding, but he's still going to try to do it. It looks strong, to be fair. Just not going to work. Grafton's trying to think, okay, Do I just rip it in now, or do I just call? How big of a hand would Wayne consider folding?
60 is a pretty big chunk of 230 behind.
I think he jams. I don't know. Well, I guess he calls. I guess he thinks his opponent would hero fold anyways. Some hands.
So Grafton looking to keep Hyung in there. And Wayne unimproved on the river. A third check from Grafton.
This is really tough to put in one more bet in with King Jack. The guy check called you twice. He looked like he's got at least an ace. Sometimes when you're short, you're just like, let me just hope it gets through.
Well, he would have 11 bigs left if he checked back and gave this pot away.
Don't want to be using these time banks. You want to check, but you can see he's like, oh man, I really don't want to be left with just 11 big blinds. I'd rather have what's in the middle as well. Would never work. Oh my, he's reaching for chips.
And that burning smell in your living room is Wayne Hyung's 150,000 that is incinerated here. He leaves himself 20K back. Grafton moved all in, and Wayne snap folds. Pretty gross feeling there.
Well, at least he left himself with 20K so he can pick up the antes.
King
you
4
know?
of hearts?
That's why you see people do that, playing rather than just jamming.
I always do something crazy on the feature table, you know?
Yeah, I know,
Just
like-
the image, you know? What if he's bluffing with King Queen, you know?
Yeah, maybe not.
If you folded ace queen, you made a good fold.
Jack 8 of hearts. Like 7.
Well, we're going to take a pause here, and as we do, we give you a look at the chip counts. Grafton with a nice boost heading into that break. 1.84 million. We're going to play one more hand before the pause, but we'll get a look at the chip counts nevertheless. The shorty is obviously Wayne Hyung down to just one big blind with Petrangelo neck and neck in the 500s. Those chip counts brought to you by Armand de Brignac
I'm
Champagne.
straightforward, brothers. I'm not like you guys. Not you crazy Omaha high stakes guys.
Blinds and Amy's
Just
up to
grinding it out here, mate. Playing ordinary
10 and
poker.
20,000.
Of course. Of course.
Nemeth raising to 45,000. Wayne Hyung going to put that last 20 out there with 9-6 as he is in dire need of some lucky
Want to
spins.
switch hands?
Nemeth offering to switch hands. Not that that's within regulations, but I don't know. I'll take the ace-2 suited if you want to give it to me.
Yeah. Tiny little edge. Everything adds up.
5 of diamonds in the window looked like a good one, but then disaster behind it with another 5 and an ace, putting Nemeth way out in front. And on the turn, it's draw dead time for Wayne Hyung as his departure will be the 26th place finish and leave us with just 25 players.
Buttons hit.
And I get the sense, Randy, that Wayne Hyung's not going to sleep well tonight.
Nah. I mean, you can see he was debating whether to put that triple barrel in. Regretted it the second he heard the all-in play.
I wonder whether or not he takes that same line against a different player.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Maybe Grafton's talking kind of got him wanting to beat him in the hand.
Close.
Who knows?
You should start stalling. You won't have me on the left. I know it's intimidating for you, bro, but the table will break. Don't worry, you know. Just use the time banks up.
Yeah.
You'll be all right.
Have
You'll
enough,
be all right.
have
I must be tough, you know. I could feel it when you 5x there, blind and blind. I felt the nerves, bro, but don't worry, you know.
All right, we'll play one more. Reminds me of when the home game's breaking down and it's late. No, come on, man. One more, just one more hand. One more orbit. And then
one more hour.
Yeah, and then it turns into 2 more dealers, and then next thing you know, it's 8 a.m. and somebody's going straight to work.
Button's good.
One more, right? One more?
One more. That one wasn't satisfying. Just one more, guys. Just can we raise and take it? That's not interesting. Oh my God, I think they heard us.
Yeah.
Oh, boo.
Oh, really?
Luca put the brakes on us. It is official.
So not playing this one?
Pocket is sad.
We have a redraw, I think, right?
Yeah. They're dropping like flies out there, Randy.
So, yeah,
24 players remaining, so it is time officially for the redraw after Victor Malinowski. Limitless finished in 25th place. As we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth here in Casino Gran Via in Madrid, Spain. Alinejad alongside Nano Noko. And Randy, we are closing in on the bubble. Just 3 tables left. Current short stack is Andrei Lyubovetsky, playing under the Ukrainian flag, and the chip leader continues to be Patrick Antonius. As you look there at the current state of affairs here in Madrid in the Triton Poker Plus app, we're going to step aside, give the players a break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action still to come.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
And welcome back to Casino Gran Via, continuing coverage of event number 9, the 100,000 euro No Limit Hold'em main event of the 2022 Triton Super High Roller Series from Casino Gran Via in Madrid, Spain. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Nanonoko Liu, and our feature table will carry on with what looks to be the second overall stack of Sam Grafton, just behind Patrick Antonius, 1.83 million for him, and we've got some new faces that will be joining him at the featured table. If I am to understand correctly, producer James verified this is our featured table. Andrei Lubovetsky is the shortest stack in the field, so kind of an interesting dichotomy there between Grafton's second biggest stack and the shorty, both contained at the same table with 3 tables left here. Paul Pua, bossman, co-founder of the Triton Tour in seat 2. Alexis Ponikovs in the 3-hole. Bruno Volkmann, the only Brazilian playing in the Triton Tour here in Madrid. 60 bigs in the 4-seat. You got Henrik Hecklin playing under the Danish flag. 61 bigs. Then Linus Love, Laliger, and rounding it out finally, a guy who keeps things interesting always, Randy. You know this well, Big Al De Carolis.
Yeah, I love Big Al. I remember in a Triton Million, man, he made that big bluff in the $1 million tournament against Timothy Adams and got him to fold the best hand. He throws curveballs.
Yeah, I mean, and I think one of the cool things about Triton in particular is the fact that you do have some pretty well-heeled recreational players who aren't going to allow the stakes to get to them whatsoever, and they can put tremendous pressure on the professionals who may otherwise get a little bit tense as the buy-ins get very big, in particular that Triton Million. 100K here, multiple bullets were available to buy in for, so obviously we're not sure how much each of these players is in for. Top 13 places will be paid, and 13th will award 186,000 as we work our way all the way up the ladder to that big first place prize of $2.5 million. And let us not overlook that custom Jacob & Company timepiece, a Triton collab. Got the chance to throw it on yesterday. Very cool looking watch. We'll send it right back now to the featured table inside Casino Gran Via, and our first look at the new crew. Blinds 10 and 20K with a 20K ante, brought to you by GG Poker. And is the presence of Lubovetsky's super short stack going to put the cuffs on the middling stacks?
No, they're just going to ignore him until he gets it in and either double up or bust.
Okay. Not close enough to the bubble yet to matter.
Not at all. But this is going to be... I love this lineup. We got Big Al, Grafton. Obviously, he likes to splash, but a lot of aggressive players. Linus Lowleaguer, one of my favorites guys to watch.
How it's going to...
Yeah. Linus Love online.
Outfit. See it?
Yeah. He likes the coordinated short suits.
Is this Versace as well?
I'll tell you what it isn't. Inexpensive. Can almost guarantee you that much. Lubovetsky is insta-jamming here. Oh, disaster. Paul Pua wakes up with the 2 aces. And could Paul maybe flat here,
Yes, 100%. I would like a flat. Because 7 big blinds, well, let's see what he does, is enough where someone can't really call. You know, it's not like 4 big blinds. If someone tries to set mine you, like the 3s are going to lay it down.
Oh, and Paul wasn't able to get anybody else to take the bait. And Lubovetsky could have a very short-lived stint here.
Well played.
At the feature table.
Well played.
Someone have kings, please.
The flop has an ace in it.
10 or king for a sweat. Okay.
Paul pulling for a 10 or a king just to give Lubovetsky a little bit of sweat. Not going to happen as Andre draws dead on the turn. Inconsequential river, and we've already lost yet another player. Down to just 23 now. Elton Sang officially the short stack at one of the outers. Nice start for Paul Pua. Incredibly decorated Triton player, and that is in part due to the fact that he has been attending Triton events since the very onset, never missed one. 2016 in the Philippines. He went 3 for 3 with a 7th, 3rd, and 5th place. And since then, he has compiled a total of 21 cashes. The 21st came here in Madrid, and so did the 20th. It was his first title, however, on May 14th when he won the 30K 7 Max No Limit event and was so incredibly pumped to finally break the seal and pick up his first W. $14.5 million in career Triton earnings for Paul.
I told you his stack didn't matter.
Yeah. Well, Queen Jack against aces, Randy. I mean.
All right. It's an extremely tough table. Grafton's just like, all right, 6-4 suited in the cutoff. Let me just bump it up. And Big Al, Queen Jack of clubs. Gonna be fun.
By the way, these two are cut from a similar cloth, Randy. Perhaps Big Al, the original, put you to the test guy, and he's got a terrific flop for himself here. 2 overs, open ender, flush draw, Grafton, bottom pair and backdoor diamonds.
Little c-bet coming. But if Big Al wants to be aggressive, he's gonna be able to win this. Just high card queen. Let's see. Is that a call? Those are calling chips.
Big Al certainly had the option to put the raise in there. Instead, he just flats and makes the nuts. Checks a second time.
Oh man. You know Grafton's aggressive. He might be like, well, that king looks scary.
No way. Come on. Yeah, check back here from Grafton, and something tells me that Big Al's going to have a tough time getting any more chips out of Sam in this pot, although 10, not a terrible card for him to try to do a little milking, so it doesn't complicate the board texture. Half pot sizing.
Snap half pot. Does look strong, but he's going to pay it off with just a pair of 4s.
Ooh. Wow.
And that might be a player-specific payoff there, because Big Al's the kind of guy that always looks like he just doesn't care.
Don't pull too far away. I can't chase you.
He could have air. He could have the nuts. You just never know.
He actually didn't even think about it. He has time bank, shot clock. Just like, no, he's Big Al. He's probably bluffing me. He's allowed to make hands.
Last longer, 300,000.
So a nice pick up there for Al, who faces a raise from Linus Love's button. Not interested in his cards. And Paul Pua feels the same way, as Love will pick up an orbit's worth of antes and blinds. Linus, by the way, still so young, just 27 years of age, originally from Zurich, Switzerland, lives out in Vienna, along with Fedor Holz. Taught himself to play poker when he turned 18. Taught himself with resources on the internet. Most memorable moment for Linus was playing a live cash game with football legends Neymar and PK in Barcelona during one of those PokerStars EPT stops.
Awesome. And here we are in Spain again.
Biggest cash game Linus ever played? 2K, 4K, 8K pound at Triton, Montenegro, with the occasional 16K restraddle. No limit.
You know what? You can watch that. Just go into the Triton app. I was telling Henry about it the other day, and he was like, okay, I know what to do when I get back to the hotel room.
Yeah.
Playing live poker's so slow. So much
Very
banking
epic.
these high-stakes
Some of the
guys.
cash games that we filmed here at these Triton stops, and we're filming them here in Madrid as well. Ultimately will be available on the Triton Poker Plus app, completely free of charge. I believe Montenegro was the stop where Jason Kuhn got to sweat the river in a run at one spot in that over $2 million hand.
Yeah, it was.
Who was it up against? Is it Elton?
I think it was Elton, yeah. Elton's debut in those cash games. It's the $1 million buy-in.
It really defies your ability to just comprehend. When you see the pots that get played, it's tough to imagine that this is real money that's being swapped around. The guy's so aggressive, really putting one another in the blender.
Yeah, I remember the hand. It wasn't even like aces versus kings, which is what you would expect.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Grafton under the gun with the queen jack suited. Shot it up to 45K, just north of a min raise. Lolliger with the sailboats. Speculates. Boss with ace 10 suited on the button. Flats and Potakovs. Ace jack off suit.
I believe he's debating potentially even putting a squeeze in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you see so many flat calls, you're like, okay, those guys can't have anything, so I just got to worry about the first guy, which is Grafton, who opens wide.
Cold press from the small.
It's tough to play queen jack suited here.
I mean, you'd almost rather have a hand like 6-7 or 7-8 suited, wouldn't you?
So you
In
can't
this
be
spot?
dominated. Yeah, because 10s and 9s don't really squeeze the spot, so there's no point having 2 overs to those kind of cards. But he may be thinking, well, if you got ace king, I've got 2 live cards.
Trouble is, he still has a couple of players left behind him in Lolliger and Paul Pua.
I don't think you need to worry about them too much. They have a lot of incentive to 3-bet and squeeze themselves. I guess the reason you'd be worried about is that, oh, I call, they call as well. But it rarely happens. 1 down, 2 down. Should be 3 down soon.
Well, the only difference here is Pua can close the action, and he will have position. But even
solid.
he knows better than to play a bloated one. So very nice stuff there from Alexis Panakovs. Out of the small blind, a healthy pickup for him. He is a first-timer to the Triton Series. Played 4 events thus far here in Madrid. Has not cashed, but looking to turn that all around is the young Latvian here in the 100K.
Same exact situation.
Where just 21 players remain.
That's what we're looking for.
Stack depth, almost the same.
Yeah, exactly, right? Same thing.
But not a queens.
He's not happy about it. Okay, a little blind on blind action.
Volkman trying to sneak in there.
This is a very bad hand, 7-3 off. Some people raise just
A
'cause
lot of
it's
people do,
polarized.
actually. I mean,
Yeah, you noticed that?
maybe not necessarily deep in the 100K.
In the
but
10K, in the 5K, maybe?
It's a common exercise for sure. You just kind of want to press. It's easy to get away if you get re-raised. The hand kind of plays itself from that point forward. Here we are, Volkman with air, Grafton with bottom pair.
Just gonna take a stab. I think the logic is, well, if he had big cards, he would have raised me pre-flop when I limp, so unlikely he hit, but he did hit. Just the bottom card.
$20K, a little probe here from Volkman. Grafton will tear one off. That's what you're looking for when you peel. Trip 7s now for Grafton.
If you're ever unsure, well, you're sure now. But it's actually really hard to ever bet again with the 6-4. Just like, well, he's going to be very confident whichever pair he's got. there's a good chance Grafton goes large. Just like, well, if you have a king, you're not going to fold anyways. Why not get the max? See? Big bet.
Unfortunately for him, large or small, it's not going to matter, as Volkman took his little shot and was done with it. And note, by the way, he could have come with the min raise out of the small blind just to like control the betting. He loses the same amount played this way. Limp, fire, maybe try to leverage board textures that look favorable.
Just take it. All right.
Your first Triton, Sam?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Nice. So far. It's very important for us.
No, really, really great hospitality. Thanks.
First Triton, practically the chip leader. Must be nice.
But a genuine and authentic sign-off there from Sam, and it's really sentiment that's been echoed top to bottom by each and every player who's ever bothered to come out and participate in a Triton event.
He's going to try to limp the 6-deuce offsuit. To be fair, I think people give him walks a lot more just because of how aggressive he is. See? Free flops.
Nine, 4, Trey. Got shot straight draw for Grafton. Eklund blocking a 5. Jack high's best.
Okay, a little stab coming from Hecklin. Shouldn't be able to get Grafton to fold. You got a little straight draw. Little, maybe hit a 6. Maybe goes check on a turn. You just stab if you miss. All sorts of ways to win the spot. No? How about this one? I forgot about this one. The raise.
Wow. Hecklin.
Normally we only meet in like 2Ks at the Vic, and it's much more fun, you know. Like it's like then we could have beers or whatever, you know.
Gets check pop by Grafton, who has a laugh with him,
like
and
the fucking
suggests that the boys
regional 1K high roller, you know.
Have
Well,
a
that's
little
what we like
history.
to fucking play.
From the Vic out in London, where
You don't appreciate this, Linus. You know, you're playing the high stakes, you know, blah blah blah. You don't know the pleasure of just a 1K pulling up, beer in hand.
Exactly.
Maybe a 2.5K if you're feeling on a Wednesday night.
Exactly, yeah.
Mate, honestly, if you're ever in England, well, we'll take you. We'll take you.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
take
well,
you.
I wouldn't say no.
We'll take you down the Vic. We'll have some beers. It's a different poker experience.
so much poker played there in the Vic.
I don't know whether you could go in this outfit though. Could be dangerous in parts of London. They might not. We appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I wouldn't walk across Leicester Square just like that.
Why can't you walk across Leicester Square dressed like that? I'm curious now.
Why don't you find out, Ali?
Producer James advising that he's seen people dressed even more sartorially than that and getting away with it in Leicester Square. So maybe nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, I'm not going to test the theories. As we see Linus squaring off with Sam, defending the button, flopping top pair, while Grafton has bottom pair.
Double check. It was working minutes ago. Yep.
2 checks, board pairs.
26 players. I'm not using Wi-Fi. I don't know. It's lagging.
If I didn't know any better, I would think Linus was actually projecting laser beams at the flop right now.
I can see it.
21 blades.
Yeah, mine is working.
It's always got eyes wide open when he's playing.
You can ask to stop.
So just
They might
near
fix it
pot.
if it's not internet problem.
I feel sorry for those cards, right? The flops are just burning.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 6 is going to call, actually. When someone puts a pot-sized bet out there, they're representing a draw or a really big hand. Well, you're ahead of the draws.
So let's see the river, says Grafton. And he gets counterfeited, courtesy of the 10, while Lolliger improves to a boat.
I actually don't think Lolliger was expecting this card, so now he's like, I guess maybe you have a 7 and I just go for the maximum because you wouldn't expect me to put a pot-sized bet out there for 10. I think that's a possible play. Problem is his opponent is counterfeited 6 high. Not 6 high, I don't know. Play the board.
Yeah.
310.
Yeah, he's going for that pot-sized bet like I was mentioning. You wouldn't expect me to ever have a 10 this has played.
Just unfortunately for Grafton, he can't do anything other than pitch his hand into the muck.
Would have been a loose call on the river.
I'll go with your high.
Well loved by the river.
Confirmed. Well, welcome to all of you out there worldwide. No matter what time zone or part of this blue marble you happen to be joining us from, we are happy to have you with us. And whether you're on Facebook, Twitch, or the Triton YouTube stream, make sure that you subscribe and click the bell to make sure you are notified. Each and every time new content is available, you don't want to miss any of it, and it extends beyond simply Triton poker streams as we work to bring you the best in poker entertainment all around. Completely free of charge. Archive videos available on the Triton Poker Plus app. And of course, we've still got that giveaway open. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat will earn you an entry for a mug, a pair of joggers, and a shirt. 5 lucky winners will be chosen. Meanwhile, Grafton kicking things off with Jack-9 offsuit. Hecklin on the button just flats the king-queen, and now Linus.
He's thinking something naughty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Misbehaving with the ace-deuce suited here, but perhaps less egregiously than Grafton's Jack-9.
Maybe we shouldn't invite him to the 2K.
3-bet gets through.
Yeah, I think he's picking up on the fact that Grafton's just been opening so often. He's just going to have so many hands he can't do anything.
I mean, he's the big stack. He's in late position. And he's got a reputation for being a little bit laggy. All of that coming together to leave that ace-deuce suited. Feeling good about the 3-bet. And you know, when you take those chances and you get no callers and you're right, so to speak, it feels so good. It almost feels like you're in the zone, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. Then you keep doing it. Then it fails. And then you're like, man, I forgot how to play this game.
But the thing is, not 100% of the time, I feel, is Linus going to be putting that 3-bet in with the ace-deuce suited. It was very much contingent on the exact scenario that he was facing there. And that's where you feel even better about it, where you have the same situation come up more than once, and you choose differently, and you end up seeing somebody jam behind you, or you know, somebody produces a real hand on the end, and you're like, yeah, I knew it that time. And then the other time, I 3-bet and I got away with it, and you just start feeling like you're in the zone. Meanwhile,
that's the zone for sure.
Grafton in the best hand zone. Second pair, gut shot straight draw after raising and getting Paul to defend with pocket 6s. And despite having the flush draw, Paul knows his hand would be face up and never in a position to make a bet were it to get there.
Which event did you win, Paul?
It was flush.
30K.
30K. Second event. Third event? Or second event? Early, right?
Second.
Second. Nice.
First event was 20K.
Nice. Cool.
My first Triton title.
You've won one, right?
Not an official one.
An unofficial one? What's it?
Tim Adams Invitational.
Aha, okay. Wow.
It was not a scheduled event, but that was.
But Tim Hand, you got a gold envelope. He appeared like Willy Wonka and invited you to that partake of a 25K turbo or something. know, man. If it takes place on Triton property during a Triton set,
Yeah, no, I agree, but
don't do yourself.
It's way more prestigious.
Right.
Tim Adams can say.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean,
Well,
They
the
should give you
event
some
in
kind of
question
tracksuit
is
or some
apparently the
sporting
250K
wonder.
HKD No Limit Hold'em event, May 9th of 2019 in Montenegro.
Oh.
So, you
But
know,
no
No,
trophy?
now I understand. No trophy is unofficial. That's
No,
definitive. I mean, come on. If you don't get it,
listen, listen to my story.
Okay, go.
Just shut up for once in your life.
Okay, sure.
So there's no trophy on it, right? So they tell me they're gonna give me one. And you know, Tim obviously tells them to put his name on the trophy, so that didn't happen. So I got one.
You got one. Okay. Well, there you go. You got the trophy.
But not with Tim's name on it.
Yeah, that would be.
would've been.
Yeah.
Well,
when he retires, they'll, like Bobby's one, it'll be the Tim Adams, special.
On the Triton Poker Plus app, it shows Hecklin has a title, and that's official enough for us. 3-time casher, $716,000 in career Triton earnings. 9th place in the 50K 7 max earlier here in Madrid. Meanwhile, Ponakov,
You've won one as well,
who
right?
had that nice
You
squeeze
won
with
one?
Ace Jack,
No, but
back involved here with top 2 against
not in the last
Volkman.
48 hours. No,
Opened up front with the Ace 3 suited.
In general, yeah.
Follows
You
through
won.
for 30K.
God damn, Linus-
Gets
Linus
check
fucking
popped.
loves it.
Only one, I mean, it's okay. I presume you don't play every single one, so.
And Bruno hasn't been able to get anything going here.
I think it's my 4th Triton.
Series.
Yeah.
How's that possible? What was it? I thought your first one was the Montenegro.
Oh, 3rd maybe? No, I was in London, Montenegro, and Cyprus.
Oh yeah,
And
right. I
this
forgot
one.
about that.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Been a pretty frustrating stint here at the featured table for Bruno Volkman. Who are some of the other Brazilian players that come to mind? There's a lot of talent coming out of that country. For me, Felipe Ramos.
Felipe Ramos. What's the other guy? Akari? Andre Akari?
Yeah, yeah.
How about Neymar?
I meant poker. 45K to go from Grafton's 2 10s under the gun, and Big Al in the cutoff. Looks like he's going to flat the ace-queen.
Oh yeah, Volkman's actually a big sicko. I think a lot of people don't know him because he doesn't really play live that much.
Talk to me, Randy.
Yeah, I'm very aware of how he plays, and
well, give us a
online,
sense. You said
and
sicko. Just how sick is he? He's got a
like-
club draw
Yeah,
and a
he's-
gutty. Is he capable of blasting?
Oh, he's very capable of blasting and very ambitious, and he's just an amazing player. One of my favorites, actually, to watch.
Grafton, second pair effective on this queen high flop in a 3-way affair, and he decides not to c-bet. Top pair, top kicker for Big Al, though, with 165 in the middle.
Kind of curious what he does here with this flush draw, straight draw.
In the face of the position bet of 80,000. All options available.
The 80,000 bet does look like a queen, though, so maybe he wants to take this one a little slow.
Yeah, roughly half pot. Even if we're up against a queen, we got a good amount of equity.
Well, there's a bet and a call. I think you got to lay these 2 10s down, right? Still got 2 streets to play, 2
Yeah.
people.
Just not really anywhere to go. Did have the club, but prospect's not good enough for Grafton. Checks out of there, leaving the boys heads up. Bruno, unimproved, knuckles the turn.
A little bit scary for Big Al. A lot of guys check this just because, well, there's an overcard now. Free. Oh, man. that
And
is
Al
nasty.
did check back. Bruno able to bink the clubs. And look at the manner in which he's done so. That king shouldn't rate to be an issue for ace-queen. It's actually a fairly welcome sight, save for the fact that it does bring in the flush.
Yeah, Volkman's going to go for the size that he thinks the queen would still call. He might think, well, Big Al maybe doesn't care if there's a little extra money in the pot, and maybe call a bigger bet. So let's see what he goes for. That's a big bet.
Off of 900K, Volkman will fire 2 1/4.
Volkman trying to represent like a 5-6. The problem is that kicker is so good for Big Al that what if he's up against another queen? He doesn't want to fold the best hand. I've seen Big Al make some big plays there in the Triton Million, big folds, so can he make the right decision here? Nah.
Who could blame him for paying off here with ace queen?
Chip is wrong.
You ever finding a fold there with ace queen, Randy?
Not knowing Bruno Volkman, I would be calling and be like, oh, because he loves to bluff. Just annoying. He really is.
He likes even more when he's got the goods, as he did there with the flush, getting paid off. Right on the heels of us saying he'd had a difficult stint here at the feature table. Patience is virtue, as Volkman up now to over 1.4 million, 73 bigs. And that stack is going to be good for 6th place overall in the tournament right now, where Patrick Antonius rests atop the leaderboard, as he has been for some time now. Steve Dwyer right on his heels. Steve O'Dwyer, rather. Andras Nemeth, Sam Grafton, and Big Al rounding out the top 5 with Volkman in 6th. Just 20 players remaining. 13 paid.
Do you think Grafton's going to get antsy to make one of these raises against the limp soon? Because we were talking about it before, but he kind of, yeah, he is. He heard us.
You have a 6th sense, my friend.
70,000. It's a big raise, 3.5x. Jack 7 seems a little too weak. I want to say Grafton is probably the worst guy to have on your left.
Gotta say, you keep a lot higher than this. It's like a 2K to Vic.
Softer lineup, bro.
He's even worse when he's deep.
Mate, I had pair 10 under the gun there. Just check folded the flop like nothing. Easy game.
Fair enough.
The big legends.
That's me, right? Yeah.
I'm excited, bro. Like, playing with you, I'm always seeking to impress you, Hacklin. You know
Oh,
that?
I love it.
You know that?
I love it.
It's like a big...
I'm already impressed. Don't worry about it.
What do you think Grafton calls those?
Raise. 65.
Reverse 6s. 65 to go from Big Al with the black 9s.
Reverse 6s. You might be right. But is that the real name or the fake name or the real fake name?
I can't. Come on. It's hard enough for me without all of these confusing colloquialisms.
So interesting hand, actually. You know, he normally I think he would call the queen check of clubs, but because Big Al made it like slightly over 3x, he's like, oh, I'm getting worse odds. Here Hecklin's like, I did put in the big blind, so I guess I'll call this bigger raise. Big trouble.
6-7 connects with the monotone Jack-high board. Both players with second pair effective. Check back from Al there. Emphatic. Still no betting.
Oh.
Now 2 pair on the monotone board for Hecklin. And 2 streets of check back. Is there a chance to go for value here, perhaps? We kind of remove a diamond from Al's range?
It's more like a block bet. Yeah. Nice laydown, though. Some people just kind of get stubborn, like, well, I checked it down. It's such a cheap price. Let me just pay it off.
Al's one of those guys that like can lull you into thinking that he's just, you know, blunt force object out there, non-surgical, but he knows the game. Make no mistake. You're not playing with kids. He might feel like he's playing with kids.
He does, for sure. Oh, these kids think they're so rich. No.
Doesn't the sweater draped over the shoulders exude a measure of wealth? Isn't that kind of the international symbol for... There's a few zeros in my bank account.
Yeah, he looks super classy.
Like, you're not going to catch him in something that has the brand logo plastered all over it, right?
Not one of these, maybe? He's red.
I don't know that that's the brand logo. That looks more like the whole universe packed into a shirt. That looks like the moment the Big Bang happened with a collar. 7-3 deuce here. Paul Pua maintains an overpair. Linus, it's middle pair.
Pretty weak defense, but Linus is really confident in his post-flop abilities, of course, as expected, so he'll defend these kind of weak hands still. Because the price is always good with antes.
I'm a good photographer. Fucking hell. That's Total Mac.
Oh, Tom Mac. Oh.
Yeah.
It looks as though someone just told Linus.
Yeah.
Oh, loving that.
Oh, waiting for the shot of him.
Gonna feel so bad if I take it.
Waiting for the laser eyes. Looks like someone told him the Earth is flat. At any given moment, just picture telling Linus the Earth is flat as you see him staring intently at the flop, and it will all make sense.
Yeah.
This is the part where you say back, you mean it's not?
I didn't want to look like the fool, okay?
Pua fires again. 100,000 this time.
He makes me nervous when I watch him play. Those eyes, they don't blink. They move, though.
Maybe he has X-ray vision. He's just trying to see what Paul has.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
How do you know? You're not Linus.
That's true.
350.
Oh,
What
my
the-
goodness.
Oh,
Look at
what-
this savagery here. A check raised to 350K, and I don't think Paul Pua expected that.
Oh my gosh. What a play. This looks insanely strong. No flush draws out there.
Right, the dryness of this board.
Who
the
does
king
this?
doesn't add equity to any hand whatsoever.
And
Maybe
Paul-
there's some king X where he had the small pair, king 3, king deuce, but does he defend with that? King 7 would seem more probable, but that's a kind of hand that could continue to slow play if it wanted to and not maybe make this big ambitious raise. I'm blown away, Randy.
I'm blown away. I'm supposed to be the one that knows what's happening. I don't know what's happening. This is just next level. Because Paul was expected to have the king in early position to c-bet, bet to turn. And you can see Paul is suspicious as well. He's like, are you really raising me now? Wow.
Pays the time bank, but gets away from it, and that is a front row seat to exactly what makes Linus Love so tough to play against. Just a pair of threes and tremendous amounts of courage.
Yeah, wow. I was going to say good bet by Paul and correctly figuring out that the king is not so scary, but I guess I'm just always going to check when I'm playing Linus now.
Might not be a bad idea, huh? And Linus currently 4th in chips here at our featured table. 9th overall as he climbs up to $1.25 million. Still Sam Grafton at the top with Big Al on his heels and Bruno Volkmann having done well for himself sitting in 3rd. Pua shortest of the stacks here, but far from short with 51 big blinds. Chip counts brought to you by M88 Mansion. Paul's still thinking about that one.
Yeah. I actually didn't mind his bet because the king is not supposed to improve the big blind at all.
I don't think any of us take any fault with the line that he took. It's once he all of a sudden got that massive check raise stuffed in him by Linus that it got weird.
Yeah, Paul's definitely going to be asking some people about that one. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Well, just wait until he sees on the stream what Linus did it with. Then the real questions are going to come up.
The funny thing is, I don't think anyone's got a good answer for him.
I don't think there's too many people that take that line.
Exactly. Like, let me go ask Jason Kuhn. He knows everything. He's like, I don't know what to do either.
Yeah.
Just insane. That's the thing. When you put in these like low frequency plays, it really throws off your opponents, even if they solve all the time.
Oh yeah.
The mountaineering. They look pretty sick.
Yeah, I can recommend it. It's super fun.
I mean, look, you guys are quite, I didn't really realize you were quite so serious there. I mean, I don't know whether it was just the angles of the photos, but it's quite dramatic what you would do.
Yeah, but you're secure and everything. No one has ever died doing this.
Okay.
Apparently, I heard.
Okay.
That's reassuring.
Apparently.
No one has ever died doing this. Apparently.
I wonder what he wears while doing that mountain climbing.
You're looking at it.
Oh, same outfit.
Why not?
He's got something crazier.
Everyone knows satin is perfectly suited to mountaineering. It was a fabric developed by mountaineering experts, as it provides tremendous insulation when you're summiting the Himalayas and Everest. Keeps you warm.
Learning. Wow. I know what to get next time I... Come on, do I look like someone who can do some mountaineering?
Do I look like one? Top pair for both players here, and it's a problem for Grafton, the pre-flop raiser, who is outkicked by Paul Pua, whose queen of clubs works in the back door.
Nice spot for some recovery chips. Usually you see a check call here, but maybe... I was going to say, he almost grabbed some racing chips. Yeah, check calls the fine play.
I feel like Grafton's the kind of guy that you got to be a little bit careful about check raising. And now look at this. Ace of clubs, not the kind of card you want to see with king queen on the turn. The only good news is Pua has the nut flush draw.
Yeah, but the thing is Grafton actually has a good showdown value hand, so he won't be blasting on this ace. But if Grafton had, you know, one of those Jack 10 offsuits, then yeah, he's going to put a world of hurt on you. But Grafton should be checking here, I imagine.
And that's operating under the presumption that Pua would check, which he has.
Club check? Don't got any. It'd also be really weird if he had a club in his hand holding king 7. Ooh, 2 pair.
Kings and 7s on the river for Grafton after the check back. Pua with the nuts.
Is he the type to value bet himself or just lay the trap to the aggressive man?
I'm not sure if check to him Grafton would bet.
I don't think so either. I like betting with the nut club here, just because you get a lot of side checkbacks from random little clubs. I like this.
Have 2 pair.
Pretty big, 150 into 190.
So the bluffs he'd be trying to pick off is like a 5-6 of hearts, something that had the check call to flop, but is now turning his hand into a bluff. I don't think he thinks a king X would bet too often. So basically 5X mainly. Grafton has paid off before incorrectly. Let's see what he does here. You want to look like a hero. Don't recommend it. Good laydown.
Good fold? Good fold? Wasn't it? You had flush? No sense.
King queen. Queen of club.
No sense. No sense.
Let too much.
I was in bad shape all the way. Very nice.
You have an ace?
No, I had king 7. King 7.
Oh, sporting an honest exchange there.
Yeah.
Players won't have to sweat it out on the delay. We see a lot of that here at Triton.
Mm-hmm.
Decent amount of camaraderie.
Was my aggressive suit, though, the high card, so.
Fair enough. Is that what the kids do?
Blinds up 10 and 25,000 with the 25K Annie. Brought to you by Pollen Market.
You have only 1 pair, 2 pair.
I had king 7, king 7. River was 7, so too bad.
That's way fewer flushes, right? You just told the
So
entire
I'm
world
all the
that's
time.
Steve O'Dwyer
Everyone
has
knows
taken the
aggressive
chip
suits
lead
is
now.
hearts. Like, no, I never ran them. For a full 4 years, it's been hearts.
Overall
There's a
in
heart
the
flush
event.
out there in a 3-bet pot. It's me, always. So,
Fair enough.
so you've been warned.
Clearing the 2.2 million mark.
So I just take
Patrick
off
now second.
Spades. I'm sure I'm out. I mean, I have to call with a set sometimes, but I've never got anything else.
Linus,
Oh, damn.
the ladies' man, making it 50,000.
Just enough connection to see a flop, in my opinion. Or is he just intimidated by Locker? No. You can't be intimidated and play 100K, right?
1.1?
Sure you can.
Slightly more. Started with 115.
They're all only human. Most of them. Queen 10 tray. Top set for Linus. Stranglehold here, unfortunately for him. Panakovs doesn't really have anything to proceed with. Wet texture. Check back unlikely. And sure enough. Bet, fold. Take it.
Feels bad. Draw your board, and you're like, oh, come on, you gotta have something.
Well, if you haven't already done so, head over to our @Triton Play Game account and get yourself involved in our free-to-play blockchain poker game. It's called Triton Play, and it's free to play. Have you gotten out there and
I haven't checked it out yet, but I heard
a
you can
taste?
upgrade your avatars. I want some Linus laser eyes.
Yes, that should be available. That should be a very expensive upgrade, by the way.
Looks rare.
Should be like a rare trait on a Bored Ape. NFT modifier.
All right.
Okay.
Grafton. King Queen
Sure.
up front.
Sure.
Shoots it. Pardon me. 5s for Linus.
Ace Jack. People have been pretty aggressive with this hand. And look, he heard me. I'm the coach. Just kidding. I like this play. It looks so strong.
2 1/4 from the button, and Grafton's brows are a bit furrowed.
So whenever they squeeze, it's always Grafton opening? Or is that a coincidence?
1.1, I think.
I don't know that it is. It could be the sense that you have less to be worried about in terms of Grafton due to that wider range, so you can get away with it. Linus asked for a count, but eventually into the muck went the 2 5s.
Now I know how Paul always maintains his stack. He just got well-timed bluffs. Learning.
Well, learning is a fair way to describe what Paul Poo has been doing since the onset of the Triton event. Everybody that's had an opportunity to play with him throughout the years, both during the Triton series and prior to that, as Brian Rast has alluded to so many times here in the broadcast booth, all comment on just how sharp and quick a study he's been. And it is one of the benefits for the recreational players, the businessmen who come out here, is they are being exposed to the best and brightest minds in all of professional poker. And you do that often enough, and you start to pick some things up.
100%. Actually, now that you say that, I remember Jason Kuhn was saying it on the table, even though Paul was not at the table. It wasn't just trying to flatter him. He was just saying he's gotten really good. And that was years ago. So he's gotten really good on top of really good.
Yeah. And having won his first title here, Randy, I think it's fair to say he has arrived in terms of garnering the true respect of his peers in the professional poker streets.
Yeah, I would not want him at my table. And actually, I wouldn't want that guy or that guy or that guy.
Any of them. As Ponikovs gets busy from the button with an ace-8 suited.
Notice the 3-bet frequencies have gone up at this table.
Indeed.
People have been laying down.
And Linus gets away from the king-queen. Short stack in the event now belongs to Shirzad Hisu with just 12 bigs. 19th out of 20 is Phil Ivey with 20 bigs. And our man in the booth, Brian Rast.
Still in?
No longer in. Finished in 21st.
No. Can we go back in time? Change that.
Well, go back far enough to where he doesn't even register, so you don't have to scramble to get here to cover him if you're going to use the time machine.
True.
Earlier today, in our group chat commentary thread, Rast mentioned that he had made the impulsive decision to buy in Supermax late reg to the 100K. You're on day 2. Left us all trying to figure out which one of us would come in to cover him.
I sacrificed myself.
Randy was the man. Well, there goes that 1% free roll I suggested you should get. Worth nothing.
Ouch.
50K to go as Linus stays active. Up
1-1
front
behind,
with
right?
King 10.
Little bit more,
Hecklin
yeah.
defends for the min raise. Flops himself an open ender. Great check.
Open-ended. Hard to do with Queen 3, but you've done it.
Check back from Lolliger. And the wheel comes in. Really nice card for Hecklin in the event that he's up against one of these ace highs.
Especially because Linus raised from under the gun, he's so likely to have ace high. And if he doesn't, he's so likely to bluff at it.
And once Hecklin checks a second time, you wouldn't fault Linus if he decided to try to barrel here, but deems the king 10 enough to check the queen on the river. Inconsequential to Hecklin's hand as he continues to try to induce, but
I was straight.
king high is 3 streets of knuckling as the damage is minimized for Linus.
I hope so. Just take the bait for old time's sake. Why not?
You guys played a lot back in the day?
A little bit.
It's been a while.
Some might say a lot. Some might say a little bit.
Oh, they played a lot for
I
sure.
didn't know you'd been playing that long, Linus.
Oh, I've been playing 8 or 9 years now.
I'm just joking.
They used to play no-limit high-stakes cash games all the time.
When you say no one's died doing it, you don't mean mountaineering, right? You mean on? Yeah, no one yet. Maybe a few lost a few hairs or whatever, but I guess we'll wait till it's over. But
Volkman makes it 50,000 to go, and his baby suited ace clears the ace-4 from Grafton on the button. Not going to be able to say the same for Lolliger. King 10 again, this time defending instead of opening, and this time flopping top pair and a gutty. However, Volkman has the nut flush draw in position. Checked over to him.
Yeah, this is gonna be some fireworks. Let's see if Volkman wants a continuation back here. Yep, looks like he wants to start trying to take it down. Easy hand to multi-barrel, easy hand to blow up the pot, hit a flush, stack someone. Should be a call coming up. Turn is the interesting spot.
Number 1.
Another 90K into the pot, which now stands at 225. Turn doesn't change either holding.
I think there's a good chance Volkman goes for a nice sizable bet here. He can get better hands to fold, you know, like a 10-9, Jack-9, Queen, Raggedy Queen. It does make a lot of sense that he's going for it. He's got good equity anyways. Hit a club, hit an ace. Sometimes he bets. He makes a flush, the other guy makes a straight. There's all sorts of good reasons to bet. You can see he goes near pot too, just to put maximum pressure on these pair, gutty type hands that aren't that strong.
And the line taken where we open and then bet the 45 and now scale up to 175 does suggest some strength that didn't want to lose its customer on the flop, but now wants to charge the draws.
Exactly. Does not get there, so this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, super dry 3 of hearts on the end. A third check from Lolliger, and will Bruno be able to pull the trigger?
No.
Having the club draw obviously means you know that your opponent is likely to have pair plus. And Linus collecting chips here.
Yeah, so you meant no one's died on that mountain, or no one done like that kind of safe mountaineering that you were doing?
No, yeah, it's called, well, it's an Italian name, Via Ferrata. I don't know if you've heard it.
Okay.
But you're always on a harness, secured.
Okay.
A lot of hiking and then climbing in the end. It's really nice.
Yeah, it looks sick.
Can we find these photos somewhere?
I'm on the case, Randy.
Glad we're on the same page. Find a photo where Linus is in it. I want to see the outfit. I want to see if you're telling the truth about wearing silk.
Linus Lolliger.
Ooh. Grafton opens. Linus in the small blind flatting, and Big Al's got Big Slick. Looking to pump it up. And we're going to make it a sweet. What is that, 200? 225. I think Grafton's starting to realize he's been getting squeezed a lot. But it's just a matter of what they're waking up with, too. Did you find it? Is that a cat or a dog?
I ended up on the dodo, man. There's this cute cat that jumps over streams and races home. I tried to find Linus. It looked like it was a private account, although the icon did show mountaineering as we see Big Al's 3-bet take the pot down.
Okay, so next time Linus is about to register, we need to tell him you're not allowed to play unless you give us access to your Instagram account.
Oh, maybe I could follow him right here. You think he would accept?
Yeah, try.
His tweets are protected too?
God damn it.
No, this is a fake account.
The fake private account. I like it.
Yeah, that is pretty ambitious, isn't it?
It's like, just get one sucker to try to add me.
He has 0 followers, that fake private account on Twitter. It does seem like maybe it is him on Insta.
Damn it. I feel like a lot of people watching this are now on their phone trying to find this account that does not exist. Ooh.
Somebody out there should be able to find it. Volkman has found ace-king. Big Al has found 2 8s in the small. And now, Paul Pua in the big with 2 9s.
I like closing an action here. Your hand is so good. It sucks so bad to 3-bet and have to fold a hand that can easily make a set. Not easily, but you know, makes a set. You know where you're at.
And doesn't need to make a set in order to be good. More
Correct.
importantly, and what a beautiful board this is. Big Al, so fortunate to make top set. Checks to Paul, who's got an overpair here. Can't blame him for reaching for chips.
Not yet.
He does check, though, and Volkman, with the ace of spades and the 2 overs, checks back. Now picks up a wheel draw.
Those 9s look so good right now, but they are so bad.
Al just nonchalantly flinging 50K out there.
I actually like this small bet because it invites ace-kings to call you. You bet too big, well, only an 8 would call you, and it's actually quite hard to have an 8 in this spot. I think Paul's actually thinking about raising. It's like, well, you bet so small. How could a 9s not be good? Just call. Play it safe.
It looked a little bit like he was ready to go with that like 135-ish, something to just clear Volkman behind him.
Well, when there's a bet and a call in front of you, the ace-king doesn't look so good.
Bruno keeps it clean. Would not have improved. The Jack of Clubs does not rate to be a problem for Paul's 2 9s. And how big is Big Al going to go?
You're not named Big Al if you don't go big. That's a big bet. Snap call coming. Should be, right? This 9s, they look so good. Someone might value bet an 8 here. I would not fault him for calling. When you got that image, you get paid off.
And Paul shows the 2 9s.
I said Bill.
Bad beat. But you wouldn't know it. Always wearing that terrific smile. A man that just has unbridled joy and passion for the game of poker. Who loves it more than him, Randy? Nobody.
Nobody, yeah. I'm generally going to think about that. Nobody. You're
Right?
right. No, really, it's not even close. And he makes sure he participates in every single event that he can, you know? Obviously,
mean,
unless he can't multi-table, but you know.
He's easily the biggest ambassador that Triton has.
Yeah. Sometimes they play those cash games really, like they do TV cash games, and then they're late, but he's like, nah, I got to show up on time. Friendly. Donates to charity from the Triton stuff.
Right.
It's just great, man.
Philanthropy.
By half an hour
Important to
into the
Pua.
level, I'm good. You know? I'm like the coverage. I'm 30-minute delay.
Oh, yeah.
His son Darren always joining
Wow.
at the various stops. Also a very well-rounded, mature young man.
They know when
Had the
I'm-
pleasure
they
of
know when I'm
chatting with
strong.
him on a
They
number of
could tell.
occasions.
Yeah, I was too at ease. Too at ease.
Looks like Ponikovs has been removed from the equation here as we have just 6 players remaining.
That makes it softer. Not softer. I mean, God, everyone's too good. Never mind. I'm just stop talking.
Not soft. I mean, I guess it's just
You know what I
easier to
meant.
get involved in pots. Yeah, exactly. The shorter it is, the more hands you can play.
Once again, garbage on garbage. Grafton, check the first time, raise the second time. What about the third time? Is it getting personal? Gonna check.
Ten, 6, 5. Top pair for Volkman. Bottom pair for Grafton.
Both hands looking good in a very wide range spot. You see this time, Volkman. Last time he didn't have a pair. He bet. This time he's got top pair, he checks. different strategy. Can't bait the bet. And 2 pair it is.
Yeah, the 9 rolling right off for Grafton, giving him the best hand. Heart draw shows up. 75 in there. Bruno should get busy betting. No, he just checks.
Wow, just keeps trapping. The thing is, this man Grafton likes to get max value, and he will be able to get anything he wants on this turn and probably any river.
50K. This 10 deuce isn't exactly nutted, but obviously it's a little under-repped.
He's thinking right now, I finally got him a bet. Feeling good. Let me just keep trapping. King.
Yeah, backdoor hearts have shown up.
Yeah, kind of a bad card because, you know.
Queen Jack is there as well. Not that we expect Volkman to have much of that.
Random king got there. I still don't think he's going to fold to a bet just because he feels this guy's so aggressive. I've under-repped my hand. I'd be pretty surprised.
275.
Ooh, but this is a big bet, though. If there's a reason to consider folding, it begins an overbet.
And we've talked about what these big overbets do to players' minds. They begin to create that narrative of why so much. If you really wanted to get paid, if you really had something, if you wanted to milk, you would never come with this size, right?
Exactly. And like I said earlier, like this guy, he's going to go for the maximum value when he hits these really funny hands. Calls.
Oh, and he's paid, and Sam Grafton benefiting from perhaps some of that loose table image here as Volkman is dealt a big blow.
Yeah, I think the second he under-repped his hand on that flop and turn, he's just like, I don't look like I've got this strong of a hand. I'm going to call you down. But sometimes when you give up the betting lead, they get to dictate the price.
That's right. Unpleasant experience there for Bruno Volkman. Complete opposite for Sam Grafton, of course.
I never really got to watch him play before, but I'm a big fan. Entertaining and good at poker and aggressive. First Triton, I believe he said earlier too. All right, Paul's been a little quiet. Gonna raise it up. Ace queen for Volkman. Revenge?
TBD.
Just gonna rip it in. Keep it simple. This also puts the maximum pressure on those medium pocket pairs in case they happen to be there.
And you see Pua just conceding. Bruno Volkman, 31 years of age, from Blumenau, Brazil. Married with 2-year-old daughter, Yasmin, his wife, Shanalise. Professional poker player by trade, but he learned back in the days when endeavoring to be a professional tennis player. Won his first state tournament in poker back in 2010. Says his favorite player is Yuri Zivalevsky, one of the guys we left out when we were talking about the talent coming out of Brazil.
I just can't say that name, so I just kind of forget about it.
Something that Bruno wants people to know who are out there watching him play on stream, that he tried to play professional tennis, but then life took him down another path. And that path is playing professional poker. I want to say it's more low impact on your body, but you sit in a chair long enough and actually the impact is quite great.
Yeah.
Pua with the 2 4s, opens to 50K. Hecklin, who really hasn't been involved much King 10 suited will flat, and now Linus can close the action in the big with Jack 10.
Start at 800.
Whoa.
Close the action or maybe bump up the action.
900.
He's thinking about it. He's asking. You don't ask
70.
Paul how much you got if you're not considering a 3-bet, because this is a mandatory call normally.
Right.
But for this guy, all sorts of game tree start to open up.
220.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
Linus is unrelenting. And it served him well. His results over the years have been built on just these sorts of lines.
Mm-hmm. And there's so many other lines we haven't seen yet.
That's right.
I love watching this guy play. Wow, his timing is always perfect too somehow. Oh, wait, it's not over.
Wait a minute.
Paul's had enough.
Let's see what kind of board texture we get.
Wow, that is a big call. Paul's like, you can't be squeezing me every time.
That's right.
Boss man, what's he gonna get? Great flop.
9-6 deuce. Doesn't rate to have connected with a lot of the unpaired holdings that Lolliger would be expected to be making this move out of the big blind with. Linus shown here, being told mom just ran over the family cat in the driveway.
160.
160, a third of the pot. Designed to fold out high cards right now. Nines is a decent part of Paul's range, but if he has nines, he probably has eights. Dill's hands will have some trouble on some turn cards.
160K, just the pressure that these two fours are being put under.
Personally, I feel like if I'm gonna look someone up pre-flop with this hand, I gotta.
Why did I call?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but look, Paul is folding, and he recognizes that
he made a
if
mistake.
he's not going to make the call on the flop, which he decided not to, then what did he bother making the call pre-flop with?
Yeah.
When you get a board like that.
He realized by doing it, right? Like, because I was gonna say, if you're calling this hand pre-flop to defend, you need to be calling this flop. Yeah, but he recognized that.
The trouble is he had 700K left. He was being asked for 160 of it, and he's really adrift at that point forward. If Linus continues to barrel escalating amounts, now you really got the cuffs on. Well, you can get your practice in online, just like so many of these players did. And where else would you do that than GG Poker? It's our official online poker partner here at the Triton Tour, where we have daily Triton free rolls. Sign up with the code Triton2022 and choose between a $600 match deposit bonus or $100 in rewards. Also that free $50 Global Millions ticket, all part of the package if you sign up today. GG Poker. Volkman made it 50 to go. Big Al with ace-jack isn't going anywhere. And he flops himself top pair, which will keep him even more connected to this pot. Backdoor diamonds for Bruno.
Pictures of my cat.
Both players checking. Big Al deciding to lead for 75,000 on the turn.
What's Volkman doing? He just has King 8 high, right? Is he thinking about making a play?
He is.
Oh my. This is ambitious. Who checks back to raise the 6? It makes sense he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, Big Al obviously not going to fold.
Guess he just thought Big Al was maybe making a little stab with a 10 and would have handled the heat. I guess that would make sense.
I
but
mean,
still,
even a set of 10s wouldn't play this way.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Really, it feels like just pocket 6s?
Kind of one of those, I just want to win this pot.
Yeah.
But
And might have something to do with the fact that he lost that big one to Sam Grafton, and he's just grown a little bit tired of folding and giving pot after pot away.
yeah, I feel like maybe a little fatigue. I mean, we saw Paul kind of make a little mistake the last hand too. It's kind of like spreading around. Well, Big Al checks. Is Volkman going to continue his story of pocket 6s right now? Oh my God, he's going to do it. Well, I'll give you this. If you're going to raise that turn, you better follow through with your story.
530,000 the bet sizing, not quite full pot, but not exactly sheepish. You see Al asking for a count. That's not exactly what Volkman wants to hear, because he knows that means there's a chance that that man will look him up. And if he does, it'll be showers for the Brasileño.
Wow, he's setting such a very narrow range. Oh my God, is he gonna lay it down? This is insane. Insane bluff. Big Al's gotta be wondering, how are you still shoving when a 10 comes? Shouldn't you be scared? Oh my God.
What? Hats off. That is sick. Volkman opened standard sizing. Check back the Jack-10 deuce where Big Al had ace-jack and him crushed. On the turn, he picked up no equity, a completely dry-looking 6. Puts in the raise and then puts his tournament life on the line after getting called. He martingaled the raise on the turn, basically.
I told you he was aggressive. Do you see it now?
I do. I hadn't seen it until then. Now I see it.
You know what? I take back the mistake thing I was trying to say on the turn. He had a plan from the get-go, didn't he?
Yeah, Randy.
Jeez, making me look bad.
Non-believer.
I can't believe it. I think I need to leave. Jeez. King Jack, open it up.
Rally time for Volkman.
The thing is, all the other pros here think he's got pocket 6s at hand. I bet you.
The line absolutely looks like pocket 6s to me.
Mm-hmm. Because jacks and 10s, they would bet that flop a lot. Flush draw, straight draw.
Yeah, too much texture for the Jackson 10s to check back.
Mm-hmm. He was so confident when he shoved that river too. You notice he just stopped for like 3 seconds and was like, well, I'm here, let's go. Oh, I can't stop thinking about the hand. It's so amazing. So many sick bluffs from everyone. Alrighty, pocket 7s for Hecklin. He's been solid throughout today.
Pocket 7s for Hecklin. Picks up Big Al, who flops top pair up against middle set, and this is bad news for De Carolis.
Oh man, I feel for him. Like, just made the incorrect fold. Now he gets this cooler.
Yeah.
85 half the pot.
He's got the Jack of Spades working too. There's just, certainly for now, never a path to an exit for Big Al. 85K to call.
You gotta remember, he just lost some chips last hand, so he might be like, I'm not folding again. But he needs to be.
Well, I don't know anybody that just folds to one bet on this flop. Now the 10 rolls off on the turn.
Such a safe card.
8-9, the only thing that Hecklin might be worried about. Yeah. And there's some 8-9 suited in Big Al's range on the button, perhaps.
True. But of course, there's also those King Jacks, King Queens.
Yeah, as pictured.
6s. Yeah. Go for big. Hecklin might also be reading into the fact, like, he just saw Big Al make a fold there, right? And maybe he's getting a little bit annoyed and
call.
side call. See how quickly he's calling
Yeah,
right now?
yeah. And I don't love that, by the way, because when we snap call like that, it doesn't read like a hand that has a draw. It reads like a hand that's drawn dead against these set of sevens.
No sense of fear for Hecklin right now. That, though.
Spades come in on the river.
Hecklin does not like that card, but, you know, the speedy call does kind of feel like a showdown hand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, if you had a draw, you need to think about whether you got the odds.
You just need to be balanced about the speed with which you make these calls. I mean, I would hope that Big Al would snap call that kind of sizing with a spade draw from time to time then.
Completely agree. Hecklin is going for a lot of chips.
300?
So he's betting 300K because he thinks if Big Al had top pair, he would be scared when the flush comes in. But if you bet small enough, he's going to just reluctantly call more often than not. But Big Al is actually in a tough spot because when you look at it, you really don't beat much for a triple barrel.
1/3 pot, the sizing, laying Big Al 4-1.
Yeah, I think the best case scenario for Big Al here is that he's chopping it up against a block bet. Wow, great laydown despite what just happened that previous hand.
I'll tell you what. Put yourself in Big Al's shoes. He doesn't know that he made the wrong laydown yet.
True.
But obviously he knows he lost a tidy sum in that last pot. He knows he flopped a big hand. And then he got triple barreled. And you might be thinking to yourself, Henrik watched me get away from that last pot against Bruno. Maybe he thinks he can turn the same trick with me. And you draw a line in the sand and you lose a bundle. So he didn't chase on the river the flop and the turn call. Sunk costs as De Carolis gets away from a loser.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed because that was a great price, wasn't it?
Yeah,
4-1.
No question.
Top pair, strong kicker. Yeah. Well done. Discipline. You may feel like you're down in chips, but man, you still got over 40 big blinds. We know that's a lot to play with in this game.
Yeah. Grafton defending the big, flopping the gut shot straight draw as Hecklin flops trips.
Trip eights, connected board, flush drawy board. Yeah, people are going to think. You check it back. He's like, I shouldn't be hitting this eights. I got to check it back.
Yeah, and now Grafton hits a 4 to go with the gutty. He'll take another peek back at his hand, and he's going to feel pretty good about it. Hecklin's hand reads like 2 overs.
Exactly. And his hand can be counterfeited, so he's got a little bit more incentive to bet it himself right now. But going to check. Don't think Hecklin's going to check again. Opponent could have a random 5 or 6. Don't let them get a free shot, right? Let's see what he thinks. Does he go tricky and just start betting big all of a sudden since he checked a flop? It looks confusing. Medium.
Grafton flats the 75K. 10 of spades on the river. Good milky sizing there from Hecklin. Kept his customer involved. Now what will he come with into 285?
He's most likely going to get paid off by a 7. So depends on what he thinks that would call with. I don't think he thinks Grafton has an 8 because he probably knows Grafton's style as well. Grafton would just bet huge of an 8 himself on the turn. So it just depends on what he thinks a 7 would call with. And he thinks he would call 235,000, which is a big bet. So Grafton's got to think, okay, would he do this with like jacks, queens, just a 10? Good laydown.
Yeah. And it seems like there's some history between these two guys, as we overheard them mentioning the games at the Vic in
Friends,
London.
It doesn't affect our friendship. You steal from me. It doesn't affect it. I just want you to know. Doesn't. No, I don't take it personal. Just rob me. It's fine.
I didn't rob
No,
you.
it's fine.
You robbed me, mate.
It's just cards.
Such great banter.
Cheeky.
Maybe I just won the max out of King 4.
Normally you would limp this, but maybe you can start creating something funny. Just because he had a little chat? Nah, stick to the game plan. Limp.
And these are kind of weird, right? Because you know that Sam has the sense that you bluffed him in that last pot. Here you are after Sam limped in. And you got that queen deuce part of your range that sometimes wants to put the raise in but might feel dissuaded because Grafton's suspicions are high right now. 2 diamonds, 2 sixes, and an 8 as Grafton flops the king high flush draw.
Solid flop. Betting, checking, both good plays. Just depends on how often you think the big line might stab if you check to him. He's gonna just fire out himself.
Lose one, win one. Right?
Not quite the same sized pot, but you know, maybe.
Well, I know you've been monitoring some of the chatter on the Twitch stream, I believe.
YouTube, I believe.
YouTube stream. What's the
They just keep
what's the
talking
group
about Grafton, chatting it up. Nah, but there's been so much big hands. They're like, wow, what a crazy fold, and like
The
stuff
Linus
like
hand, I assume.
Yeah,
the big
all-
check raises.
Yeah, all of them. They're just. I just like
The
seeing them
Bruno
go a
hand.
little wild. It gets me a little pumped up.
Well, as much televised poker as has hit the airwaves throughout the years and has been streamed, it's always nice when what everybody's out there watching is still moving the needle and getting them excited about the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the guys in the chat keep saying this is such sick content, you know, that they get to watch, and they're like, please give us more.
Ask and you shall receive. 50K, the open from the A7 of Paul Pua. Grafton joins the party on the button with King Jack. Linus not going to do Lolliger things out of the big blind this time with Jack 9 suited as he flats oh so balanced, and top and bottom pair is going to leave him well ahead of Grafton's King Jack. Pua started this mess, has the bad end of a gut shot, but he won't follow through, and can't expect we're going to be saying the same about Sam's hand, right?
Yeah.
Top pair, gutty.
This is actually one of those boards where, sure, someone could have you beat, but most people don't check raise like 2-pair on this board, so you don't have to worry about getting blown off too often. And if someone raises this flop, they usually have a straight, so you know exactly where you're at. So you can see here, Linus just calling with the 2-pair, just because, you know, they don't want to bloat the pot against a straight and then fold like clean outs to a full house.
Pua into the muck. Heads up to the turn, which counterfeits the Jackson 9s, and now Grafton has the best hand.
Keep in mind, Paul would have had a nut flush draw, but he's out. So check. Grafton likely will check the 10. There's a lot of 10s in Linus's calling range from the big blind. Queen 10, 10, 8, you know, 10, 9, whatever. Just that card is scary.
Grafton with the check back. Oh my goodness. 9 on the river, and improbably the 2 outer for Lolliger to scoop comes in.
That's what those laser eyes do. They get those river cards you want. Now, with the 10 check back on the turn, He does not need to worry about Grafton having the 10.
90.
But he doesn't think the jack would call that big of a bet, so that's why he's going for this third size pot.
Into 275 comes 90,000 in Grafton. Straights are there. Backdoor hearts are there. Any 9, any 10 has him beat.
So you can see how calculated Linus is. Yeah, great sizing. It's just you bet anything bigger, the guy's going to easily get away from a jack.
The wrong end of a dairy farm there for Sam Grafton as Linus milks him for 90,000. He's nasty.
He's just on point. It's not like, oh, I made a big hand, therefore I need to bet big.
Right.
You just need to read the situation, read your opponent, and choose accordingly. And somehow Linus has gotten it right. I want to say every single time today. Yeah. Genius.
$60K bet from Hecklin. Take it, sir. Six-handed action continuing here in event number 9, where we have 18 players remaining of 93 entries. Blinds at 10 and 25,000 with a 25K ante. Ali Najad joined by Randy Liu. It's the 100,000 euro no limit hold'em main event, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Madrid, Spain, where Sam Grafton holds third place rather, behind Linus Lolliger and Henrik Hecklin. Opening to 50,000 here with that beautiful Jack 10 suited. Big Al flatting the same sort of kit.
And we're approaching the money now, right? Top 13?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Are paid.
But these guys play like they're not even close to the bubble. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Problems here. Trip jacks for both Grafton and Pua. Paul outkicked. 2 checks in front of Sam. 175 in the middle. And might this
45.
be the end of the road for Boss?
Long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, this is a big problem. That deuce.
Living.
It's not good.
For 7 years
It means
now.
the kicker is likely to play eventually. Paul thinking about making.
You're having fun.
Is he calling? Is he raising? Such a dry board. Gonna raise. He thinks this is gonna look the weakest. And to be fair, he's right.
105,000 the sizing from Pua.
Yeah, Grafton's just gonna call here because a lot of times people do check raise bluff the Jack deuce.
Yeah, you can
rainbow.
induce a follow through on the turn, and
Yeah.
the 10 kicker isn't exactly nutted. There's a lot of that King Jack, Queen Jack stuff that closes the action defending the big. Obviously, being up against another Jack is improbable, but on this texture, when we get check raised, maybe we pull some of those middling pairs out of the equation, as it's not generally the sort of line that Pua would be taking with that type of hand.
So here is the bet.
$120K into 385. And remember, that's off of a stack of 535 for Pua. So while it may not feel that significant in relation to pot size, in relation to Pua's stack, it is a bit more meaningful. As such, Grafton flat calls, and the board does not double pair or produce a 7 for Pua. who looks loaded for bear here, Randy. Is he going to empty the clip and show himself the exit?
100%. This is dead.
Dead man walking.
Yep. There's nothing he can do. He either shoves himself or he checks and he gets shoved in and he calls.
Yeah.
No, not all in. Almost all in.
No.
He could,
That could be a chop again.
he could stay in the tournament if he just calls this. He's worried about a better jack. So I think Paul has a little life. Was he contemplating a fold? I don't think he is.
Jack.
Slow roll. Slow roll.
Ah.
Unlucky.
He generally looked kind of sad for Paul.
You're 300k safe.
I'm a nit. I was scared. Unlucky.
So real bloodshed to close out that stanza there, as Paul Pua is still in, but it would take somewhat of a miracle for him to spin up off of this 15,000 as Sam Grafton reclaims the chip lead here at our featured table, up over 2 million in front of him, followed by Lolliger, Hecklin, Volkman, and De Carolis as event number 9 rolls on. Well, we're going to welcome you back inside the broadcast booth. Ali Najad joined by Nano Noko, Randy Lou, rather.
Huh?
Randy, I'm a little bit speechless. First thing I want to point out is if Grafton's going to bother to make the call, don't we just put the extra 15,000 in there?
I guess.
And not let Paul get away with that holdback?
The thing is, if Paul had a bluff, well, he's not going to put the last 15,000 in anyways, right? But,
Okay.
you know, like, he was generally worried. You can see that he actually contemplated even folding his hand. I guess he...
It did look like for a second that
Yeah.
he was second guessing himself. He was maybe going to put it in the muck, but seemed like it was never really an option as played.
Mhm.
But sure, if he was bluffing, he doesn't call the additional 15.
But you miss out on the 15 when he has a worse jack.
More importantly, I think it's the fact that he busts out, and then we get one player closer to the money. It seems like for that 15K, maybe it's worth it. Not sure. Far be it from us to have a firm finger on the pulse of those sorts of nuances and subtleties. We have seen some cool situations like that develop already. One that comes to mind when Stephen Chidwick flatted, three-handed on the turn, I believe it was, and then checked back with tens full, three-handed at a feature table, leaving, was it Seth Davies?
Yes, Seth
with
Davies.
just 25K so that he could abuse from that point forward, just even for one hand. And the finer points always thought through by the guys. Overall chip leader right now, as we turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, is Kevin Paquet. His first tour of duty up top. Grafton, second overall after winning that big pot against Paul Pua. Linus Love, also at the featured table, 1.9, third in chips as Hecklin joins the party. So three of the bigger stacks at our featured table. Antonius, who was up top for so long, now sits in fifth. As we scroll down, average stack 1.3 million, good for 43 bigs, and needless to say, it is Paul Pua, who is the shortest of all stacks, so far behind Shirzad Hizu's 17 bigs with just one big. It would take a miracle if you had to put a price on the board, Randy. What are the odds that Paul Pua is not our next bust out?
This guy needs like 100 to 1 or something crazy.
You give me 100 to 1, I'll take it, Randy. Go ahead.
Let me take it back.
I think it was Doyle that said 100 to 1, you just take it. It doesn't matter what it is, you just take it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's an uphill climb for Paul. Disappointing there as he held back to 15,000, so not out. Down, but not out. We are out for just a brief pause. Randy's going to be cut loose. We're going to bring Jeff Gross into the booth. Plenty more coverage still to come from Casino Gran Via, event number 9, the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event will return right after this.
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series Madrid. Ali Najad joined now by Jeff Gross. Event number 9, the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event, rolling on from inside Casino Gran Via. And Jeff, we got some time to kill before we get back to the action. First thing I'm going to ask you about is what you did all day out here in Madrid, my friend.
Well, I have a 3-year-old. He keeps us busy, so that's one thing. Did some parks, walked around, had some nice food. It's a stunning city. I mean, we've been riding the birds and having a good time on those little scooters. It's
yeah, before you guys go thinking that Jeff has been mounting pigeons out here in Madrid.
No, it's
the bird is a scooter.
Yes.
It's a means of transport out here in Madrid, possibly one of the most walkable cities I've ever been in.
It really, I heard great things. It's lived up to it. Hopefully we get to get a little more time, but today it's the main event. It's playing with final table. This is like as good as it gets in poker. Some of the biggest names, huge spots. If you could fill me in a little bit, because I was enjoying the city. What do we? Let's look at that beautiful app. What do we got going on
Sure, we
here?
can take the Triton Poker Plus app, available free for download to all of you out there, whether you're on Android or on iPhone. Just hit up the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Here we find the feature table with 3 of the top 5 stacks at it: Sam Grafton, Linus Lolliger, and Henrik Hecklin. Kevin Paquet, a newcomer to the top of the leaderboard. Patrick Antonius was up top for some time and still kind of hovering around where he was when he was the chip leader. 1.9-ish was what he was holding. Since then, some stacks have grown in size as we're going to come back to the 15 and 30,000
Where's my
level.
man Big Al? What's happened? I saw Big Al was chip leader. Had a little rough ending. Then he shot up to the top. Is he in there?
Big Al took a few blows. He folded a winner to Bruno Volkmann, who came with a very courageous bluff. Currently sitting in 12th place is Big Al. Tell us a little bit about the guy. You say my man Big Al. You got a little history. You played with him for a while.
I mean, listen, I can't claim that guy's a legend. He's just been around forever. He's an absolute crusher. He played the $1 million Triton.
Right.
I got to see some of his charisma, his bluffing, and his ability. He's not afraid, that's for sure. He's in some very familiar circles. He's not a guy I'm going to dinner with on stops, but I know of him. I know about him, and we had a nice chat while the day before the main he was kind of looking, sizing it up, feeling what was going on, and he definitely, he came over. He flew over to play, and the guy shows up for big events, and anyone plays, like I say, if you play $1 million buy-in, I don't care, good player or not, you're not afraid, you got some, and he's got heart, he's here to go for the win.
I'll say this, when Big Al shows up, it definitely feels as though the cash game players begin to get a little uneasy as they know he's going to show up, ask to play some big cash games, and maybe push the limits a little bit beyond what everybody was prepared to be playing. He
Someone's
likes
going to
the
win big,
nosebleeds.
someone's going to lose big.
Exactly.
You don't know who. You hope you're on the right side of that, but he likes to push the action for
There's
sure.
going to be a little bit of pain, no question about that, as we look back at some of our other tables here in the remaining three. There's the chip leader, Kevin Paquet. He's got himself Petrangelo, Komphorst, Ponikovs, who spent some time at our featured table, Sam Greenwood, and Andras Nemeth. And then as we look back, we have where are we here? We've got the third table where Orpen Kisachikoglu is sitting with 24 bigs, currently 16th in chips. Shirzad Hizu, the other super short stack. Obviously, Paul Pua with the one big blind is shortest of all stacks. And Luke Gilles and Chris Brewer, along with Patrick and Steve O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer is where now? He is 7th in chips, Steve O'Dwyer. And I'm being told that the feature table is now going to be this one here, the Greenwood table. So as we see the chip leader, we'll have a chance to get a look at how he's been navigating things. He's kind of all alone up there at 80 bigs. Greenwood in the middle along with Ponikovs, and then you got those kind of high 20s, low 30s, three stacks in Nemeth, Komphorst, and Petrangelo out there. And the payouts, just getting another look at those. The champ is going to pick up the €2.5 million, and of course that custom Jacob and Company timepiece. And what can you tell us maybe about this lineup here? Have you had some moments in the booth already, things that stood out to you? Obviously, we know Nemeth picked up a title back in Cyprus, playing heads up against Laszlo Boitas, and you've called a little bit of Paquet action so far during this trip, haven't you?
Yeah, he's kind of seems to be towards the chip count leads. Like even today, I believe he was chip leader. One of the chip leaders he kind of tailed off, and then he's back at the start. He was the start of the day chip leader, I'm told. So he seems to play pots. He's not just in there waiting for big hands. He's in there. He's mixing it up and he's defending. He plays. He doesn't hide in the bushes. So he's definitely a guy I think we'll see capable of going the distance here. I mean, he's in a great position obviously at the moment.
And I think he's got a little bit of intel without question because Brian Komphorst, fellow Dutchman, is at his table. My guess is that they have some history. It tends to be the high limit circles gravitate toward one another. There you see Komphorst's first ever Triton stop. Failed to cash thus far. Didn't partake in any of the short deck events. So these guys are here to play long deck. And we can even pull up our man Paquet here. And we note that he is 2 for 3 so far in his first ever Triton stop as he finished 11th, winning €60,000 in the 30K, and then 5th in the 50K. Here he is in the 100K, 2 cashes, $529,000 under his belt. And we are just moments away from getting back inside the Casino Gran Via poker room for continuing coverage. So without further ado, we will get back to some cards in the air, and let's chatter out of me and Jeff. Let's face it, we're not what you're here to see, and that means we can crack this champagne, Jeff. What, a little Armand de Brignac?
Looks nice.
A little celebratory, get this level started?
Let's do it. The guys are sitting in. Had a little food ready to go.
Producer James is coming to take the champagne. Don't take
Yeah.
the champagne.
Let him
James.
let him
No, don't-
let him
come on,
let him look
please
at it a
don't
little
take the
bit.
champagne. Fine, take the champagne. They know better than
Yeah,
in front of us, too.
that's true.
And there's a look at the official chip counts at our new feature table, brought to you by GG Poker. As mentioned, 15 and 30 with the 30K ante. And there is Greenwood center.
What was the hand? I heard this hand with Paul left him on one chip basically.
Yeah, he flopped trip jacks up against another trip jacks for Sam Grafton, and on the end, Paul check raised the flop, barreled the turn, and then plowed the rest in there on the river, but left himself 15 back, and Sam just flatted with the 10 kicker. Very dry looking board. Jack dooce 3-6 or 6-3.
And Paul had a jack also.
Yeah, he was outkicked with Jack 7. Defended the big against an open.
Like hook up like a TV with
Compost starts the party here, raising to 60,000 with Jack 10.
I mean, so instead, it's just like, it's kind of like the stream situation, right? Like,
they don't want everyone looking up all the time.
Yeah, it just looks bad, but everyone's going to figure out a way to do it, and then that looks bad too.
Chip
like,
leader. Defense and fans. Same story for Compost. As we've got
good answer.
Netherlands on Netherlands violence. Usually you'd have to be at a speed skating rink to experience this.
Yeah, I'm sure they're familiar with each other. That's, if not good friends. You never know, but
The best part was like
no one's going to hit this board.
You know, they were all interacting with each other. Like, yeah, they took away the bomb. Like, of course, if you were, I'm just like, if you were a bunch of like influencers,
Compost.
obviously they're going to want to like create their own like content.
Follows
when
through.
They're playing the game if they have the option.
Takes it down. What do we know about Brian Compost, Jeff?
Me personally, I don't know him as well. I do know that he's from the Netherlands, that he is 29 years old, and he is from you're better with the pronunciations, Ali.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, we'll let you take that one.
All right.
He is married, and that's what we know. He's a field of studies, a poker player. He is, it looks like, not a business pro, as some of these guys are.
A professional. First learning to play poker from his older cousin on vacation at the age of 14. Played some heads up and says he got absolutely crushed. My guess is he's turned it around since then. His unofficial final table at the World Series of Poker Europe main event in 2021 was his favorite memory thus far. He finished in 9th. Kevin Pake is his favorite poker player. They met while they were playing 5 cent, 10 cent, and now here they are. What's that Drake song? Started from the bottom, now we hear?
There it is. Wow, at the feature in the main, deep too. This is deep, man. We're talking bubble time almost. We're really close.
17 left, 13 paid. As Pake in the small blind has it folded around to him. 2 9s.
120.
Shoots it up to 120K.
Yeah, it's a man that likes to play pots, and he is realizing how close he is to the money. He's got one of the worst hands he could have here. Suited Ali, but 7-2, not ideal. He's taking a bit of time here. That was painful for him to fold. He just didn't.
Come on, that hand was dust.
Yeah, maybe just a little balancing time and let him know, think a little better next time you come, but he's got a stack to back that up.
Well, your #1 gaming destination in Asia is M88 Mansion. It provides the most competitive sportsbook selection, the largest collection of casino games, and the most immersive live dealer experience. Head over to m88.com and get in the game today. Have you played down in the casino so far yet on this trip, Jeff? Have you given them a little twirl?
I have
a little
not.
action?
I did just check it out, though. There is some poker games there. I think there's another area for poker games, too. I have not.
There's a high limit.
Yeah, there's a couple areas in there. What about you, Ali? Have you
some salons that are available?
Salon always gets dangerous. That's where you know it's fancy, and there's stuff happening. There's games. There's chips in the air. But I haven't.
A couple of times I've spied what looked to be some really obscenely big roulette action.
Oh, that's
getting
my
put
game.
in.
I gotta say, I got a weakness. I don't play table games, but that I used to be. There was times I played more roulette than poker during the summer.
Stop it.
Early on. I'm
Gross.
talking like
You degenerate.
like 21, 22. I mean, that was my one thing. I really
Working
got
the
into it.
wheel, were you?
I had a whole system.
I had a whole this.
Yeah,
All right, go
that's it.
on, Jeff. No, Jeff. We
it's-
want to know
listen.
what was your roulette system.
Is however you want to rephrase it, but it smash and cover. That's what we call it.
Smash and cover.
Smash and cover. Yeah.
Okay,
so it's
go
a lot,
on.
It's
Walk
a lot,
me through it.
Lot of covering, just sort of like you hit it, you get a little something back, and there's a few lightning rods, like tall objects, like a few different stack sizes out there. But we had a whole routine, numbers, names for it.
It feels like
birthdays.
there's a really loose commitment to this concept here. I want guidance.
Yeah.
I want to know how to smash and cover.
It's exactly how it sounds. You have a couple where you're
How many numbers have your chips on them out of the available 36, let's call it?
And I actually like the 00 wheel, even though I know it's negative 2.7% worse, because it's negative 2.7 versus negative 5.4%. But the 00, I had like a whole block, like a whole neighborhood where it was all my numbers. So I would prefer the 00, and you get better comps. But I would probably have, out of call it 38 numbers, like 33. So like it's really covering, a commitment to covering, a lot of cover.
So when the casino hits one of the available 4 numbers to scoop you.
I'm a high energy guy, but it's not there when that happens. I am. That's.
So you're trying to be the house, is what you're doing. You're trying to make them bet on one number.
But honestly, I like the Atlantis back in the PCA days. I got the most ridiculous they didn't know how to comp right, and I looked like a psychopath, but I really was not betting that much. I just had to avoid a couple of numbers.
Jeff, I don't know how to tell you this, but it wasn't only the Atlantis that thought you were a psychopath when
Yeah.
you walked by the roulette wheel.
Yeah.
As we see Greenwood, nothing psychotic about the open under the gun with Queen 10 suited. Comporst looking down at 2 red 4s in the small.
I actually, yeah. I don't want to go. Like people are starting thinking I'm a roulette guy. I'm really not. But
Listen, buddy. Hey, listen. This isn't an intervention.
No, but let me just tell you
You're
what
not being
happened. I'll tell you.
criticized.
So in a period of time where I got hot, like I would take like a couple grand and win like 30 or 40, like a few trips in a row, and then all of a sudden one night I lost like a lot in one night, and then it got real. And I was like, all right, that's like it was gone, like and then it gave it back, and I was like, all right, that basically stopped me. And then now it's just for fun once in a while. But
I mean,
anyway.
your risk versus reward is just inverted
Right.
so heavily in that
I
spot.
was young and reckless, and that's different. So it's true.
I feel like your therapist.
Yeah. Well, this is 10 years ago at least. It's fine.
Comporst flatting. Ponikov's mulling things over with the King 10.
Ponikov's. We saw him get this spot with aces and, of course, raise it. But, guys that are dangerous and take spots, you get away with some stuff, but you also get looked up. This would have worked, but he's going to elect to just call.
And he's got Queen 10 in rough shape. Check that. He's got the field in rough shape as he flops top pair out of the big. Comporst will check. Quick check from Alexis.
Yeah, Greenwood. Got chips, got talking chips. See if he takes the lead. It's a 3-way. It's a man with the plan. He's really thinking about it. Yeah, here we go.
70?
Doesn't it, when you have a pair in your hand, it starts out with like, all right, I'm going to flop a set or fold, and then you start thinking about things. But here, there's just not much to do. 2 people. And Ponikov's, he knows what to do. He's not going anywhere. Top pair. It is against under the gun. And they got some chips. 250K starting stack. So when you have 5 stacks in your stack, you have 1.3 million. You're coming up on the bubble here.
Call.
Just a call. So a couple cards Greenwood could continue to tell some sort of story. That no extra equity coming there. Clean 100% for Ponikovs if he were to get to a river showdown.
5 of diamonds doesn't rate to be of any concern for Ponikovs against the under-the-gun raising range for Greenwood, which shouldn't contain many 5s. And you see Sam fixated on his neighbor.
90.
Yeah, lead seems reasonable. It's going to hit him maybe more, have some 5x defense, and decides to lead. I like that. Looks sort of like, man, I'm supposed to have the lead in this hand. What's going on? Okay, Ponikovs picks it up. Gonna
Easy release for Greenwood. You see Ponikovs shooting him a quick look.
Thank
But
you.
pretty straightforward from that street
How
on.
was it? Can I have water and espresso, please?
It's getting late. An espresso. Some people go tea. Do you have a cutoff for caffeine, Ollie, or do you just whatever it takes in the moment?
Bring it. I don't do the coffee thing, though.
Yeah, I respect that.
Stains your teeth. You know.
What, you a tea? Straight tea?
Yeah, I like tea. Tea's good. Little green, little Earl Grey, little Rooibos, some matcha from time to time.
Nice. Yeah, I'm thinking about making the switch.
Is that what you were saying to the blackjack guys while you were at the roulette wheel?
Yes.
Smashing and covering.
Yeah. Yeah. And,
60 to go from Comforce. Now a beautiful ace-king suited for Ponikovs in the small.
Yeah, nice hand to see. It's a tough position to play. It's also getting to be a difficult time in the tournament. Between 8 and 13 is sort of the most severe ICM. So, I mean, we're getting to a point where several people will not cash. 14, 15, 16, 17. 13th will secure that. And, of course, 2.5 million euros roughly up top. A lot to think about. Just takes it down.
Fairly straightforward navigations for the Latvian. Wonder whether or not our production crew has gotten behind their hometown man, Ponikovs, the shared hand folks. Takes a village, truly, to put together these Triton events. They get here well before things get underway, setting everything up, all of the camera angles that you see, all of the technical information, helping program data into the app, all hailing from Latvia.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, that's for sure, and it's definitely been very nice. It's been over a week now, and we're getting moving. Paquet, under the gun, king 9 off. He's got chips, knows that people have to be super tight in this moment.
And they're going to have to get tighter and tighter the closer we get to that bubble, so his capacity to abuse the field will only increase. Ponikovs, very pretty Jack-10 suited on the button.
Yeah, he knows that his opponent can be up to no good, but you still have Jack high. I mean, you're behind hands, don't want to make a meal of it. It's pretty nice that he gets to be in position. Not a stack. Paquet can just kind of go to town on.
King 6-5. Not what Ponikovs had in mind. Beautiful development, however, for Paquet. After he was flatted, he has top pair and control of the betting. Buck 95 in the middle. He'll knuckle. Surprised by the line?
No, he's got a weak top pair. Doesn't want to get in a strange situation and just kind of
What'd you say about weak?
Well, yeah.
Top 2 now after the check back from Ponikovs.
Yeah, nice turn, and he is now feeling, I'm sure, very comfortable. But there are some draws, some hearts out there. Doesn't have a heart, doesn't have a 10 or a queen or a jack. But I don't think this is a spot where he expects Ponikovs to start bluffing right in the stage of the turn. So I think he's going to do the betting himself.
195.
Goes big.
Indeed. Gut shot straight draw for Ponikovs, but to a full pot sizing. Really no place to go but the muck unless you want to grab a cape.
Yeah, this is some posturing. The crazy part is, like, he gets to be perceived as so tight. If he did try to make a move, you know, you would put so many hands in a tough spot, but this isn't the time. And it would have been the really wrong time. He would have stepped right into top 2, but yeah, he's on to the next one. Andros Nemeth been quiet. Hasn't really been dealt in here since we've come back.
Thank you.
Well, listen, anytime you got a stack like Paque's out there as you're creeping closer to the bubble in a 100K buy-in event, can't fault people for
Oh, the still water, please.
perhaps switching to spectator mode.
Yeah. He's got his socks off, shoes off. He's comfortable, chipping up. Nick also we haven't got to see much of. He's getting some 7-2, 8-2 suited. That's not going to be enough to come in.
Pardon me. 2 10s for Greenwood on the button. Lovely. Paul Pua, by the way, with that one big blind, has busted. 17 left now.
Okay, give an extra consideration here. Definitely knows the stage. He can turn up the aggression if he wants. This timing would be tough here. But into a time bank on with the king 5 off makes you think he's up to no good. Think he's gonna shoot him up?
I mean, Greenwood's not exactly light on chips here with 1.5 million.
Yeah.
That's 50 plus bigs you're staring at.
Wow.
Just defends.
Greenwood maybe makes him think a little. That's a little abnormal to time bank call. Well, he's just RNGing it.
Top pair on Paque here as he runs pure. First the king 9, now the king 5. Smashing top pair on both occasions. Checks it over to Greenwood, staring at 2 paint cards.
Does go for the bet. Small bet. 50 into 175. Now Paque with a weak top pair.
Just flats. And Greenwood's 2 10s aren't going to feel too comfortable with that call from Paque.
Yeah, it doesn't have a heart in his. Well, he does actually. He does have a heart in his hand. Pac doesn't have a heart in his hand, but he also blocks Jack 10, which is one of the hands he's getting called by and beating. So, you know, he's thinking, could he have flush draws? Does he just have the queen or king? I'm not beating that. Am I going to blow it off? These hands are always interesting to see how these guys go about it. And then if it wasn't feeling good enough, after the check on the turn, he has to feel good. This is a very, very nice feeling to just be super confident. I think after the check on the turn, he's realizing he's going to have the best hand mostly here. But now, almost for sure. And he doesn't have a heart in his hand. This it may make, he could go pretty decent size here too. Just try to get heroed. I think this is a spot where this is where the best they really. Wow, he went for the enchilada.
420,000 with kings up, and look at the look on Greenwood's face as if to say, "Really? What?"
Yeah. Yeah, that's why poker's so fun. I mean, now it's just. Yeah, he looks in, has a heart. If he doesn't have a heart, it would be that much more enticing. But this would just be quite a hero. I mean, in this
right, without the heart, obviously it increases the probability that Paquet's check call on the flop was with a flush draw. Go on, Sam.
Get
you
the
feel
feelings
like
out. Spit it out.
I feel like I might have one specific hand. I feel like one of those hands.
All right. Well, good news is you didn't call. Whatever you're feeling could have cost you 420 there, but he.
I'm thinking ace of hearts, 4 of clubs.
All right.
Oh, so he's giving him credit.
Yeah.
I know, because I know it wasn't the 4 diamonds or spades, so would have been different.
All right. I mean,
is Greenwood suggesting that he had pocket 4s there when he makes that statement? The thing about the sizing there, we know that Paquet is the big stack. We know that we are creeping closer to a bubble in 100K.
Yep.
And we know that those big overbets are going to come across so polarizing.
Yep.
And yet, even though we get that sense that we're being punked, we just slip the 2 10s into the mug. A single queen, a single king shouldn't really play the pot that way.
Right. Yeah, it's.
So what is it? As we know, it was kings up.
Yep.
But I wouldn't have been entirely surprised if Greenwood just decided, you know what, man, show me.
Yeah, it's possible. He was right, though. He read it for very big strength. He said he thought he might have had the nuts. I mean, that's essentially the nuts in that spot. The king 5 as played, but. All right, Nemeth going to have a little bit of tough timing here. Nick finds something. He really hasn't got anything to play with. This is pretty easy.
Yeah, an ace for all 3 players. Obviously, Petrangelo's situation facing the 3-bet, not great, but Nemeth's is even worse as Greenwood's open to 60.
Behind. Was 715 behind?
Was 3x.
740 behind?
Now he asks for a count.
Yeah, 720 total looks like, based on the graphics. So in that range, yep, Greenwood just going to go ahead and push it through. Nice hand. I mean, Greenwood doesn't want to flat there. He's got him covered. If somehow he wakes up with a better hand, he could be flipping. If he has ace-king, it's pretty brutal.
Kept saying numbers until you were right.
I counted the, I don't know. I mean, I was shoving through Doty's blind, so I was definitely shoving through.
Yeah.
Oh.
You might expect different range in the free bet.
No, I was counting the, I was counting the 180. I don't know.
Definitely going to be an open here. 6-5 suited with his stack. An open a lot of time. It's a nice hand on the button. It is 6 high, but it's suited. Going to keep the pressure on. And Camp Horse has slightly better hand. Not a fun one to defend out of position this stage. But you also have that big blind ante out there. Got the 60K, so 30 plus 30. And he is going to come in.
Ace, king, 4, all diamonds. Comphorst with the diamond draw.
This is one of the problems of defending a hand like this. This is not a good flop. You do have a diamond, but this is not one you would want to be clinging on with. So let's see how this goes. See if Pak takes a one and done approach. He doesn't, so delay possibly. See what the turn brings. 10 of spades.
Is that us?
Yeah. Table draw.
Okay, so we redraw.
Yeah. Who we got here?
Who busted?
Steve.
Steve O'Dwyer?
Yeah, he must. Jesus.
That's the.
He was chip leading 1 hour ago, no?
Yeah.
Happens.
Oh man, Orpy kind of.
Those players checking.
Raised cutoff.
Oh, there is a hand history.
Open 3 bets, queen, ace 5 off on the button. Steve calls queen 10 suited. 10 2 5. Steve check raises, open calls, turns 5. Steve shoves.
Yeah.
Steve was only ahead on 1 straight.
No, I mean I was just surprised open 3 bet with ace 5 off there. I don't think it's a bad. I don't think it's a bad play. I'm just surprised.
How deep it was.
30. Like I don't know, like a 2 million chip pot. So like.
Showing you a couple ways to win a pot, Ellie. You don't have to just.
All right, we're stopping.
Don't have to bet the flop. Got to a river and decided to take a shot there.
Yeah, 4-liner to a straight on the board, laying out so as to
Bad timing
get our
with your
ears on the conversation at the table,
Unlucky
which
timing with your 3 bets.
drew our attention to a very improbable development.
Ran
If
into
you didn't catch the conversation, we'll get to it momentarily on our way to a break. 16 remain out of 93, which means it's time for the redraw. Brought to you by Poly Market. And that conversation, as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth, Ali Najad alongside Jeff Gross, is the wildly improbable Steve O'Dwyer, who sat way up at the top of the chip counts, now showered in 17th place. Got into a confrontation with Orpin Kisachikoglu. As we take the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see Orpin now in 3rd place, and O'Dwyer on the outside, sitting eliminated in 17th. Let us click on Orpin and take a look at that key pot where it looks like O'Dwyer held queen 10 of clubs against Orpin's ace 5. Orpin was on the button, and seems like O'Dwyer had raised it up there, a call, and then the shove from O'Dwyer. Was he short at the time? It doesn't seem like that would be the case. Call, then the all-in. Call, raise.
Yeah, Triton Poker Plus on the from the bottom shows the action. It looks like he did call it off, and it was he paired the 5, so he made trips against his top pair.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm looking at it in reverse. Forgive me, guys. The raise to 65K from O'Dwyer. The button 3-bet to 155K from Orpin. O'Dwyer then made the call. Flop came 10, deuce, 5. O'Dwyer would check. Orpin would bet with the pair of 5s. O'Dwyer check raised him with that top pair. Orpin made the call and then hit the trips on the turn. O'Dwyer then piled it in there. And, of course, a snap call from Orpin. Steve not able to hit the 10 on the river and ends up out. And Orban was one of the shorter stacks for quite some time. So we are down to just 16 players now here inside Casino Gran Via. We will step aside while the players redraw and be right back with more coverage of event number 9, the 100,000 euro No Limit Hold'em main from here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Madrid. Stay close.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
And welcome back inside Casino Gran Via, our broadcast booth. Alina Jad alongside Jeff Gross, continuing coverage of event number 9, the 100,000 euro No Limit Hold'em, where Steve O'Dwyer was just shown the exit. 16 players remaining as we send it back inside to our feature table where action is about to get underway. After the redraw, this is what it looks like. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker with the blinds at 15 and 30,000 and 2 players left. Overall chip leader Kevin Paquet remains intact, as does Sam Greenwood from our previous lineup. However, we've got some newcomers, including Sam Grafton, who is currently second in chips overall. 15 blinds for Shirzad Hizu. That represents the shortest of all stacks remaining in the field, as 13 places will be paid. That payout, 186,000 euros.
Yeah,
like,
this
if you get
is
that
this
hammered,
is
it's
this
not
is go
really
time.
that
This is
fun.
where people can separate.
I
This
don't
is
know.
where there are
I didn't think about
tough
it.
decisions. You see some big folds and big bluffs. Fun stage of the tournament.
Well, it's going to be a little bit more fun, perhaps for Kevin Paquet on those heaps of chips, though Grafton's presence now changes the dynamic
So
slightly.
he uses that box because now it should be empty.
Yeah, fun player to watch. Also very talkative generally. Although this is a serious time, Ali. I don't know. Maybe not sure who's going to engage with him if he starts to chatter. This is 16 left. It's real. 3 away.
65 to skate out of Greenwood's ace-king. Luke Gilles. Jack 10 in the small. No thanks.
Dutch having a little run here. 16 left. I mean, that's
No doubt
a
about it.
nice showing.
They've shown up.
Got final table attire on there. He's
Yeah, that's his lucky shirt. His mom gave it to him.
Nice shirt. He'll wear that. He'll run it to the final. Then is he just wearing it through, or what? Where'd you pick that up? Or he told you that was
I was chatting with him directly.
Oh, okay.
Straight from the horse's mouth.
Okay. Yeah, ace king, nice to get, nice to pick up, but 8-handed on the spot, you know, you can end up getting in a huge spot. We saw Patrick Antonius play that queens to ace king with Hecklin for a huge pot at the end of day 1. So it's fun to get ace king, but you do know that there are potential obstacles, and sometimes you're just going to get it in. Patrick really, after the food poisoning, I don't know if you were in the booth for that, Ali. He did mention he was down for about 2 days, didn't eat, and got
Really?
knocked with food poisoning. So
uh-oh,
maybe he was doing a little studying and recovering and brushing up, and came in rested, relaxed, and having a nice main event so far.
So you're saying the food poisoning might be the right preparation?
Could have worked perfectly. I mean, but it was just the right time because it didn't happen during the main, right? So you got to. You wouldn't want to play the main with food poisoning. That would not be fun.
Think about how many hands you'd miss.
Yeah, that's not good. And Grafton though here with Queen 8 suited, he's got 2.4. This man likes to play.
First timer to Triton. Grafton enjoying his experience thus far. Not enjoying that Queen 8 suited. In the
70?
face of the Brewer, open to 70,000. Gilles running a quick check on the sizing. Hard 10 on the button. And he's going to come along here.
Yeah, so he'll get the blinds to fold. Makes the hand a little bit more straightforward. He's going to have the best hand, best position. Brewer got a Triton trophy this week. And a pretty nice flop for him.
2 sixes, 2 diamonds, and an ace, putting Chris Brewer, the American, in front of Luke Gilles, part of that strong Dutch showing here in the main. Three out of the remaining 16 players hailing from the Netherlands. As Brewer follows through for 150,000.
Yeah, it goes big. I mean, he doesn't have a diamond in his hand, just sort of protecting. Also could catch on an ace, queen, ace, jack, get some value. So I actually, you know, I like that sizing. You could see players bet quarter pot or even check, but he's not messing around and accomplishes a few things. He's going to catch an ace, and he's going to charge diamonds. Nice hint. Adamo not in. I don't know when that happened, but that was that's
when he's not in there, we just act surprised.
Yeah.
It's we're so used to it at this point. He's already picked up 2 titles here in Madrid thus far, with multiple events still left to play.
He doesn't play PLO, so that's good. Safe. Gonna take my chances without him there tomorrow. What do you think for that? Do you have any idea? You have the Triton doesn't really do a lot of PLO events, so
It's
kind
the
of
only
hard
one
to
on the
guess.
schedule.
Hard to guess the field size. Patrick Antonius, if not in the main, I'm sure will be playing, but I think he plans to be in the main.
Certainly. sitting on the kind of stack he's got right now. He doesn't rate to be headed for the, pardon me, exit, 1.6 million. Uh-oh. Chris Brewer, back-to-back opens. This time, he's run into 2 black aces, and they rest in the hands of the chip leader, who everybody is going to suspect is going to skew toward excessive activity right now and kind of abuse the field a little bit with a broad array of holdings and a high frequency of 3 bets.
Yeah, Brewer doesn't waste any time. I mean,
No, he sure didn't,
pretty
did he?
fortunate it wasn't against, you get ace king. We saw Greenwood have that, and that's the thing. You don't know. How do you think Paquet is gonna, how he's gonna approach that? Is he gonna be going crazy mode? But people get hands, and it's hard in the moment. You just don't know. In this dynamic, this type of place it's a Triton. It's a main event. It's big money. You know, how many gears, how deep down in that hand range is he gonna go? Of course, aces play themselves, but let's see if he's able to take up the aggression. That's why poker's so fun. You know, like you can know someone's doing it, and in the moment though, it's just there's still so much to weigh, to think. Is he? You know, I don't care. No one really wants to take a stand and bubble here. They just don't. It's 100,000 euros. They're not afraid.
But you know what? It's one of those things where if you are willing to take that sort of chance, the upshot could be big.
Yeah, that's
in one of those spots.
That's true.
You know, you also got to ask yourself, how much risk is Paquet willing to take? Granted, he can absorb a pot or two, you know, work his way down to maybe that 40-50 blind range before he makes the adjustment. But, you know, he could very well just fight clean from this point forward.
Yep.
You know, he's not obligated to kind of take on the role of bully on this playground.
750 behind.
But it is generally profitable.
Yeah, we see here. Look at these hands in the blinds. No one had anything. Paquet does
720 behind. Sorry.
Does just fold the button, and now Greenwood, who recognizes he is covering significantly on Nicky P, feels like giving him a walk is just not in the question. He does raise it and pick it up. Looks like this was pretty smallish raise. I mean, almost 3x. About doesn't have to go huge there. Nicely done from Greenwood. And Nick, I mean, looks a little bit pained. And to be fair, Ali, he's just not got a hand. I don't think we've seen him with a decision even. And that's the nature of tournament poker. Sometimes you're going to get big hands. You're going to get the tier ones. You're going to get some big pairs, just some push spots. And then sometimes you just got to fold.
Actually. Did you drink it?
Shut up. Is it?
I just ordered it. I was sitting over there. I swear to God.
I was just thinking, I really want a bottle of water. And
Then
I
he
turned
asked
around.
me really nicely.
I turned around and it was there. I was like, wow, from the.
Take it.
Good service.
Yeah, exactly.
How are they in my head?
Yeah.
Grafton, sometimes things just go your way.
You need hydrating.
I was waiting
You
for you
need
to walk it
hydrating.
over.
I got you.
Thanks, bro.
Hydrate.
Appreciate it.
On me. Could I get a bottle of water? Yeah, just still.
Gonna kick it up, min raise, Jack 10 off. No one has much. Brewer in the big blinds. Got chips to play. Other players very comfortable playing post flop, but it's not really a fun spot. Although it's just you have 50 blinds, you kind of just gonna have to call. Has the best hand. You have a6 off, you realize there's some tricky flops. This is one where you don't love it because you could be getting bluffed. You could have Brewer definitely could have the best hand. He doesn't, and a modest middle pair is gonna bet. Just a situation where he doesn't expect to be getting check raised and can get a little bit of protection there. A hand like this, ace 1 over, queen X, maybe queen 9, queen 8 suited, or ace X, just protect. And that goes Pac's way, the rich get richer. Jacob and Co. watch up for grabs to main event of this no limit event and the short deck event. Gonna get one of those.
Is it just me, or does Sam Greenwood look like he runs a gondola at the Venetian?
That's a great call. I was trying to figure out what was going on there. That's
I couldn't quite place it initially, but then I was like, I know that look. Hey, we're in Europe. It's appropriate.
that is a good call.
Thank you so much.
All right, 2 9s, 1.2 million, 40 blinds. Definitely, again, one of those ones where it's vulnerable. You got to open it. No one getting much here, and Patrick in the big blind with queen 5 off. Gonna give a look. He's got 1.5, 50 blinds. Decides not enough good scenarios to call there.
So Gilles will not get any action. 29 years of age from Rotterdam. His occupation he lists as poker. First learned when he was around 15 or 16. A lot of poker on Dutch television back then. He started with friends for small money. His most memorable moment was the Master Classics final table in Amsterdam, home turf in 2014. The whole final table could pick a song to sing at the final table.
Maybe
I
to
guess.
come out to? Was there an entrance?
Yeah, there it is, to come to the final
Okay.
table. What would your song be?
I'd have to think about it. That's a great question. I don't know. Well, do you have yours lined up, Ellie? I don't know if I'd have to think. I'm not a huge music, I love music. I just don't know all the names, the songs, and I'd have to think on it.
I would come out to Time to Say Goodbye by Andrea Bocelli.
I just saw him perform.
Did you really?
Yeah, just recently ran him. I didn't really know.
When you went out for that Roma game?
That was F1. He was there, did a thing afterward, Formula 1 in
Miami?
hmm
You went to F1 Miami?
I live there. I mean,
Rat.
it's backyard.
I'm actually actively, as we see Gilles raise it up with the 2 queens, doesn't get any action, looking to get myself over to Monaco after this, because one of my dreams has always been to be in Monaco for Formula 1. However,
yeah,
in looking for hotel rooms, wasn't really able to find anything for under 16 grand a night.
16 G's a night. Wow.
That met with my standards.
I'll tell you what. I mean, Mr. Antonius is at the table. He knows a thing or two about Monaco. He might have to be
listen,
on the.
don't blow up my spot. My backup plan was to definitely tap Patrick on the shoulder. I was hoping I could do it after he wins this thing and be like, "Do you have
Catch
a
him
couch
yeah.
for your boy?"
Right. That's the night. Yeah, timing's everything. Guys.
I don't want to do it like, "Hey, Patrick, hey, sorry you just busted on the bubble. Listen, I
was
going to come down
during Monaco. I don't know if you have any friends or anyone who might be there. If I have a room or a couch, that's great. Yeah, no, that'd be a fun thing to go to. It's more like a concert than a race. I mean, it's just a lot of activities. It's getting very popular. Have you seen the show? I haven't. The documentary on it on Netflix. People rave about it. I haven't seen it.
It is fantastic. Drive to Survive.
Haven't seen
Formula 1. If you haven't, I highly recommend you check it out. It's one of those types of things that even if you're not into Formula 1, you can still get into it. It's just riveting. Meanwhile, not so riveting. Queen 9 offsuit in the small. Grafton limping. Gilles says, "Let's go."
Yeah, Sam's one of those guys that's just kind of, and he's always been there. He's been in poker for so long, but he just seems dangerous lately. He's just been crushing and really, really playing at the top level right now. Did come over for his first Triton and a couple bullets, I think. I don't know exactly how many, but he's in there, and who cares? If you win 2.5 million, no one's worried how many bullets you're in for. He's going to be stepping into a better hand here.
Middle pair against bottom pair as Grafton leads for 30. Gilles, happy to call.
Well,
now queens and 9s for Grafton as he makes the best hand, but clubs do show up. Neither player has the flush draw.
Yeah, gonna keep betting here. Just understands he can be up against ace X, king X so much. Even ace, a weak ace doesn't. I don't think they're gonna raise pre-flop. in this scenario where the stage of the tournament the chips are. So I think he realizes he's gonna jump ahead here a lot of hands. Of course, he could be beat by a flush. There is Jack 10. He'd probably have heard from Jack 10 on the flop, although maybe Jack 10 could just call. It's possible they would just not raise on the flop, but welcome card for Grafton. Now Keel's kind of a tough spot for him because he knows he's capable. So with that being said, he is going to call at least one more here. Pretty big underdog going to the river.
105 ahead, and Gilles fails to improve on the end in this 360K pot, blind versus blind. And if we're Grafton, this Queen 9 feels like it's good, but every now and again, we're being reeled in, right?
For sure. Be a interesting decision here to see how Sam goes ahead and proceeds. I know Gilles would be very happy to check back if it's checked to him, but look at this.
Well, I think the question for Grafton is how often are the better two pair combos going to just check back out of the big blind? He decides not too often, and also the other question is how often would the flush on the turn flat? If it's kind of the dustier end of a suited combo, it's going to want to maybe protect itself against a fourth club rolling off. Comes with this big 250.
Yeah, nice 3-street hand here for Sam. He was behind on the flop, but as soon as he did make that two pair, he went on betting, and he is, his opponent is not going to love this spot for sure. Very difficult. I believe Gilles has had a lot of success at the high stakes online. I do recognize that name. Being in a lot of tournaments and commentating and during the kind of pandemic COVID period, and definitely a great player. See if he can come up with the right decision here. These hands are so important. I mean, to call and be incorrect kind of puts you in a whole different category of the tournament. But also, if you're calling and you win the pot, it also puts you kind of in it's a big hand for him. Big decision on the river.
He's got 1.1 million back. Already a decent investment made into this blind versus blind confrontation.
Pock staring intently at Sam too. Sam's doing a lot of shenanigans, but he's just a fun guy. He's just kind of always in the mix, doing his thing. And look at that, good fold.
Yeah.
Got that one through.
Petrangelo instantly alleging Grafton of armed robbery. As he's licking his lips, trying to make it seem like it was a bluff. Far from it, as the queens and nines.
Bluffing me, rebluffing me there.
Take it down.
I know I'm not getting called, I'm getting.
Hmm?
Are you thinking of raising or thinking of calling?
Think about calling.
Maybe I'll trade.
Raise would have been something. Not with that hand.
Disappointed, like slide the cards into the muck, you know.
Greenwood's a real life pro. There you go.
I would have called that one.
You always call. That's why we never bluff you. We know you.
Yeah, I Jack 10 no club. I would have called.
You gotta love Nicky P.
Laurel and Hardy down the other end, they would have called him.
Yeah, the professional.
I'm saying I had the king of clubs in the 9. It's pretty fucking suspicious calls to have.
Greenwood said, well, he had Jack 10. He would have called with the straight, yes.
I'll see it on TV in a bit.
That would have
I
been.
can value bet thinner than the nut flush, though. You know that, right? I mean, I presume.
I also have 2 bails.
Yeah.
Add a pair also.
Everybody chirping up as this to
Process
say,
of
what the heck
elimination.
could you have had, Sam?
You can do
We
the
had all the
follow,
good
you
cards.
just flip the deck upside down.
It's the opposite of short deck. Everyone had the high cards.
takes
I mean, I must have had 2 low cards.
Or you just grab the deck and just throw it and be like, I knew you didn't have it.
Yeah, small blind, big blind. He has a spot here where
10-4?
This is very interesting how he goes about it.
It's on stream for you,
it's
just
the
so confident
short stack of
with it.
Hizu in
I
the
mean,
big.
I'll give you kudos for that.
I mean,
it's like going to be on in
got
half
an
an hour, and
ace.
you're just like, Sam's not got it here.
I had a hand with him where I was like correct that I folded, but then I called out the specific cards and was like, well, that was like, now everyone knows I'm an idiot, you know?
Versus who?
Nice shove here.
He had king 5. He had 2.
Tell us, bro.
Very nice.
What are you, Daniel Negreanu? You're calling out the exact hands now?
But that's kind of the move. Like, you know, if you're trying to build a brand or something, nobody will remember when you.
No one remembers when you were on.
Nobody will
I
remember.
I played in Montreal with Timex, and he called me with eights on ace, king, jack 10, 3 spades. No, he called me with 10-8. He called me with 10-8.
Okay.
He called me with 10-8.
10-8's better than
He
8.
called me with 10-8 on the river. And I bet the river, and he goes, it can't be this easy, can it? It can't be this easy. And afterwards, he told me he had some tell, like, if someone looks at their back at their cards when, like, a third spades, they're checking if their pocket pair has a spade. And he was like, and he just wanted to own me. It's like, it can't, he makes the biggest hero call and goes, it can't be this easy before he does it. I mean, I would have looked like a right idiot.
Nick.
Yeah.
That's how you keep doing that.
You didn't act or anything. No, I was just moving my elbow, bro.
Nicky P might go for ask for a card wash. He has been just absolutely
getting a lot of practice today.
dealt out. Brewer lets go of some 5s. Under the gun, though. Antonius in the hijack with ace-10 suited. Gonna call.
Him and I don't know, just like just now, you mean?
260.
Well, yeah, Big Al's in there 5x and tough to play back against.
3-bet from Grafton to 260 with these 2 kings over the top of the Patrick, open with ace-10 suited.
For him, just works though, doesn't or whatever.
Kind of 6 bet. Fuck, it can buck you up.
Right.
Open fucked up Steve for a while.
How deep was it? 3?
25 bigs.
The way Timek thinks about stuff
He could have ripped it.
is he
Yeah.
I thought so.
like
Also, I
recognizes something, recognizes that thing has value, and then extrapolates it like all the way to its like final logical conclusion.
Okay.
Like, so he was like that's how he played. Like that's why he like with the I think like one of the first guys who just like dominates satellites because he was just like the first. People got like, oh, I can raise really wide under the gun or whatever.
Ace, king, queen.
Alright.
And he was just like, you know, he was just like, well, I'll just shut myself off under the gun. Like, he was like I would never have, you know, I'd be like, well, I'll wait for a king.
He takes the principle and like goes as far. Yeah.
I busted one with 8-6 offsuit and I never tried again. By that logic.
I remember.
I'll check in 30 minutes. Either way, it's fine.
Had to back.
Nice.
We had a handed like at 100K.
What'd you told him?
Too bad.
2 pair? A 10 and a 4?
Not cheap hell. I want the suits too.
Snowman?
Look at Brewer, still a
This
skeptic.
is like that episode of High Stakes Poker where Eastgate folds a deuce, and then they like come after him. If I've used the wrong combo, or the sizing's wrong for the certain 2 pair, or like if you unblock the ace, it's just overbet, then you're gonna just come after me, boys. I can't give away the info, you know. I saw what happened to Eastgate. They bashed him up, you know.
But they should have just gave him, don't overcall the 4 deuce off pre.
Sure. Small blind as well, yeah. It's like.
Grafton getting the Spanish Inquisition as Greenwood's getting tripped 3s here in another blind versus blind confrontation.
Yeah, that's a sick hand, yeah.
I don't know that one.
Dwan wrecked him.
Dwan did that a lot back in the day. Nice stakes. The queen 10.
Wow, so Greenwood checks back to
That's the same hand.
trip 3s.
Lets the deuce roll off. There's some texture to that board, obviously, but Greenwood willing to take his chances against the chip leader. Sam sitting pretty deep to start the hand, over 40 bigs.
It looks like he checks to me. You know, he's shuffling his chips, but that motion of
I don't think that will work nowadays.
this man's played a lot of poker.
I've never gotten
Very
someone
impressive
to hold it.
resume.
Never know.
And Pocket just going to get out of the way. So showing some aggression, showing some moves, but he's also just showing He's not going full bully mode. That can be
remember the
effective
hand,
too.
like, Super high roller, like a 3-bet pop, and like nobody knew to play. Like Timex, and it was like the 3-bet pop was like, what, I don't know.
20 and
like 10
40K
back
with a 40K ante as the small
check,
stacks.
Check call.
Feeling the pressure.
He leads all in with jacks as a bluff, and like I think it was like J-Mo or Doug or one of them just had like ace and like oh. You know?
$80K raise out of Grafton, who's got enough to play playground bully alongside Paquet, neck and neck in terms of stack depth.
I don't think Nick has got to a flop. I mean, he's just got nothing, not a playable hand since we've been back, since we've been on him. It's been an hour, so hour and a half. I mean, his stack's in dire straits, but man knows his way around a bubble, knows how to play, not afraid as well. So let's, Grafton came in.
Well, if you haven't already, head over to polymarket.com. You know why? Because it's where guys that suffer from the same affliction that Jeff did back in the roulette days can get their fix in a healthy environment. You can fire on whatever your heart desires. The Triton series, politics, current events, and so much more. If it's hotly debated, it's on polymarket.com.
Ask Antonio about my roulette back.
Why did I know that he was involved?
No, but he
in
loves.
this?
No, just because he loves it. He'll like if we're ever out somewhere, he'll just he tries to egg me on to get back because he enjoys it. He just enjoys
But wait
the
a minute.
show.
Was he smashing and covering along with you, or was he just getting max value out of your degeneracy as a spectator?
Yeah, he's a max value guy. Yeah, he doesn't.
He's never
like
going to
it.
take the worst of it in that spot, but he wants to shove you headfirst into the deep end.
No, he took a piece first. To be fair, he did, but he wasn't. He was
When you were winning.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then that night you lost, he had none, right?
He wasn't around when I went up. When I went off the bridge there. Yeah. Yeah. Lessons
Off the
learned.
bridge. Ouch.
Lessons
Gilles
learned.
with Ace Jack opens to 80K. Brewers got the same kit out of the big. Obvious defense.
He didn't get hands pre-flop. He was just tracking them.
So both players miss, and generally you would think this, when players miss, you're in position, it's going to be a win. Although this is going to favor Brewer in the big blind a bit more. Also, the stage of the tournament, I mean, they have similar stacks, but this is definitely something where Brewer can start trying to win this pot and may just get to do that on this turn. He kind of has showdown value, but the thing is, he beats King Queen. Maybe King Queen would check back just because of the stage, but he's also thinking he can get some better hands to fold. He does check, and the problem for Gilles here is if he checks again, there's just a lot of rivers that he can get bluffed off of, and at this particular one though,
Board double pairs as no post-flop chips were inserted to this point.
Same hand.
And both players all too happy to knuckle down.
Well played. Yeah, both well played.
both understanding there was opportunities for the other to win, but, you know, fair is fair. Check it.
Somebody's breathing.
Someone's committed pulse cam. Yeah, maybe it'll start to get intense out there.
Okay, this is just egregious.
Who is
Is
it?
it Grafton? It must be Grafton.
It is. He's got his hoodie up. Grafton's got all the moves. He's causing havoc. Yeah. Can't help it. He's just naturally causing havoc and looking for an under the gun light open queen nine suited. Goes for it. And this is a tricky hand, Ali. Ace queen suited, under the gun, raising. You got a lot of people behind. You got Sam, who has a lot of chips. So this is something that you got that working for you. But do you call? Do you ever want to? I mean, it's like 3-betting just seems sort of disastrous. But it's just tricky. Maybe the big blind now can come along, get a great price, and you. This is such an important time for the tournament in your stack. But look like small blind and even the big blind. Patrick with 4-5 off. Does he want to call getting a ridiculously good price? You kind of rather have this hand than, like a king 9 or a jack 9 because you're just dominated so much. You actually do have some flops where you can hit a really good board, and he is going to come along, it appears. Yep.
And note that at other stages in the tournament, perhaps Gilles would target a player like Grafton who has that wider range despite the fact that he's under the gun. And maybe 3-bet it. Instead, his flat draws this spicy board, as both he and Grafton have top pair. Patrick with middle pair and some backdoor straight and flush prospects.
Yeah, you have ace queen suited. You get the flop you want, but it's a multi-way pot. There's draws going on. Patrick could have some sort of straight draw. I mean, he has a 4-5. He could have 5-6. You got Sam, who could be checking kings, playing it very tricky, but he hits a money flop, and he's going to go ahead and bet it. Goes super small, though. Very interesting. Very inviting, Ali, that size on this type of board multi-way. Patrick says, the price is right.
Thank you.
And Sam, who has a modest top pair, also nowhere to go for him for sure. But
you surprised at all that he just checked it in middle position in this 3-way affair instead of following through with the top pair?
No, I think it makes sense. It's weak.
Oh, listen, he had a plan, my friend, and now he's squeezing with the bet in position from Gilles, the flat from Antonius. In comes the raise to 230,000, and just think about how strong this looks, not just in the context of this pot as played, but in the context of being here in the 100K, 16 left, 13 paid.
Yeah, no, this is the problem now for Gilles, if you will, is he's gonna maybe face some later heat. And how would Sam play kings? Probably like this. This is the hand he's most concerned about. Blocks aces, blocks queens. He's kind of thinking, does he have kings? What do I do here if I get heat on the turn? What if a club rolls off and he might? He is gonna call, I think, or is he gonna recheck the temperature? Or is he gonna stick a thermometer and it may look possibly a raise?
Raise 430.
Oh my goodness! Now we're playing some power poker here. As Gilles,
the thing is,
makes it 430.
Sam probably doesn't think he's flatting kings. And does he peel 3s or 4s from this position? Probably not. Under the gun raise, you're not set mining 3s or 4s. So like, it's kind of narrow on the hands he's repping.
Right. Why would he flat the overpairs?
Yeah, people aren't squeezing at this stage. It's an under the gun raise.
Would he flat the 3s and the 4s? No.
No.
Sam unblocks the clubs.
Wow. These boys are playing. And
we've got ourselves a humongous pot.
Yeah.
And we're only on the flop with 2 streets of betting remaining, 1.2 million in the middle.
Is there a spade to be found? Can we really get the full fireworks here? Oh no.
Oh.
I mean, that's just an absurdity of a card. That is an absolutely absurd card, Ali.
9-ball corner pocket for Grafton, top 2.
All in.
Oh my goodness, the snap call is inbound as Gilles moves all in, and he is going to need a sick bag.
Oh my God. Talk about ace queen so often, how that hand is just, the 9 is so innocuous, Ali. It just, I mean, it's 9. It's just, how does he have a 9 there? You open under the gun. Just,
Sam Grafton, my friend.
Yeah. This is.
He's not only swimming in the Group 1 waters. Wow. So now Luke Gilles needs to hit a 3-outer in turn. Instead, it's a jack. And the merciless nature.
Oh my god. Zo ziek.
High limit poker is on full display there.
Yeah, it's brutal. 2 full days. Great player. Really, really cold turn card there for him. Can't fault him. Nothing.
Well, I, for one, am certainly disappointed at his departure, given that when he was asked what he wanted people watching the stream to know about him, he said, I will do nice things with the money when I win. I like guys that do nice things with the money when they win.
Yeah, that is that's a nice answer and a tough way to exit.
Just kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah.
You feel the man's pain.
It's really like a river though, because if that look at that that turns down a 9 or a spade, and he's just winning that pot because he's all in, and Sam's not calling there with the queen
I
9.
give the 9 of hearts.
Bro, that was epic.
Listen, I knew you'd come out with a comment, by the way. I'm impressed that you held off like 20 seconds. Normally you're straight. It's only because it's a big 100K that you've held off as long. 15 seconds.
No,
is the
he's
max.
just waiting. He's just waiting. I'm saying for me.
Oh, for you. Oh, okay, bro. I'm happy to help. You know.
He was just waiting for quick.
I'm glad. It's like a balance in the world. Like one person, like Sam Grafton,
Honestly,
hating him, writing in his group chat now, this guy's an idiot, and one person saying, I'm really happy. So like I've moved some bad energy there and some good energy.
I sincerely think you played the hand well. I think it was a well played hand.
I think Andres just busted. We might have just lost it too.
This is a touchy moment.
Yeah, Andres just busted one the bubble.
Oh, my goodness.
No bubble.
So pardon me, on the heels of the Luke Gilles departure
Good job.
in 16th.
Good job, Sam. Good fucking job.
Yeah, I'm doing my best for you boys.
Andres had
Alluding
jacks
to the
and Hecklin
idea
had queens.
If
that
I have to put,
is out of
if I have
there.
to put in 400K on the flop during dead to help you
And
boys
sure
out,
enough,
I'll-
he took
I'll do
2
it. That's
jacks
the
up
kind of
against
guy I
Henrik
am.
Eklund's 2 queens.
That's why we love you.
Yeah.
We're both parts of that statement.
You got it all in pre.
Yeah.
So now we continue.
7-handed. 2 tables. 1 to lose to make the money, man. This is a big bubble. These 6-figure bubbles they're intense.
Stone bubble upon us here in event number 9, the 100K at Casino Gran Via, where Sam Grafton is the overall chip leader. Over 100 big blinds. Kevin Pake, 70 bigs. A big gap between them. Equidistant is Sam Greenwood below Pake with 42 bigs as Petrangelo and Shirzat Hizu
I
are
guess
hanging
first
on
to check raise, then I
the
don't
2
know.
shortest
I'm
stacks
guessing.
remaining.
Yeah.
That was nasty.
Everyone's happy.
That was nasty.
The use is that as well.
I love it when, like, from our perspective, we're like, well, that's a blank drone. nothing changes here.
What? Like that I was rooting for the blank, but it wasn't a blank.
Yeah. That is funny.
I know what you.
I jumped the gun.
Fucking Big Al better be doing his job over there.
I want that one in the muck quick.
How much do you have, Patrick? Sorry. Thank you. 1.3. Okay, thank you.
Patrick limping the small against Grafton with these 2 red queens, laying the trap. Will Grafton take the bait here, feeling swaggy on the heels of that big pickup and the big stack? No. A check back with King Deuce. And he flops a wheel draw on the ace-high rainbow texture.
These bubbles take a long time. It makes the tournaments really shallow. But this one, I guess, we just have long levels. It should be fine. The 50K they made it like they took one. They all got.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're on the you're just not playing many hands, so you're on the clock.
Yeah. I like them. Yeah,
Wait, what
they go do? They do 5 mans full hand or something?
I don't know.
They
I don't
do
even
some-
remember.
They do some tick down.
Yeah, so queens gets a little bit of a scary flop, but
Check. Was it the bet call of 50? I'm sorry. Lost track briefly.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sam not going to just go complete savage here. He does have a gut shot. Now Queen's going to feel much better check, and that ace pairs up so much, almost certainly has the best hand.
Any two pairs are counterfeited. And look at Patrick just recognizing the situation. Stone bubble.
Didn't get him.
Just making all the right choices.
Don't want to
Didn't get him.
lock horns in the peanut gallery of Greenwood and Petrangelo.
Did you
Just
almost just
merciless.
zipper in there?
Just. Some inner self-control that I've never even.
Dodging.
It's tough. It's Patrick's image working against him. He's too intimidating. Even with the dealer between us, I didn't have the heart to raise. You know, it's just like anyone else. Any of you mugs, I'm raising there all day. No problem. But Patrick, it's too. I can't do it to him. You know.
I would say he has Chulpan chips, but doesn't matter what stack he has.
Yes.
$80 to go from the other big stack at the table. Kevin Paquet. Second overall with 2 tables left.
I'm just happy to win the pot after 3 hours.
Yeah, Patrick's really been flatlining.
Yeah, 3 hours, 1 pot.
Marathon. It had been about that.
You know?
Currently 9th in chips. Obviously wants to get on the right side
Yeah,
of the bubble.
You bet me twice. I folded once, and that was the one pot you won. Like, so I think literally in like the 2 hours we played, the only one you won is you bet me once, and I folded.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That was the only. Yeah. Probably was the one time you had it too. Just the needle.
I mean, Nick has not won a hand, Ali. He's not the shortest though. He sees.
Who's Nick? Is he
Nicky P?
Is he here? I don't.
I
haven't seen
him.
a Nick play a pot.
Not since we've been on. But here he is. 14 left. Not the shortest.
Okay.
Just literally, I don't think he's just not getting picture cards. Patrick with the nice hand. He's got a stack that can really get pressured because of these super short stacks, and he's gonna have to tangle with some big stacks. But ace jack off, I mean, it's just gotta open it, right? What else are you gonna do? Sam though, just giving him a compliment, saying he's not gonna mess with them, and he knows he's got the license to. Not gonna though. Pac's got 2.8 million, basically double Patrick. Suited jack, he's dominated. We'll call.
So Antonius will square off, dominating Paquet's jack deuce, which doesn't connect with the ace 10-8 board. Top pair, however, for Patrick, and maybe the big drought is over. Checks back the flop, picks up a gut shot along with Paquet. These are the kind of spots where every now and again the bigger stack will say, look, stone bubble, I can put a little bit out here, pick up this 220.
$250.
Yeah, oh my goodness, and he's coming with 250,000 into the 220. What an awkward spot for Patrick. As played, hand under repped. But in context, 250 of his 1.3 being asked for. If he makes the call, the pot goes up to 720K, and he's only got 1 million-ish behind.
Yeah, this shows the class from Paquet. He's really really, really setting up a situation. Look at Patrick, man.
Yeah.
It's not, as Grafton said, this is not a guy you just push around, though. I'll tell you what.
You're dead right.
He is. There's some rivers here that could get super spiced. Patrick has that ace of clubs as well. Probably realizing on a club river like this, he probably can't get bluffed as much. Although the board pairs, though, would have some 2 pairs here. This is interesting.
Pretty nasty, though, man. Just picture Paquet asking for it all here. It would be so reckless looking with just dead jack high. But how on earth would Patrick make the call?
He has ace of clubs, but what would he's kind of repping jack 9 on the turn, right? He has a jack. He's check raising. So now it's like, was he check raising 2 pair, a set? Patrick has ace clubs, and this is just a shutdown. And
I really wanted to see whether or not he was going to come with it. This check could easily bring a check back from Patrick, who isn't really going to want to.
Oh, there's no ways. There's no betting going on here. This is a super relief. And nothing about Patrick being sick or whatever. There's just really no. I mean, this situation, this stage of the tournament with his hand. I mean, a bet would just be really, really, really interesting. Also, like to think what he's going to get called by worse.
Little ICM suicidal to go for anything here, isn't it?
I think so, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe I mean he's taking his time. Do you want to open that fear factor up?
I mean, listen, are we witnessing greed incarnate right now for Patrick, where he's like thinking that perhaps there's a class of hands that Paquet would pay him off on the river to a certain sizing? No. I'm relieved. I got really stressed out when Patrick went into the tank there. I thought he was going to open the action.
Yeah, I mean, interesting hand.
Yeah, and let's face it, the 250 into 220, that's almost 2 streets worth of tokens there.
Yeah, big pot. Patrick just is alluding to being quiet, hadn't had a lot of hands, and just like that, he has got a few pots going his way. He's back in the super healthy territory. Actually, Sam Grafton, who was looking interested with Jack 9 off, would have made that nut straight on the turn. Although I think just a little posturing.
That deep into that pot, you still remember what Grafton had?
Yeah, this is the matrix right now.
You see it all, buddy.
This is happening. See, that lucky shirt needed to come in play here for our friend who was on the super fumes. Through the big blind though.
Sub 10 bigs for Shearshot.
Nick heating up a little bit. Got the A7 off. Brewer finds a real hand. Queen 10 off. Thoughts, thinking, passing. And just a pickup. Brewer just going to pick it up. So,
Ace king.
What do we got in terms of the short stacks right now? We have 8 blinds, and then Nick EP with 15. He's healthy. He can be health enough. Now he's not in desperate mode. Comes at you quick, 7-handed though. Small blind, big blind with the big blind ante. These bubbles are fascinating because we lost 2 players quickly, but now on the actual bubble, it can take a while. We've seen both. We've seen one hand. We've also seen hours of bubbles for less buy-in. So it just depends.
All in.
Wow.
Paque's open to 80,000 on the button, and Nikki P, second shortest stack in the field, piles it in there with this Queen Jack suited, 565K. And
what?
Is there a world in which Paque does anything other than call?
No, I'm a bit confused, but also, I mean, is there another table? Is there a hand all in or something? I don't know. I mean, he's got.
Nick, kings.
Has he made the call already?
Cowboys.
Oh, I think
You
he
got the
did.
Cowboy?
Yeah,
I think he called, and they're waiting the other table. I don't know. It's
I don't see the calling chips out in front of him, and yet Sam Grafton is engaging Nick in a discussion about his hand. Okay,
Okay.
so the call was announced instantaneously. We missed it. Obviously, couldn't imagine a world in which Paque's ace-king was doing anything other than taking Petrangelo to the test. And Nikki P here, getting anti-sweated hardest by Shirzad Hizu,
yeah.
who has just 8 bigs.
It's a big hand for him. Man, that looks like quite a flip. It's not. It's 60-40, but it looks, Queen Jack suited looks like it's got potential.
Not on that
Not
flop.
a good flop.
9-6 deuce, so nasty. No club to be found. Some backdoor straightiness is available. Will he pick up equity on the turn? No. Deuce pairs the board. 6 outs once for Nick Petrangelo, looking to avoid being the bubble boy here in event number 9. And he cannot do it. The 4 of clubs showers for Nikki P, and the bubble has burst. Shirzad Hizu, pictured screen left there, locking up 189,000 euros, courtesy of Nikki P, taking his chances there against that Kevin Paque Open.
Yeah, so
186,000.
Next 2 spots getting the same, and then it'll be up to 200 flat, and of course working our way up to 2.471,000 euros. That's a lot of euros. Big bit of poker coming up. Patrick Keaton up
Double
too.
the 100K.
4 or 5.
I'd pure bubbled one actually.
Well,
to be
I'm
honest.
counting a 300K and a 200K also.
Got it.
But whatever. The 100K plus stuff. Yeah. It's a good streak to break.
That's not one you want on your resume, to have a lot of big 6-figure bubbles. But
No.
it also puts some hair on your chest, Ollie. It'll grow you up quick. And yeah, that's the happiest man in the room, maybe.
Without question.
Getting it through, not having to sweat it all in. So back up to 3.1 million. Brewer in the big line with the ace-8 suited. Sam's got the best of it at the moment.
Now that the bubble has burst, a little bit more relaxation perhaps, especially with no pay jump between 13th and 12th. As we take a 3-way pot, Brewer defended with the ace-8 suited. Grafton, the party starter, with the ace-jack. Paque with top pair. Has it checked to him. And kind of a stabilizing pot there for Paque after showering Nikki P, because he did dust off that big turn bet against Patrick.
Yeah, the check raise, yep.
Here he is betting 40,000 into 280. And look at Brewer tearing one off.
Interesting.
That should make Grafton's decision a little easier.
Well, peel the ace high, get the jack of diamonds.
Nut flush draw acquired.
Sam in there too. 400 in the middle. King, queen, best hand. going for it. Not a huge bet.
160 into 400. Thought Grafton's ace-jack was going to hit the muck on the flop, but now here it is with second pair.
This is the peel here, though, now from Brewer. He's sort of nowhere he can fold for that price. Picks up a nice card. Sam also kind of floating, finds a card that puts him into the interest category. But not enough with that action. Betting a call. Get out of the way. Huge pot, 720. And Brewer got part of his straight backdoor draw, part of his flush backdoor draw, but ultimately ace-8 high and 2 streets here for Puck. I don't think, seems like it would be a bit greedy to go for 3, but you could, right? You could. He's in the big blind. He could have some worse queens.
7 does fill a few things in, but not of the nature that we would expect Brewer to be chasing. Obviously, there's maybe some 6-8 of diamonds, some 3-6 of diamonds that takes the turn, with the former being more likely maybe to defend. I don't think there's 2 pairs that contain a 7 that are calling that 160 on the turn. A little bit surprised, by the way, that Grafton would peel, closing the action on the flop, hit the jack,
yeah,
and then elect to get out of there. But strength being demonstrated by Paquet.
It's kind of weird. I was positive I flopped a flush draw, and then realized on the turn I didn't. I might have still called the flop, but that's fucking weird. I was like absolutely positive that was the 4 of diamonds.
Also a misclick from Brewer. I was also a little surprised by his willingness to proceed.
Ace-8 of diamonds. I still might have called. It's like 40 into 280. I still might call, but like, it's fucking weird. You think you told the
Well,
nuts.
especially, yeah.
You double check and you don't have the fucking nuts.
And that was a good turn. Good turn.
Fucking hell, bro. Come on, bro.
Stick if you get there.
Keep it together there, mate. I know you're excited to cash at 100K, but you just.
That was really weird. I was like until I checked and I double checked I told him the jack of diamonds, like, oh, I have the nuts.
Sure.
Checked, and then I like looked again. I was like, oh, what the fuck?
Well, that's why Sam folded the turn. Because Sam was like...
I read your strength. I was like, Brewer obviously had.
Yeah.
He loves this turn. He loves this turn. I don't know why.
But well, I think it's probably fine to call the flop. It's just weird.
Yeah, not like you had like, you know, like queen high flush draw or something, or queen stop.
Yeah, jack 7.
No, it wasn't like
done.
it wasn't.
Oh man.
And it was a 1-7 pot, so it can't be that bad. But just fucking weird. I thought I was gonna get there and just that was gonna be the fucking story.
Greenwood has 2 5s on the button. They're red. Patrick with the ace deuce in the big blind. Gonna play some defense. Greenwood visualizing a 5 or taking a nap. Let's see what we get on the flop.
Oh, there's an ace downing the 2 red 5s as Patrick checks with the flow of play.
You're the shortest. 8 big blinds, 16 is the second shortest. Then, yeah, 27, 30.
That is incomplete. Can you do it like this? Okay. How do you do this? Show me.
You want it too? You have to download the app?
Yeah. So where you see the list.
All right, we see the small bet from Greenwood. Makes sense always here to try to fold out just some random equity hands or just some people are just going to fold. You know, he could potentially shake a lot of hands. Not the ace, though. We saw a hand with Linus with 5s. I don't know if you remember this, where he...
Oh, my God.
Okay. And
on the turn, the black 5 rolls off after Patrick just check called. Kickerless with his ace.
I was going to say, I don't think he's typically going to be barreling here like super hard, although Linus did that. And, of course, getting this card is just a pretty unreal board for it, too. There's no straight, no flush yet possible. You hit 5s, and you're just thinking, please have something big. But, I mean, it's kind of hard for Patrick to have too strong a hand here.
Normal. Always is one unlucky, one lucky. That's the game.
Right? If he has 2 pair on the flop, if he has a big ace, he probably would have raised him. So,
Sure. Especially in this tournament.
look at this
Especially
sizing.
now that the bubble has burst in 300K into 360. Is the sizing from Greenwood, and how will Patrick react off of a stack of 1.6?
And Patrick doesn't have any broadways. He doesn't have any clubs. You know, is there some chance you can start putting your opponent on hands you beat? But look at this. He is in there, and he has got a 0% chance to win.
Drawing stone dead is Antonius, and perhaps merciful texture will develop on the river. Not really. Clubs don't get there. King Jack does. But now we've got 960 in the middle.
Yeah, and this
Greenwood's
is
not worried about this card at all.
No, he's not calling him unless it's King Jack of clubs specifically. And even, yeah, I mean, that's literally what? There's one combination of hands that you lose to in his mind. That's usually licensed to bet. When you have a made hand, one combination beats you, and now he's thinking about how much.
Patrick staring intently at Greenwood, and there is...
Oh, you see the whole, there's just all of it. Leaves that 30K, that pesky, almost one blind. We see this. I heard you talking about it earlier.
Well, with no pay jump between 13th and 12th, and the fact that we're not on the bubble, obviously it's a little bit of a different proposition to hold back the 30K, but nevertheless, this is effectively all of it from Greenwood and Patrick.
No, this.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, 100%.
Just bluff catching
I was
now
there, bring it
with ace deuce.
Yeah, maybe a hand like Queen Jack, Queen King of clubs turning into a bluff. Not a ton of hands that generally players don't bluff with the missed club if they miss the clubs with it, because this is really, I don't think he's, I mean, it's just, this would just be too hero-y, I think. But Patrick, again, he knows these guys are capable. He's also not afraid. When you get that combination of thinking, the cape does come out once in a while, but this is that would be a lot. And eventually gets rid of it. Where's some more problematic cards? A deuce, an ace. I mean, the deuce in particular, offsuit deuce. Nice
the deuce is a horror show.
Yeah.
But Sam Greenwood with a nice pick up there. As he will climb the leaderboard. Patrick, southbound.
It's a tough call on the turn because you can't blame him at all. You just kind of,
20.
It's just tough. Just going to have a tough river decision a lot.
Plays so differently inside the bubble than outside it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a man who gets a nice score on his sheet no matter what, trying to spin from here. Greenwood getting dealt in. Some wired pairs.
Yeah, 210s this time in the cutoff off of 2.1 million, which is currently good for 4th in chips overall. Opens to 90. And Antonius again with an ace, suited this time, ace 4 out of the small.
He's on 30 bigs, 32 bigs.
9th in chips overall.
Passes.
Grafton, your chip leader. And Is this a 3-bet? No, he flat. Okay. A lot of times when you hear them say something before they put the chips in, it's to declare a figure that they're going upstairs to. Instead, we've got this paired board for Greenwood. Not bad texture. Grafton checking it. Greenwood, not much hesitation as he fires. Quarter pot.
Yeah, pretty nice flop for 10s. Maybe your opponent hooks a 9 there. Sam with a pretty bleak flop. Just going to get out of the way. Greenwood catching a little steam here.
Change, please.
Very dangerous player, accomplished, knows how to win.
Okay.
Well, he's doing it at the right time, Jeff.
Stop at final table today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just play it down.
We're down to 13.
Start at 9.
What if?
What?
Day two will end. Day 2 will end at 9 players remaining.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
9. Final table is 9 players.
Yeah.
I guess so.
All right, ace-2 soft. He's got the license to fire here, but it's on the edge. Yeah, just not quite enough. Talented group here. Do appreciate you guys watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Let us know where you're watching from. Hope you're enjoying. This is the 100K event number 9, main event. 2.4 and change million euro up top. So
don't forget that Jacob piece.
Yeah, and the Jacob piece. Appreciate you guys sticking with us. I know you've been seeing some short deck, seeing the no limit hold'em. There will be a 25K PLO event as well tomorrow. I think the plan is to play the main to a winner and then pick that up. That's a one-day event.
Brewers Queen Jack Open is 3-bet by Patrick with ace-5 suited. Both blinds out of there. Same story for Brewer. And the bleeding is stopped for Antonius.
Yeah, nice pickup. After losing 300K, that was a big peel on the turn that he cut his losses correctly on the river, but picks it up a little bit. Hanging in there, 1.5, plenty of chips.
Well, if you're itching, watching this high-stakes action, want to get yourself in the mix, there is no better place to do it than GG Poker, where you can get $100 in rewards or a 100% deposit bonus up to $600 by simply using the code Triton 2022. Sign up today at GG.
When do you think we'll have poker in the USLE for
online?
Yeah, just fully.
I mean, the overs come in so many times.
Yeah.
In terms of ETA.
Yeah, been 11 years, definitely. Start getting a little less.
Has it really been 11 years since Black Friday?
I think 2000, April 15, 2011, yes. Yeah, that would have been, the 10-year line was, I think that was, would have had the under.
Never on my table. Never play with him.
It does feel like with the legalization of sports betting in the United States, no longer federally illegal, states are allowed to
Say again?
legalize
I say
it
that's true. In the last
at their discretion that
Yeah.
perhaps
Yeah.
the road is
Yeah.
paved. As we see Paquet defending his big
Especially
blind, dominated
Yeah,
with Queen
yeah.
8 suited against
I
the
didn't wanna brag, but
Ace-Queen for
Well, we could
Antonius.
say on stream. Yeah. Well,
No pair, Broadway
Yeah,
gutty
it's been on show.
position.
I mean, minimum 3.
100K if you do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Paquet does
And
not.
then, like, yeah, you bust me aces, days, king, right? In that 25K as well, and yeah, played a lot.
There's some tea over there being poured. No espresso shots late at night. Oh, that's smart.
No, it's tea.
You think they're going chamomile?
It's not sure. It look refreshing.
What'd you say earlier? You might have to make the. You're thinking about making the switch.
Yeah. I love coffee, but it is late. There's a certain point where you can't have it at night. It's too much. It's too much.
Try telling that to the Italians. Nightcap espresso, no problem. Down the hatch.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Queen deuce suited, asking questions.
All of it.
Oh, look at Izu finally drawing a line in the sand. He says all of it, and it's only 120K
I
more.
don't have a good hand.
If Grafton wants to spin the wheel, it sounds like he does.
Saw an ace-9 in there. Looks like maybe got out of the way with the Grafton open, so he's going to have the best hand here. Yeah, 500K.
I had a bigger ace than ace 5.
Here we go. 500K in the middle. 5, 7, 8. Ace high still in front.
No.
Six.
You have enough chips. Come on.
6 of club.
Don't be greedy.
No, I'm being greedy. That's good flop.
Ace.
Ooh, it looked like it.
Ace is a good card.
Turn is
I think
clean.
a 5 as
Got to
well.
fade a queen.
Oh! Wow. When you ask for that, when you're ahead and you ask for the ace, that's so cruel to put the queen out. That's just a wild run out.
Sam and his 3
From
outlets.
outer space, the Queen of Hearts peels off the deck, and
Mate, that
Sam
was the same
Grafton
hand, right? Queen,
showers
4, 5, it was basically
Shirzad
saying, "You
Hizu.
bet, you called. I was
Such a tremendously disappointing outcome,
by the
but
terms of the
obviously
jack.
Shirzad
Yeah,
had
I
the
was
shortest
right.
stack when
I was
Nikki P
thinking
was
if it
still
turns
in.
to 9, I'm just
Petrangelo
gonna
doing him a big favor, taking
Yeah.
the chances with the Queen Jack suited. So nice to
no,
take
I
home the
was about to-
189K.
Brewer didn't know what hand he's got in
186,
the
rather.
hand. He doesn't know what the board is.
Yeah.
Figured
No,
it out.
mate.
Oh, okay.
Crazy.
I figured it out.
Kevin's thinking, fucking hell, these
Do we have a
tournament guys.
50K update? There's a
Jesus
50K
Christ.
turbo going on.
Dude,
This is
Even
the worst
the
tournament
main
players can read the
main
board,
show
I mean,
here, but
surely even some of the lesser ranks.
These 2 seats like fall away with like the fucking light.
we're gonna
just coming
check
down.
that at
You
the
can get a
break.
real
But there is a
reflection.
50K turbo happening.
I'm glad it was only like a 40K bet where it's like not.
What do you call it?
I had ace 8 of diamonds.
You had ace 8 of diamonds.
Yeah. I'm saying I thought I flopped.
What did you have?
Flush draw, though.
Oh, you thought you flopped the flush.
Yeah. But like it's whatever because the flop calls fine anyways. But it was just like it just was a very weird experience to think you told the nuts, then realize you didn't.
Boom, boom, that's a good turn. Oh no, now I've got to call 220K with ace.
160K.
Yeah.
I gave you a good price to draw.
What did you have?
12 players remaining.
All right,
The
we're
boys
gonna
are
see it,
awaiting
mate.
We're gonna see it.
a plug. So we will be balanced at 6 and 6. Payout static at 186,000 for 12th place. Blind still at 20 and 40K is Grafton. 4.1 million. Overall chip leader, Kevin Paquet. Overall second, Sam Greenwood. Overall third, Antonius and Brewer. Keeping them company here in event number 9. Chip counts brought to you by M88 Mansion.
Yeah, Brewer's still 27 blinds, bottom of this table, but plenty of chips. And Sam's separating himself 4 million. That Queen 9, Ali, I would have loved. I mean, if it's a spade, there's cards that would have been different there. He really went for it. It was a cool hand, but that 9 just struck the turn and he got a huge pot there.
But also,
Very
like,
unlucky
you
for
still have a
Gilles.
shot, like
Queen Jack or whatever.
you still have a shot at paying the.
What?
I don't know.
Like you all.
They have to move.
You're running bad that they had like a slow hand, but but like you'd always, but like
Alright. We can deal now, right?
yeah, you can deal now.
He's getting moved.
Hello.
Captain Kissacogaloo.
Well, there he is, Orpin.
The good
Oh
shit.
my goodness. So the
Hold
4
on.
biggest stacks
Last
in
time
the event
I
are
spoke
all
to you,
concentrated at the
250K,
feature.
You were moaning.
He loves a good moan. It's all.
As Orpin,
Reminiscing about when
Kisachikolu.
he had a million chips, you know.
playing under the Turkish flag with over $1 million in Triton earnings. 2 cashes, one of them a title in Rosvadov in 2019 in the 100K euro buy-in. He knows how to get it done at these stakes.
In a good way?
No.
Oh, I see.
Paquet getting frisky on the button with the queen deuce suited.
Let's go. Big. Need you not to call, Dale.
And picks it up.
No takers.
That's what I'm saying. Call. Your rack. Where you put your call is where your rack is.
Oh, okay. It also doesn't matter because we're getting.
Yeah, we're getting moved next.
We're getting moved. This is the last hand.
You need to do something spectacular now to make the highlight.
He just pushes.
Oh, a look here at the other table. Big Al in the mix.
What have we here? Looks like Comphorst and Linus Lolliger locked in. Comphorst 11th in chips, Linus Lolliger 8th. He's got Brian covered. And with King Queen, he has decided to look up the Ace 4. Dog headed to the flop, but could potentially eliminate a player in 12th. What's the board? I see paint.
There's paint, a lot of paint.
Yeah, King Jack 10. It is top pair and an open ender for Linus. And the Jack pairs on the turn. The Queen he doesn't want to see, as that would give Comphorst the Broadway. Instead, Lolliger ends up with a King High straight. GG's issued. And we have lost one of the Dutch contingent.
Yeah, a couple going out recently. Nice showing for them, but like that Triton white hoodie. Gonna earn him a cash. Well played. Got it in slightly ahead.
Yeah, Luke Gilles also eliminated already earlier, as you saw, in 16th. So that leaves just Kevin Paquet repping the Netherlands as we come back to our feature table now, where it appears that Paquet has opened to 85,000 with King 6 suited out of the big. Brewers going to defend with a Jack 8.
1 million behind.
9-6 Trey Paquet. Middle pair.
Yeah, Brewers got nothing going immediately on this flop. Paquet's got mid pair. He's gonna bet it. She picks it up.
Yeah, Jack 8 really nowhere to go there, and unfortunately, we're not going to get a chance to watch Orpin play. I'm a little disappointed. Was looking forward to seeing these big 4 stacks tussle at the feature table, but I think they are going to give way to a fresh lineup from the outer table, which will not, of course, include the Dutchman that we just saw eliminated in 12th, Brian Comphorst. As you get one last look at the chip counts from this feature table, which will no longer be the case on the backside of the break, where the blinds will be 25 and 50,000 with a 50K ante. Sam Grafton, the overall chip leader. Well, it's not time to pop the champagne just yet, but the bubble has burst back inside the broadcast booth here in Madrid at Casino Gran Via. Ali Nejad joined by Jeff Gross. And Jeff, we had some interesting spots, didn't we? It's kind of like the Sam Grafton show a little bit. Very fortunate in a few spots to pick up some big pots and ultimately the chip lead as we head into 11 players with the payouts now as you look at the Triton Poker Plus app. 200,000 euros static up to 10th, and then we get the jump up to 9th with 260,500. Takeaways from the action that we saw so far?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Pac go for that big check raise. He had the blocker to the nuts, and then he slowed down. Patrick got caught in a couple big hands. He was right on one, stuck in there. Not an easy spot on the bubble to call there with ace-jack, knowing you could face for all of it on the river. Kind of got fortunate that the board paired and it was a club. Kind of a nice card for Pac to decide to wave the white flag, and then we saw him got pretty unlucky against the turn set of fives from Greenwood, where he had to call a big turn bet and then fold on the river. But I see Patrick Antonius not afraid. He's tangoing, and he's kind of been up and towards the top part of the chip counts, and he's fighting in there.
I wonder whether or not the personalities that we were seeing on the bubble will carry through to the inside of that bubble wall, because clearly you can leverage the ICM when you're the big stack there. But, pardon me, once the bubble bursts, you don't quite have that same leverage. And the pay jumps flat between 13th and 12th and then 11th and 10th. So you don't even have that to take into consideration. But, of course, oh so precious to maintain a stack with this massive first place payout of $2.477 million. As you see the new feature table, where Linus Love will be back in the mix alongside Big Al, Alexis Ponikovs, Henrik Hecklin, and Bruno Volkmann. And Bruno did some cool stuff earlier with that river move that he made against Big Al, getting Al to fold an ace-jack. So should be exciting. You don't want to miss it. We got just a few minutes before we get back underway here. Grab a snack, grab a drink, get in for the long haul. Approaching 11 p.m. local time here in Madrid from wherever you are. Do not tune us out. I am going to step aside, and Brian the Czar Rast will fill my seat alongside Jeff. So I bid you adieu for the evening, but enjoy continuing coverage from Madrid after this.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back to the booth. I'm Jeff Gross, joined by Brian Rast. He did not win this tournament. He did play it. We're going to talk about that. We're going to touch on the 50K that's going on. I believe they just hit the money, and I'm going to catch you up, Rast, because this has been a very exciting and quick down to the bubble and now almost to the final table, which we're going to take you to tonight. So let's start with this, Rast. Tell me, you played the 100K, kind of late reg. Obviously, it's a little less chips starting at that juncture of the tournament. You were short, then you got chips. Tell me a little bit about your day.
Yeah, it was up and down day. It wasn't static. You know, I came in 250K at the times. Only it was, what was it, 10K, 25 bigs, right? At the feature table, actually, I kind of built it up. I was probably around like 500 or 600 at the peak. Made a pretty big call against Hecklin, was wrong. Back down, left the feature table probably with around 200 or so. At the other table, after being short for a little bit, I worked it all the way back up, and then at the last break that I enjoyed in this tournament, had about 800K, which at the time, just a little under average. Average was like 9 something, so feeling good. Maybe there was like, paid 13. I think maybe it was like 24 people left, so 21, 24, somewhere in there. And, okay, we're getting down to the bubble. Like, I really got a chance in this. Let's go. And then basically right when I came back from that break, like within 20 or 25 minutes, there was like 3 hands, and I was out. That was that.
Yeah.
So it feels a little gut punchy, especially because, okay, built it up all the way back down, and then to kind of built it even more up again, kind of like giving you the hope. I don't know. It's just like the emotional roller coaster of the tournament. Got to feel all the highs and the lows.
We
you
did
kind of
cash.
experience them more like after you're done.
Yeah,
that's the way to put it.
The good news is you have a Triton cash. You've been in. You've mixed it up. We're going to both play the PLO tomorrow, 25K, I believe. If you're going to get to play, I'm definitely playing because you played too. I'm going to hop in there. I want to have some fun.
I'm max late regging that one again.
Okay.
You're going to be in there a little earlier. I'm going to be in the booth for a little bit.
All right. Well, listen, this isn't your storybook ending. You have a $7.5 million score. This isn't going to be the 2.4 million euros added to your tournament resume. But let's look at who it might be. Let's flash
There's
over
only
to
11. Let's see.
Let's go to the app. Let's catch up on what's happening here. If you guys are joining us right now, you will be delighted to see Sam Grafton, a lot of people's favorite player, just a fun guy. 4 million in chips. Right behind him, we got Kevin Paquet. I'm calling him Paquet. I don't know if it's Paquet. I just like throwing the A on there for fun. But in Linus Love, man, look at this guy. He is a household name, and he has got a household stack in third. Sam Greenwood chipping up, making that set of 5s on the turn versus Antonius getting paid a big bet. Henrik Hecklin, who is a very dangerous opponent, is in the mix. Orpin, and of course Panakovs and Patrick Antonius. Big Al in there, man, just comes in, flies in. He's known as a businessman, but he can play some poker, put people to test. Chris Brewer got a title this week, and Bruno Volkmann, very fiery Brazilian that is in the mix there. So any of these players, Rast, that you got to play with today in the tournament that jump out at you?
Yeah, I mean, quite a few. Sam Greenwood was at my table. I saw Sam play a pretty big pot with Phil Ivey. He ended up winning with a pair of queens on like a 7-high board on the river, where he kind of led into him for not a block, but like a small size, a 1-card straight. We had Hecklin. Okay, Hecklin got some chips versus me on my first spin up in, button versus big blind pot, where I had a decent ace and he actually flopped aces up.
Okay.
And made kind of a perhaps, questionable decision on the turn. I looked up the hand a little bit afterwards. Didn't really like my decision to lead. There you go. Bad job. It might have cost me a little bit more the way the hand ended up playing out, because I paid him off on the river. I played with Orpin. Orpin was was the winner of one of the 3 pots that got me. I had like 18 blinds, 7s. He had ace-9 suited on the button, called, and ended up flopping a 9-high flop. Won a little bit more. Panakovs, yes, I played with him again. At the feature table, there was a pretty interesting pot where apparently he had aces, and I had flopped a straight with king 10, and looked that one up. Actually, Solver really liked the way I played it perfectly. Just kind of an unlucky river for me on the king. It was queen. I flopped a straight, queen jack 9.
Right.
And he's basically going to value bet the river on like most river cards. So a little bit unlucky run out for me. didn't. And then who else? Patrick was briefly at my table. Chris Brewer was at my table as well. So, you know, like half these guys or more were at my table in this tournament for the little bit that I was in there.
Well, we're going to be keying to you for that. And what about Big Al? Because you have been around, you know, the legend of Big Al. The guy has been around for a long time. Can you maybe give a little more color on him and what kind of game size he plays and, you know, his experience playing the $1 million one drop as well? And I think the one drop, the 1 million.
Sure. I mean, listen, Big Al has been a staple in like kind of the American home game, like large cash game scene, right? I mean, he's, you know, some other legends of that, like Bobby Baldwin, that Vegas game, like the New York game, games in LA. These are some of the biggest, most well-known games in America, right? I mean, Big Al's really played in all those games, and he's known in that entire group, you know, by other legends, even younger legends like Andrew Roble, our boy, who famous for staking JRB and getting his way into those games. But I mean, he's like a great player, awesome guy, good friend of mine. You know, he's gambled with Big Al a bunch, so you know, Big Al's been all over playing poker. You know, good reputation. Been in the games, you know, I have no idea. Listen, those private games, you have no idea who's winning or losing. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm going to have to cut you off at some point, Russ. We can't. We're diving. You're fringy right now on what we can talk about. Big Al, he's been in the mix. He's a legend for sure. And let's take a look at that table. He does stand out here, Rast. He is, I mean, for all the reasons, all these guys are mixing in there. And these guys you see 10Ks, 5Ks, 25Ks online playing, you know, new era online poker. Big Al does sort of not fit the bill here, right? He is in there, he's mixing it up, and he is not an online, I can just go ahead and say it, he's not playing weekly 25Ks online, right? He's a kind of older school guy, cash game background, and I think it's going to kind of be interesting to see how he attacks this situation, as it is a big money ICM situations coming up here right now. So
well, we've already seen a couple hands. I remember just when I was in the booth before I hopped in the tournament today. I mean, Al was at the feature table. He was mixing it up. You know, there was a Jack 8 suited, I think, where he just 3-bet and went like bomb all in with just no pair, no draw, right?
Yeah.
Probably not what the solver would recommend doing, but that's how it goes. You know, Big Al's got his own solver.
It adds an element to it because when you have someone who isn't going to play textbook, it makes it very difficult for those players too because they're not really sure what they're getting necessarily. And Al is very intuitive. So we'll take a look.
Yeah, listen, there's PO solver and there's PAL solver.
Oh,
all right.
I mean, you can coin that.
All right,
I like that.
PAL solver.
Quickly, can we look at the 50K turbo? As we last second here, Steven Chidwick is in the lead. A couple other crushers in the mix. Jeremy Osmus looking for his first title. Stevie Chidwick, fresh off that second place and a 7-figure score, I believe it was, versus Adamo. But that's enough of the 50K turbo. I'll update you on that. This is a look, again, at what you're going to get. The last thing I can just show you, that's what we're going to look at. This table right here, Big Al, I will tell you guys, we have got a big bubble of the final table coming up. So let's take you over to that action and let's sweat it out tonight.
All right, yeah, this is a fun group here. I mean, you know, we just went over, this is 5 out of the 11 players, but you know, the thing that, and even just seeing the configuration that I would look for, Linus Love, who has the most chips on this table, and maybe Big Al on his direct left. Let's see if he opens it up. I mean, he's a great cash game player. Where here, maybe he kind of turns on the heat. And by that, I mean, let's see if he opens a bit more hands than normal. You know, maybe he thinks Big Al may or may not 3-bet me a bunch. Let's try to attack these pots. You know, especially like say on the button and cutoff. Like the cutoff would be the one where I'd really look for it. That'd be the first thing that stands out to me.
Yeah, Big Al rocking this nice clean tee, clean shirt with the.
I mean, these guys are dressing snazzy.
Yeah, they really are. I'm excited to see some of these final table outfits tomorrow. If they're all, obviously not every one of them in the tournament left will make it, but.
Like Linus loves these colorful shirts.
Yeah.
Big Al's had this like snazzy scarf look that I know you've been pointing out, but this one's a little cleaner than normal even. I feel like it's even better than the day one.
Yeah, he's got stuff going on. Everyone looks dapper, and Linus Love. I hope he's not getting taxed too hard by his stylist, because I mean he's definitely got his He's got a style.
The style is loud, colorful shirts.
Yes, consistently.
With no talking.
just vacuuming. He has got a nice stack, and he is in position for a big score here.
I have a feeling Linus is going to do something in this tournament. I mean, he's already kind of done something right. We're in the money. He's already earned some cash, and his stack is worth a bit, but there's still a lot left to play for, and I just have a good feeling about Linus in this one.
So we see a raise here from Volkman. Ace-8 off. One of those hands. Not really looking to play for all of it. Ponikovs is in the big blind, has a 4-3 offsuit. Gonna give it up. Just not quite enough hand. I like that. We get to see the second table here. So we're getting to see, gonna get the feature. We switched flip-flop tables. Get to see a little everyone.
How so? They're actually filming both? Like
Well, they at the break, there was 2 tables. It was 7 and 7, and we lost a couple players, and then they took this break, and now they just brought over this table. So,
okay.
So we're seeing, there's only, what do we got, 5 there? Yeah, so it'll be 6 and 5 handed, and then 5 and 5 handed, and then we will stop at 9 and come back for a final table tomorrow. The Brazilian came a long way, Rest. Tough player.
He's had a couple runs so far. Final tabled a recent tournament. Here we go, Big Al.
Raise.
On the button. Gonna shoot it up. 3x, so pretty big. And should get the job done versus those very modest holdings in the blinds.
Yeah, nice pickup. Again, unconventional, just a little different. Probably most of those guys aren't raising 3x, but it has its merit, has its advantages.
Yeah, I mean, you can see maybe exploitively why that hand, there's some reason you might like 3x with it, right? You discourage some kind of trashy hands that might even have 2 overcards to you to call. Like, what about the 6-jack off? Probably calling, maybe not some of the suited hands as much, but 6-jack off, 7-queen off, potentially even to a 3x. Some hands kind of like that. You're probably not getting king X's to fold, but maybe even some pretty junky suited hands potentially. I mean, like 9 deuce suited, right, to a 3x, starting to feel, not so nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And 10-9 on the button. Gonna kick it up here. And Hecklin has a powerful holding in the small blind. King queen suited.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 30 big blind effective here in the sense the dealer's got a little over 30 blinds. Volkman's only got 20. So he had some decisions there versus a 3-bet jam or call. And he goes with call. Hand definitely good enough to 3-bet versus a button open, certainly.
Yeah, so king queen suited gets no one has really anything. We see a gut shot and 2 overs to the 3 and the 5 for Volkman. Ponikovs has into 2 players at a no equity spot, and Hecklin, man, just one of the worst flops he could see as well. But checks around, king queen still in the lead. And Volkman actually has the lead now. 350 in the middle of important pot, in particular for him, who has 895. It's close to 50. Would be close to a 50% stack increase from what is there. Maybe a little less, 40 something.
Yeah, this feels like a spot now where Volkman's going to bet a decent amount. The 3-5-6 interaction quite good for him. It's been Ponikov's checked, Hecklin checked twice. He has the second pair in a gutter. Oftentimes you'll see a bet with a wide variety of that range for a little bit of protection and value mix. He opts to check. Can't imagine he's going to check fold here. And yeah, Ponikovs says, okay, if everybody's going to check twice, I'll take a stab now. And the thing that makes a lot of sense about this bet is from an exploitive sense, you're thinking, okay, the small blind, who obviously checks the flop to me, but he checked again. Maybe that's, you know, suited Broadway or just Broadway type hand, which is what he had. That's giving up. 10 highs losing to that. And, you know, maybe because the big blind checked the second time, you know, he might be folding. So, you know, let me try to win this here with pure bluff. Volkman just very happy to get the showdown. And Ponikov's has a chance to go
What are
with
these, 100?
the no equity 2 street.
Introduced.
Yeah, they should tell them.
No particular. I don't think his cards are particularly relevant. You could say, I mean, they're definitely not blocking, you know, maybe blocking a 7 or something would be a little worse. So it seems reasonable to bluff, but a little dicey as well, right? But it's okay. You can definitely rep an ace here. The flop was very dry. He's going to check some aces, especially maybe a hand like ace 7 or ace 8.
So he goes for a very small size. I mean, it's kind of interesting what he's saying here. And Bruno has a winner if he can click call. Or does he have other plans? Could he potentially be trying to check raise? I don't think
he's going to raise. No way. Versus that sizing, yeah, it's call or fold. And it would have been, it seems like a very reasonable call there given the way that hand played. I'm not really sure per se what that sizing was targeting.
Yeah, that's because he's beating
right?
actually like the 7, 8.
You know, like, is that sizing actually targeting trying to get a 5 or 6 to fold, but just kind of, obviously they're not going to fold a lot, but you're getting such a good price on the bluff because of how small it is. If you get them to fold, you know, even some of the time, it's worth it. It's not costing you a lot of chips. Just maybe venturing a thought at what he might have been thinking there.
There is a 100K chip introduced. Big Al was inquiring over to Linus. There's now the 100K is in play.
But yeah, I mean, it looks like had Hecklin in the small blind taken what probably is the more standard line of either 3-betting or jamming the king-queen suited, I mean, he probably wins. He probably wins that.
Look at Big Al with the king 3 suited limp, hijack, and Ponikov's. We saw it. Remember the hand? I think you were in the booth with me when the same thing happened. It was a limp. Ponikov's 3-bet and Antonius 3-bet, Ponikov's 4-bet, and Antonio re-raise. So Ponikov's again just taking it, and
no, it was limp, raise, and then Ponikov's 3-bet on the button with the queen 10 suited,
right.
And it went back to Antonius, and he 4-bet the 9-8. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just like. That was a Hecklin in that last pot took the very tight conservative line with the king queen suited, which actually is strong enough to 3-bet, not even jam. And now here, you see Volkman after call raise has a decision.
Raise.
Out of position, he goes for a 3-bet, not even. Feels like ace king suited strong enough to 3-bet instead of jam.
It's interesting Al limps the king 3 suited, but also if he gets some huge hands there, right? Kings, aces, is he just kind of setting the tone for some limping, some cheeky play?
You know, I mean, limping is something that I think, you know, some years ago was a lot more associated with fishy play, but in recent years, now we've started to see a number of players, good players, limp, right, as part of a strategy, especially when they're shorter. So, yeah, I mean, Al's done some limping. I'm sure he mixes it up, right?
Yep.
I mean, you know, having a few weaker hands and then having like an ace king or an aces or kings in there in order to
balance, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, get one of those spots, limp, raise, re-raise, and now all of a sudden you can move all in. So, you know, I feel already in this tournament, I haven't even been in the booth the whole time, but I've seen Al limp a couple times and it's been attacked. So I would guess Al's got to be thinking one of these times I'm going to get aces and maybe I limp it.
Yeah.
See these guys go,
it's hard. It's hard.
Crazy.
Hard to get a hand, but yes, yeah, for
well,
sure.
you know.
Yeah, if you're gonna you tee it up, you cue it up.
I mean, we did just see somebody just raised his limp with an ace-5 off. That hand is, if Al opens, that hand's folding, right? So people are going after his limp already. And the last hand is a very clear example of that.
Volkman, who just really chipped up in the last few hands, has a very playable hand, but it's sort of the situation where it's not so attractive. You are in position, 10-8 suited, but these are big EV pots.
Yeah.
And
But I mean, notice that Linus just took the aggressive action with ace-jack suited, which is a very similar hand class
to king-queen suited for
king-queen suited for Hecklin in the previous pot, and this just like won him the pot. Whereas, you know, same thing would have happened with Hecklin in the previous pot had he done that.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, there's obviously pluses and minuses to everything. Clearly, most of the time this plays like way better when the button doesn't have a hand. But, you know, the once in a while where the button does have a big hand, you can get in annoying spots where, you know, you get 4-bet, which isn't never that fun with those hands because you kind of have a tough decision. I mean, you're really not supposed to fold, but at this stage of the tournament, you got to ask yourself, is my opponent really 4-betting me with like a GTO range, or is it a little tighter? And if it is tighter, then is my hand now not really good enough to continue with? It's a thorny series of questions in spot. So, you know, I'm saying this, and obviously it sounds like I'm being critical of Hecklin, and on the one hand I am, but I'm also trying to make it very aware there's a lot of benefits to doing what he's doing, especially if he thinks he's not going to be as sure about their ranges in this spot.
I know you're not being critical, and I cannot be critical of this app right here, man. The Triton Poker Plus app, Rast. How many times have we referenced it? A lot. We've shown it. I know you guys have it by now, but if you don't know all the functionality it has, it's unbelievable. You can see players' results. You can see their hand histories through a tournament, not even at the feature table. You can also click on and see their chip graph. So make sure you guys check that out. The Triton Poker Plus app, available Apple and Android. So I've said it enough, but I'll say it again, and I'll tell people about it. I'm impressed. I hope all poker reporting methods get to this level, but I think they're a ways away because this is in a class of its own. Cheers again to the Triton Poker Plus app. And cheers to Twitch, man. Twitch and YouTube. I don't have the chat up on the side, but I know you guys have been watching and familiar faces sticking with us. This is getting the meat here. Big money, big jumps, 6-figure buy-in, 2.4+ million up top, and that Jacobs & Co. watch going to the champion. So anyone can win. 11 left. Some in better shape than others. Some of the bigger stacks at our other table, but some of the world's best here too.
1.2, it says.
Sharing a 6. Linus with the worst hand but better position. Panakov's difficult hand. We've seen him stick in there with some 5s against Big Al another day, yesterday. And very capable player.
This is an example of what I was postulating at the opening
85.
Here, is that let's see if Linus opens wider. I mean, I don't think Queen 6 off makes it into a GTO button opening range, but I think we can see Linus is opening wider, and I kind of expected that strategic adjustment by him. Let's see how it works out in this pot. You know, I don't think Panakov's is going anywhere yet. So, but I mean, he doesn't really have a bunch of cards he's going to like. I mean, other than an ace or a 6, maybe a 5 or a 4, but it's also cards that might end up getting him bluffed out of the pot because Linus is going to like those too. Now, this is just a Panakov's gets to win the pot card because the pot won't get too big. Probably be one more bet that goes in, and Panakov's just gets to win. I mean, unless a queen comes. Or
Queens sometimes come on the river. We just saw our last player eliminated by Sam Grafton's 3-outer queen on the river, but it can happen. Although you're right, pretty big hammer lock on that hand for him, and Linus
250.
Going for a big bet. And this is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, it's not so big, but it's not small. It's, you know, it's a little over half pot. But I think by going this size, my guess is most of the time it's just this. Probably a lot of rivers Linus isn't barreling.
Yeah, we know that he's in a great spot, that being Ponikov's, but when he calls here and sets up a river, he could easily be in super bad shape. Linus could have 8s, could have somehow a 7, and he's realizing this. This isn't like he's slam dunking this. I mean, it's of course an above average turn card for him, but
yeah, I mean, he can be beat, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he's. I mean, right now I think he's deciding between raising and calling, and he's going with calling. And I mean, if your opponent has 8s plus, they just get to win your money, I think, here when you have ace-6 versus a wide button range and a guy who's very capable of barreling a bunch.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the 10 is a better card for Linus just because Linus can have more 10s that bet flop and now barrel turn.
You have 10? Nope.
Yeah. So because of that, it's definitely not a good card for Linus to value bet his hand, even though I doubt he would have done it on... I wonder if there was any card he would have value bet, like maybe a deuce. Does he value bet a deuce? That's the one where you really get to see if he would really ever value
check
bet.
means I lost probably.
Almost beat you.
Oh, queen 6.
We'll see, yeah.
King 6.
I don't know that check means you lost probably. I mean, I think Linus, good chance he's betting a 10 plus. I think. So there aren't that many hands in between ace-6 and like 10-9. I mean, right? It's like 8s and 9s and maybe a few 10s.
Yeah. Linus right back on the horse, ace-10 off, cut off.
Be a little surprised if Linus like checked the ace-10 back. I mean, king-10 or queen-10 back on the river, right?
Yeah.
Queen 6.
Yeah.
How did you know?
I mean, I almost beat you.
King 6?
Just random guess.
Two guys definitely know each other's games, battle a lot, I'm sure, in the highest stakes tournaments. I know Ponikov, see him regularly on GG Super Millions.
You know, it's mirroring.
What? Oh, yeah.
Oh, then I have to lead, if I know.
Check raise turn.
Oh, that's might be an option.
Raise.
Linus going to town right now. I mean, he's had some playable hands, but Big Al wakes up with the welcome sight. Ace-queen off. Got raisin chips there.
Here we go, Al. Yeah.
Just a clean 300, and Linus not going to play around.
Yeah, not gonna Hollywood. It's nice to see that. Just move on to the next hand, get some more hands in.
Sorry, let's put the ante.
Oh.
We're not hand for hand?
No, just the soft hand.
But we're finishing when 9 left, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow, stacks are really even. Yeah. 30 BBs, shortest stack.
And yeah, this is back to the flatter payout structure where these first 4 guys out all got around the same amount of money, but basically after the next guy goes out, we start picking up 11th and 10th 200,000, but then after 12th and 13th we're 186, but then starts going up by at least 60 to 260, 344, 440, and so on and so forth. So
yeah, this is, I mean, the thing is, this is where the ICM's the biggest, but it's also
70.
people are jockeying for position. People want wins. They want to put themselves in position to win. So it's always fun to see how the strategy deviates and how people approach this portion of the tournament. It is where the most money is on the line. Could you talk about that just a little bit more about ICM? Because there's a misconception sometimes that the deeper it gets, the more. But heads up, there is no ICM.
yeah, heads up, there's no ICM because, I mean, you're basically just playing heads up for the difference between the first and second place payout. So, yeah, I mean, ICM is a thing where when you have like multiple people still in the tournament, right? Like take right now. Okay, you have 10 people still in the tournament. At the end of the tournament, one player is going to have all the chips, but they're not going to get all the money because all of these 10 players remaining are going to get, various payouts based on where they bust. So, the ICM or independent chip model is a way of kind of calculating, with how much all your chips are worth, and with that, it's a way of also kind of figuring out how it affects the way you should play pots as opposed to how you would play them in a cash game where this isn't an effect, or like heads up at the end of a tournament or whatever where this isn't an effect, because you can take like really extreme examples that will illustrate this kind of mathematical shift, but like imagine a situation where it's 10 people left and one guy has all the chips and then the other 9 players all have like 1 chip, right? I mean, that's like so extreme. I mean, this one guy is basically almost always going to win the tournament, but I mean, like take this tournament, like first is 2.4 something and second is 1.7, whereas going out in 10th is 200,000. So out of those 9 guys who have 1 chip, like one of those guys, let's say just assume that one guy's going to win who has all the chips. One of those guys with 1 chip is going to get 1.7 million, and the other one's going to get 200,000.
Right.
So actually, their chips are worth a ton, and all the extra chips that the guy who has, who knows, let's say he has 1,000 chips, like they're not worth very much because, yeah, he's going to get first a ton, but like the value of, him losing 1 or 2 chips doesn't really change his likelihood of getting first, which is like probably 98%. Maybe he doubles one of those guys up, it goes to like 98.5. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but for those guys, not only is their chips worth a ton because like they're all worth probably, it's basically the sum of all the money from 2nd to 10th, divided by 9. Additionally, there's like this extreme effect where once one of the other guys is all in, or a couple of them are, you almost never want to play because it's a situation where if 1 or 2 of them is guaranteed to bust, you just like instantly move up. But the value of winning an additional chip in that spot isn't worth very much because you have such like a low chance of winning. I mean, I guess winning an extra chip gives you a chance to outlast the other guys who just have 1 chip. So it is worth something, but not in terms of winning, right? So ICM is just this kind of mathematical model that takes those type of effects into account. The fact that, as you go up the tournament, the winner doesn't get all the money. You get money based on when you bust. And it kind of like spits out some effects when you put in and analyze hands the same way you would for a cash game, but kind of tells you maybe how you should be looser or tighter in some spots.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what it means. I hope that cleared it up for some people that might not know what's referred to.
I do think that is well said. It's also misunderstood a lot, the ICM about that heads up. I don't think a lot of people understand that there
Yeah,
is no
there's
ICM.
no ICM heads
but
up.
the most is between like
Or
8
sorry,
to 13.
there's no ICM effect heads up. That's the way to put it. ICM is just the model, but you know, in short, people just say, "Hey, ICM" instead of ICM effect. But yeah.
So ace-2 suited has the best hand and also picks up the best draw here, and Big Al is not going to be interested in this anymore. I don't think. So
a little surprised at that bet size. That he kind of went as big as he did. I mean, it's not so big that I don't know how many better hands he's getting to fold, but kind of like big enough that, I mean, he's getting most worse hands than ace high to fold, and with his flush draw, those hands have very little kind of suck out value. And like instead of 6 outs, they'd have 4 outs. Maybe it gets a better ace high to fold.
Right.
Right, but
yeah, maybe just in that moment, he feels that that pot's important enough to weigh towards taking it down. But I agree with you. Yeah, it shouldn't be.
I just thought it was interesting. I would have thought if you wanted to go bigger, you'd go even bigger than that. But like normally with that hand, after check on the flop, you go like kind of smaller. Like
raise.
Like more like quarter pot or 20% pot or something.
I think generally there are going to be more ace X's than like a queen or king high though, because maybe they would bet that flop. So maybe that's his.
Yeah,
his
but
thought.
then the question is, I mean, maybe like an ace 6, but like if Al has like ace jack or ace queen, like is he folding it to a bet that's like, do you maybe have to go even bigger than that? I don't know. It's an interesting question. I'm just asking some questions. I don't know.
Yep.
If that bet size is one that gets ace 10, ace jack, ace queen to fold, then it's makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, beautiful chandelier there. Gran Via in Madrid. Beautiful casino, beautiful event, beautifully run. Hope you're having a beautiful night wherever you're watching. We are local time getting to the wee hours of the night. We will play to a final table. We'll have a winner tomorrow. There will be a 25K PLO as well tomorrow. So we've got a lot going on. But for the meantime, we're seeing who in what stack they will have going to the final table. That's just getting one of the 2 tables remain. We welcome you on the Triton Poker Plus app. You can see and click on both tables. You can review hands happening at the other table. We can also take a look at the chip counts and Pac. Do you call that Pac or Pac Res? Kevin Pac. Pac?
Yeah.
Pac. We'll go with Pac. He has overtook the chip lead, Sam Grafton. So we actually have the 1, 2, 3, and 4 chip leaders at the other table, Rast.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of something to...
Yeah, you know, I'm nerding out on the example on ICM that I gave.
Yeah.
And actually, it's not really. Like a better example would be instead of like all those guys have, maybe like one guy has 1,000 chips and one guy has like 20 chips. And then some other people have 1 chip. That guy with 20 chips
can't go out.
Should basically never be playing a pot where he can go in with the guy with 1,000 chips, but be trying to bust the guys with 1 chip. Right? So, because he's very unlikely that player would win. Actually, the players with 1 chip, there is some incentive to double up or whatever because you really up your chances of coming in like
third,
you know, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or and it's worth a lot. I mean, the time where you want to wait is when there's like, say, a guy who has 1,000 chips and 2 guys have 1 chip. Then you want to be the guy with 1 chip who waits and lets the other guy go all in first, right? Anyway, but that's I mean, I guess kind of the point beyond just me nerding out and talking here is that the ICM stuff is like pretty complicated, and it's not, you know, sometimes there's things that are subtly true that you might not pick up, but you know, if you were to run something through an ICM calculator or whatever, it kind of, you know, tells you something and a little bit different about like how you're supposed to play. Sometimes you see guys being surprisingly tight, right? Whether it's here or when we do the stream on short deck especially.
Yep.
Right? And sometimes you see spots where guys are a bit crazy, right, in these tournaments. And usually when you're seeing someone either be especially crazy or tight, it's for reasons having to do with ICM. That's generally, it's a pretty good guess.
Yep.
That would be why they're doing it.
Absolutely. Here we see Volkman getting involved. Queen Jack suited. Panakov's in the big blind. Just picked up some chips with the King 9 off open. And here he has got a king. He actually has the best hand. Kind of one of those out of position ones where it's tough to play. These guys are very comfortable post flop.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take position in the Queen Jack suited, but technically King 4 off has the high card.
For sure.
And I mean, this is a board where the cutoff's opening range has decently more EV than big blind defend, and Volkman has a pretty strong hand, but it won't be that interesting to commentate because Panakov's has a very easy fold. So
that 6-7 offhand was a huge swing for Volkman, because if Henrik took the aggressive line, he just wins the pot instead.
Yeah.
He got to come in, got to catch a turn and river bet for small sizing, but a very important pot, and he is back healthy-ish,
yeah, he was
I
the
should
shortest
say.
stack, wasn't he? And now I mean, he's healthy for this table.
Yeah.
Like, let's call it feature table healthy, because clearly, I mean, the other table has all the chips in the tournament, but on this table, he's doing all right. This table is a lot of short-ish stacks, but really nobody's like on life support. But I mean, everybody in this tournament's over 20 blinds, so.
Yeah, we see the call here, ace-9 off. Big Al, if he had raised, would have taken it down. He's going to limp, and on the other side of that now, he's going to have his opponent in the big blind. If he just checks back, we'll have a dominated hand here. Big lead. Pac up to 4.8 million over there. Sam Grafton holding strong in second, 3.6.
Al checking this one back is maybe giving himself a chance to lose this pot.
Yeah.
So I don't really like his check back too much, or at least not if he's going to fold the turn to one bet. I think he kind of has enough maybe to call. It's kind of a dicey spot. I mean, I'm not saying it's an easy turn
Yeah, more
call.
prefer to bet flop probably.
But the reason why is like his button limping range. I mean, that flop is just way better for him than the big
Two
blind
random
check
cards,
back.
check back,
Two
yeah.
random cards that aren't like the best, right? You're taking out, all the really good hands. Like, how about for sure anything that would have flopped a set on that board, So, I mean, Hecklin can still have like all the two pairs and the straight, so it's not like he can't be strong. But I think
He also blocks Jack 9. I mean, on the flop to just bet it.
But I think it's I think I would just you should probably be betting that flop like most of the time, just with your entire range, because you have a decent range advantage. Like Al can easily have aces, kings, like ace, queen.
60.
And Panakov's is relentless on this limp with like rag, ace-5, ace-6.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty loose limp by Al here, but, I mean, a hand that you generally wouldn't play in the cutoff, but he decided this time he's going to tango with Panakov's.
They had some history yesterday.
This could be an interesting pot. I mean, if Al's deciding he's going to play.
Oh, he does get the flush draw here.
He could take some aggressive lines.
For sure.
You don't limp call the 9-5 suited unless occasionally you're thinking of getting wild.
Yeah.
Limp call it.
95, good year.
And Panakov's is going to bet this a ton. Like king, two little cards is a hand that's generally better for
He
the
has
razor.
Ace, king, aces.
And he's probably going to bet really small because usually that's, I mean, not only is this a tournament, But that's this flop likes. Yeah, see, yeah. Al was just ready to go on this one. Like, yeah, you're gonna raise my limps. All right.
Very nice.
No problem.
9 high for the fans. Look at that.
But so that's, you can start to see some of Al's, you know, look, was that unconventional? Do I recommend limping 9-5 suited in the cutoff and then calling a raise? No, but if you're going to do it, maybe you got to be ready to just say, okay, buddy, like you're just going to raise my limps with some cheese, then let's play for all of it.
No,
right? So Al's getting a little metagame stuff.
He had real equity there, and
no,
actually
he did.
The curious part would be like, how wide is he check raising though?
No, I don't think he's doing it if he has absolute
yeah,
nothing.
if it's ace 2-7 with.
But the
no
point
doubt,
is if he has something, he was gonna like.
He's ready to tango.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna be playing that passively post.
Yeah.
Right, like he could have easily just called getting whatever, like 5-1. He was getting a great price, like direct price to just hit the flush on the turn, but you know. What I'm saying is he kind of limp called with such a bad hand there to the guy who keeps doing it to like strike back if he got anything, got just a little piece, like he was maybe going to play that aggressive.
Exactly the card, but I mean, if I drop the either, I might.
Thank you.
Would you start with, Henrik? 2.08. I think you covered me then.
Linus always ready to play for all of it. Wants to know exactly who's on which side of a close chip stack.
Well, it's because Linus has a hand there which can, I mean, they have these like 40, 30-something big blind stacks. And Linus has a hand, some of these big little offsuit hands can kind of 3-bet there. You go for the 4x 3-bet sizing, whatever, you know, it's big. And it's kind of like a polar 3-bet range, and you're blocking some continues, you know, like Broadway cards. Like the cards that really love it, hands that love it the most are like King 3 off, you know, like Queen 4 off, etc. Jack 5 probably does it occasionally. So Linus was taking account, thinking about, hey, am I going to make that play here? And he went with no, but, you know, I would just keep a lookout because like this is a play you see somewhat frequently made here with these like 30, 40 big blind stacks. And yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if we didn't see it in all the rest between today and tomorrow on the final table. Like the big blind 3-bet the button with some kind of big little offsuit.
Whoa, this is big little pair, big middle pair, and aces covering the suits. Aces to 8s, Panakov's been active, opening King 9 off under the gun, and Bruno with the dream.
And he went with a limp here. So
yeah, maybe inspired by Al, but he's getting popped. And 550, that's a huge raise. Linus intrigued, but not with that chain of events.
I mean, this size strikes me as a little odd.
He misclicked.
Yeah.
I believe it, right? That makes sense.
You realized I limped.
What?
You realized I limped.
He limped. No. Yeah, he limped. Yeah, fuck. Even worse, misclick.
So he thought he made it 100. He meant to probably make it 450.
But even versus 100K.
So you isolated 10x.
It's a costly, potentially misclick in general. I mean, obviously,
I
maybe.
mean, I don't even know. Like, let's say he makes it 100,000. I mean, that's still like 5.5x.
No, but he's saying he misclicked that. Like he didn't see he limped, and then he also misclicked on what he thought was 100. So he double misclicked basically.
Oh.
So yeah, he probably would have made it like 400 or 450 or whatever he was trying to make it. 450 is still big too.
Yeah. Listen, everybody gets a little nervous sometimes. You see the Rockets, you get a little excited.
Rockets on the FT bubble of 100K, yeah. Main event, Triton. Speaking of events, we are down to 3-handed in the 50K turbo. And Ace-9 off a nice candidate for a 3-bet bluff.
Well,
280?
I mean, in this position, listen, pocket 8s are a very good hand. There's really kind of like one play here. And for me, that play would be going all in. Of course, sometimes this doesn't work out, but
right.
But like, I think at 30 blinds effective here, you get into a lot of trouble calling. There's a bunch of hands you can deny equity first, such as the one Linus has, like ace 9, ace 10 off, king jack off, that are all not calling your all in. You know, you do get called by some hands you're doing okay against, like ace king, ace queen, maybe even like king queen suited, maybe ace jack suited. I mean, those hands will have to think about it. And then, yeah, sometimes you get it in bad, but you know, you avoid spots like this where kind of gross, you're out of position, you got out flopped by a hand that wouldn't call an all in. I would guess at 30 blinds, the standard pure play for eights is to shove. So this is obviously the kind of conservative play, but I mean, I don't even know that Linus is a guy like out of position. I'm not like, hey, let me take my eights to a flop out of position against one of the world's greatest no limit cash game players who plays amazing post flop.
Yeah.
And try to outplay him, you know. So.
Yeah, that 9's a pesky card too, because, you know, against those over pairs that, you know, maybe in his logic too, if it's like, oh, well, if I was going to rip it in against ace king, ace queen, you know, now I'm getting some extra chips against, you know, bluffs at this point, but it's dicey, and that 9 is just
yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for him to fold, man.
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
you give your opponent. I mean, obviously Linus's range is pretty uncapped, so he can have all the overpairs that beat you.
Doesn't it look like Linus is like, it's like from the, it looks like he goes into the Matrix in the after the flop. It's like wild. It's
yeah, I mean, he lets it go, so which it's a tough spot to continue there without a heart too.
Yeah.
So it's a reasonable fold, but yeah, I mean, I think the standard play and the play I would do most of the time there is just rip it in. I mean, like eights is a pretty big hand.
It's five-handed, yeah, cutoff.
In the cutoff, like you open the cutoff, you RFI, VPIP the cutoff, you're there with pocket eights. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Right. Like I mean.
Yeah,
you know,
you also factor in it's not Big Al. You know, it's like someone very capable. It's not someone that's
somebody who's going to be 3-betting a reasonable range with
right.
some bad hands. Well, not bad, but some
modest
you know,
hands. Yeah.
Modest hands such as ace 9 off, like ace 10 off. You know, king jack off, jack 10 off. Like those hands all might make it into his 3-bet range, as they should. And as eights, you just get to rip it in the face there, take down a pretty big pot. And yeah, every once in a while you're just on your bicycle in 10th, but a lot of the time you
get a nice uptick in chips instead of a downtick. Yeah,
exactly.
And we are 3-handed in the 50K turbo. Stevie Chidwick in third. Laszlo is in second, and Denny's from, it looks like Ukraine, I believe. Sorry if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. He is the chip leader, and now Laszlo's chip leader. So we do have that 50K turbo on the side, 1.85 million euro purse, 630 up top, guaranteed 277 left. But here, we're going to see Al coming in the dealer button with king 4 suited, and queen jack of hearts gets a monster flop. And open-ended for Hecklin.
Yeah.
These are flops you dream of with queen jack of hearts. With the lead in the hand as well, right? It's a little different.
They had the lead, decides to check it.
He's got double gutter, nut flush, and a big range advantage.
Yeah, but by giving up the lead in this, there's some chance he's going to end up losing this pot. Okay. Had Hecklin decided to bet and then bet, it's possible Volkman loses if he just calls turn and then folds river. Now this is his chance to retake the lead. The ace is a pretty good card for his range that checks, right? So, I mean, this bet is just small enough that Hecklin can decide whether or not he wants to call. It's a pretty gross spot for him, actually. I mean, he's getting 3.5 to 1, which is pretty good price. I mean, he's got to feel, I mean, obviously a 6 gives him the nuts, but pretty good about it.
Well, a 6, not a hearts, and he knows
jack.
that too, that actually is relevant. So he has
no, but I mean, he's going to feel good about a 6 and probably.
525?
Wow.
Came too early.
Wow.
Yeah, so instead of check calling this out of position, he decides to turn it into a check raise, which I like this play on the turn. It's quite good. Here, it is setting up a spot where, let's see, if Volkman calls.
It's pretty sick because, yeah, if he has 2 pair here, and he could have, if he had ace queen or ace king. He said call, right? Yeah.
But on a blank, if Hecklin jams, I mean, Volkman is.
There are some action cards here.
He's going to fold. I mean, he's not going to call with queen high.
Wow. There's the brick. So no one has much, but Hecklin, is it time to shut down, or does he get to have more 10-8, 8x?
I mean, I think he's going to bluff this a decent amount. I mean, although here we are, we're on the
Stone final table bubble. It's pretty intense.
This is when
and
you see, you look into the courage well. But, I mean, listen, that check raise line, I think on a blank, well, it's tough because you get called.
Oh, chips are going, and that is going to make
Yeah.
it. Oh, or was it time banks going? Time banks.
You got called. You can't love your chances of bluffing your opponent off an ace. That's the tough part about this spot. And your opponent's going to have an ace.
A lot of the time.
A decent amount. So, I mean, this isn't like an easy bluff to follow through with.
Right, and then it's sizing because it's like if you. Oh, he goes
But he
for it.
does
What
it.
a legend. And snap fold. What a absolute legend. And that's the thing. You start thinking if your opponent has ace jack, ace queen, ace king, what is he going to do?
I mean, to me, this was. I don't know that I really like Volkman's flop check 3 ways. I mean, that flop is, I think, big enough for him to just bet, and if someone check raises him, you just jam flop and just say, okay,
Still,
here.
all that's fine. I'm very Hecklin with the hammer there.
Hecklin with
That's
an amazing
sick.
play.
That is
great play.
amazing.
I mean, that's a tough river bluff after getting called.
I'll tell you what else is amazing. M88 Mansion, providing the most competitive sportsbook selection, the largest collection of casino games, and more. It's your #1 gaming destination in Asia. Also a sponsor of La Liga. I mean, you know, what are you going to say? People like action, Rasty. It's a place you can get some action down. Any UFC coming up? I don't even want to put you on this story, this rant right now, because I know you love it so much. Have you been so tuned in here? You're out?
I've been kind of tuned in. I haven't been paying attention.
That's the right answer.
I think it's just a, I think it's just a UFC fight night, probably.
Okay.
Not like. I actually think I do know someone that's fighting. So I might try to check it out when we're done. I think Michel Pereira's fighting.
That sounds like a late card here.
He's like a buddy of mine in Las Vegas.
Is that 6 a.m.
I'll
fight?
probably watch that. Yeah, I'm not sure when it comes on, but I'll probably try to watch his fight. But other than that, I don't know anything about this card.
Well, the boys are playing. Plenty of big blinds. No one's super short. Some exciting pots there. And Volkman, after the misclick aces, got dealt 8s, got put in a tough spot, and here he's back on the short stack. Very talented player. But a couple hands maybe could have played differently. Of course, results oriented. What, you know, 6 of hearts peels off, or some other cards come. And Hecklin, no, he's a man. He knows what he's doing, though. He's not just going to rip in on a heart or something, probably. You know,
Yeah,
he's not just ripping.
I'll say this: Volkman has taken some passive lines in the last few pots, and it's kind of like been an almost just like instant teachable example of like it not working out. Both the 8s, which, I mean, I am pretty confident that the correct play for 30 blinds is to 4-bet jam 8s versus the button open. Like, I'm ready to die on that hill. And, you know, he didn't, and we just saw that it didn't, like, basically exact flip. Like, he would have gotten it through. Linus is never calling ace-9 off, and instead he loses a decent pot. The very next hand, he decides to check flop with queen-jack of hearts, and I kind of think, like, I just think I like betting that a little bit more rather than kind of playing pot control on the flop. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if Al was a super aggressive player to maybe just check raise versus him a bunch, right? It's just a great hand to like play for stacks on the flop if you can and get some fold equity. Sometimes you get guys taking stabs this. I don't know if Al's that guy. who's just going to over c-bet the flop when it's checked to him. So, you know, and then by kind of ceding control, capping his range a little bit, gave Hecklin, you know, very perceptively okay, like I'm gonna bluff here and try to win this with an amazing play, right? But one of the things you have to realize is, like, listen, this tournament's filled with amazing players. Like, you give them a chance to make amazing plays versus you, and sometimes they're going to make them.
Yeah.
You know? So, and we basically just saw an example of how kind of seeding aggression, and in my opinion, into one play that I'm pretty sure is incorrect, and the Queen Jack of Hearts is probably a mix, so it's not too big a deal. But again, he took the passive line, and it kind of didn't work out for him. So, you know, it's
wow, Ace-10 suited, going to be in decently poor shape, but still we see it's got life. And Volkman, can he get back to health? Can he find this and leave Ponikovs on a very short stack? This is a big call from Ponikovs. Can't really blame him. It's not like a crazy call, but
I mean,
it is a lot of his
they're up
chips.
to 60K big blind now, right? So it's like 14, 15 blinds. But, I mean, obviously a great spot for Volkman, and he's going to be right back in there.
Some chops possibilities there.
Should he win, it's not over. An ace.
Oh, jeez. Ponikovs gets bailed out. Big pot, big moment for Bruno. Huge money on the line. That is a big equity pot to chop. $1.8 million, so what's like 800,000? I mean, the equity, it's yeah, it's a big one. They're all big at this point. Let's take a look at the other table. What's happened? Pac is up to 5 million. Sam still at 4.2. Henrik now in third, 2.9 million, and Linus. So a couple of the little separation at the other table. It's become a little more balanced.
It's not an 800,000.
No, I'm saying, well, in terms
even
of chips.
just in chip EV, right? 1.75 would be 700,000.
Yeah,
but
chip EV,
those
it's
chips are
almost
worth a little bit less because some money's already been paid out.
Yeah, it's a big
right?
pot rest.
But yeah, it's big.
Volkman's got a big
maybe
hand.
like $600,000.
We're hyping it up. It's expensive. It's
Yeah.
over $500,000.
It is over $500,000.
That's a more safe way to say. And I'll tell you what's not safe is Big Al here with King 10 suited. Can't fault him. He's got a nice looking hand in the big blind. Let's see if he can get a flop. But there's definitely flops where the money can go in and people can be in trouble here. It's just
I mean, of course, Al's in big trouble. I mean,
that
it's
was
a pretty in a way lucky flop for Al. I mean, not lucky enough to beat aces, but lucky enough that he didn't catch enough to get it all in as like a 4-to-1 dog or something. You know, just king or 10 high flop, and he's basically toast. Now this is a Volkman can bet this. He can also check it back. Aces is a hand that can sometimes check back here because some hands that are almost dead versus you kind of like catch something. It's okay to play either way.
Big Al knows, you know, in his head, he thinks he got very unlucky, but on that flop, just to hit nothing, but didn't necessarily want it.
Yeah, listen, poker is a really tough game. I mean, this game is really hard to play well, right? I mean, poker is a game in complexity, kind of like on the order of, say, chess or something. And the truth is that everybody makes mistakes. Even the very best players make mistakes. They just make less than, players that are worse than them. So you're constantly in a bunch of spots. Everything's like dynamic and changing. Stack sizes, ICM, position, everything. Not even just your stack size, but the stack size of everyone else at the table in different positions. So,
All in.
yeah, I mean, this is just for 20 blinds, just a super comfy jam versus a big blind. I'm sorry, a button open, especially a guy who's probably not opening tight.
I know.
But even against a standard button opening range, it's just an all-in with fives. Probably any pair out of the big blind. I would say.
Yeah.
Too
So.
expensive.
But see, this is the nice thing about taking the aggressive lines, is that a lot of the time when your opponent just doesn't have a good hand, you just pick up the chips. And one of the things you'll notice pretty consistently is these guys who are like, wow, they're like the best players in those spots. They just like take the aggressive line like most of the time, right? I mean, you know, one of the things Chidwick, awesome player, one of the best, if not the, and it just, you know, he's jamming fives there because it's a jam and you get to pick it up, right? Like he's, you know, he's re-jamming the eights in my opinion in that spot because it's the right play, and you know you can't fold it, but like call out of position, just give equity to all these hands that have probably a lot of them 2 overcards versus you that have to fold versus jam.
Yeah.
You know, so Adamo plays super aggressive late in tournaments, right? Like he's just reshoving a lot of 20, 30, 40 big blind stacks in spots, right? And you know, that a lot of these guys get the chip lead or whatever. So, and it's not like they're doing it crazy, but it's because, you know, when you have a hand that's good enough that you get to do it, like think how much you're picking up, right? Like some of those pots, like when Bruno opens, he opened like 100 and he got 3-bet to 280K. Plus, that's 380, plus the blinds in Annie were like 125. I mean, 525,000 is in the pot. Like when you get to move all in with eights there to pick up 525,000 and your stack's what, like 1.5? I mean, you're talking about increasing your stack by a third.
Yeah.
Like, and you're not getting called like half the time or something. And when you are getting called, yeah, you're generally not in great shape. You're probably a slight dog versus the range that calls you with eights, but the reason you're doing it is for like the half the time or more or whatever that you're not getting called. You know, it's just such a huge pickup. So it's kind of why, like, you know, it's this thing. It's all solver, pre-flop charts, whatever. I mean, one of the things is you kind of work out like what are the hands that you can play aggressively in spots like that, you know, so that your range is balanced enough and you're not punting too hard, but it's like you want to pick up those chips in the middle when you can.
Wow, look at this. Al goes for a big raise, not all in, but he has got his opponent with a calling hand for a big sizing, and he's got him dominated in position.
All right, strategic rant over, JG. Let's go back to the action. But I'm just trying to...
I get it. I love it.
You know,
it's a huge part of the game. It is
right?
big. It's big.
Like, let's turn everything into a teachable moment. And just for me, for everyone, just try to get better. I mean, watch these amazing players, both when they play great, when maybe they do something disagree with. Oh, here we go. Al, a really great flop for him versus the big blind. Goes with just under half pot sizing. You know, unfortunately, this is a size that's probably going to discourage Volkman, which you can see is a little bummed. He probably wanted to take one off.
So we see what he does with ace queen. I wonder what he does with queens, kings, aces. Do you think he slips a limp, or would he just go big there? I mean, that's the thing in game in the moment. We're not really sure. So far, that was like we saw him limp a couple modest hands. Ace queen, strong hand, 5-handed.
Yeah, he raised.
Raised. So let's see if we get to see him with the big premium.
It's hard to get premium hands. But
It
yeah,
is.
let's see.
That's what we're saying. If he's going to set up a trap, but you never know if he'll get a chance.
ace queen is even a hand you could almost trap
Right,
with, especially if the guy behind you is going to raise super wide.
Ace 6 off.
He's just going to raise any ace. I mean, it's almost like a pretty decent spot. I mean, I guess you'd almost prefer to like limp jam like nines, so you're unblocking that ace, so we can just get all those like ace 4 offsuits and raise you.
And here we go again, Jack 5 suited. And in Ponikov's, it's just absolutely relentless. Anyone that's a possible raise, he's just taking it.
Almost 1.5.
Yeah, and I'm sure other players are picking up on this. So, you know, I mean, Linus has some options here, right? I mean, he can call. He could 3-bet. He's getting a good price to call, but if he thinks, yeah, I mean, he might be worried about Al limp re-raising.
Yeah, he's probably got the news about that 9-5 suited by now.
All the way down.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe. It's like an hour delay or so.
Yeah.
Also, I think they don't show hands. I don't think the app shows hands that don't make it to showdown. Like, you have to actually watch the stream for that.
And here's a board where both players miss.
Ponikov's a little delicate. Like, yeah, it'd be great to c-bet all the time, but if my opponent's going to play back at me, you know, I have some showdown with king high, but he's just relentlessly attacking. And Linus would have flopped a queen high flush draw and had a hand that he's, I mean, definitely defending.
Yeah, it's interesting because
the big blind, like, I mean, it was still less than a 3x open, so it's curious. Like, it's a spot where sometimes, like, I would gamble. Like, we haven't seen Al limp re-raise yet. I mean, I know we're talking about it, but, like, maybe I'd venture the call there occasionally, trying to get in the pot.
it
It's
seems
dicey.
speculative. Yeah,
It's
just
dicey.
like you don't know what a big out. Yeah, you're just dominated.
I
You got
mean,
a position.
The other problem is, I guess Linus doesn't really have that many chips anymore.
And Big Al could just rip it at some point. He could just be limp
I
ripping.
mean, Linus is only at 2.1. I mean, it's only 35 blinds.
Yeah, he's in fourth too. He's in a good
Yeah.
spot. Volkman with the mystery queen suited on the button. That's going to be good enough. Definitely could be a wide range of cards on the button there, folded too. This bubble's taking a bit. We haven't really seen it all in. We've seen some maneuvering. Saw a misclick with aces versus eights. We had a spot where we could have got a jam with eights to ace nine off. Wouldn't have got a call though.
Around 2. That says 2.1. Extra step.
All right.
Here we go. Linus is going to open this.
120.
There's 120.
Oh, wow. And he's going to get ripped on again. I mean, it's 30 blinds. I mean, nines is just getting close to good enough that maybe you can 3-bet, but I like ripping more here. Yeah, I like this play.
Ponikovs is an active player. I tell you what, he's in a lot of pots. I mean, this Big Al dynamic is unusual to see at this stage of a tournament. The limping,
Yeah, Ponikovs is after my own heart. I'm the same way. But listen, that's what you do. You get the nines, the button opens. There we go. We're all in. I mean, I think you're just starting to get to pairs that are big enough that they make your 3-bet as opposed to rip range, right? Like, he's making it 120. You know, your kind of 3-bet sizing is probably something like 400K. I mean, it's definitely like you're doing that with like aces, kings, queens. You know, I think once you start getting to jacks and tens, probably mixing a bit with the tens, and then nines, I don't even know. I think you're getting small enough that you like ripping. And then you're ripping, you know, like the ace, king, ace, queen off some. And your 3-bet's more stuff like the ace, king, ace, queen suited, king, queen suited.
Look at this, Volkman with another premium. And Big Al going to take a jack 8 suited in position here. Oh, an 8 in the flop. And this is an interesting spot because ace king with the ace of spades and Big Al. This is a tough flop if you are.
A great card for Big Al.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the best cards in the deck for him, other than an 8 or a jack. I mean, you were already losing to a queen with very little ways to beat it, but now there's one less in the deck, and you can feel a bit better about it. And yeah, Volkman has just too much showdown. Yeah, I just check and, you know, is Big Al going to feel comfy value betting the 10? Looks like not. But
Big Al wins another one. Pretty been unlucky for Volkman. Get an ace king off his 20 blinds, get a open and flat, and be against jack 8 and lose the pot. These guys are in for 2 full days of poker so far. Looking to make it a third. Now with the a7 off, sees a raise ahead of him.
I mean, this probably gets folded. Feel like it's a nice fold. Could fold out. I mean, it's dominating, but you know, under the hijack open, it's a dusty ace.
Bruno just seems to have queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, pairs, aces, 8s, ace king off, king queen off. Like, he is getting dealt into this 5-handed match.
I mean, this is a hand he can kind of go both ways with. Like, yeah. This is a fine play. This is a fine play here for 20 blinds.
Linus not liking that because it's a playable hand, but not for a call all in. This guy's got moves, you know. They just Ponikov's, Volkman is having a lot of success at high stakes. This is a fun group to watch, and another massive.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about Jack 10 suited there, which I think makes it kind of a good hand to go all in with, is, I mean, is your opponent really calling you with like ace 10 off, like opening hijack, you know, ace 10 suited, maybe ace 10 off?
120.
It's dicey, right? Especially with some ICM effects. It's a big part of his stack. Like, you know, the hands that are calling you, right? Obviously, aces, kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen, maybe king, queen suited. Like, you know, it's not dominated. At least it's not drawing dead. Also, some under pairs, like 9s, 8s, 7s, maybe calling you. It's so it's kind of like finds its way into a jam range there, along with obviously some pairs, some like ace, king, ace, queen. From the big blind from Bruno. So I think that's a nice find, and one that's maybe a little bit less obvious. So, you know, I mean, like the 9s jam for 30 bigs there that we just saw on the big blind from Ponikov's versus Linus. It's kind of an easier one. I feel like most people find that. I think the Jack 10 suited one we just saw from Bruno, to throw some love Bruno's way after perhaps being slightly critical a little bit earlier. It's a nice find, which I feel pretty good about that being the correct play, and not one that you see everyone make.
What are you chirping at? Yeah. What? Is it slow?
Trying.
That was a big boy bluff from Hecklin, though. He's in third right now. There's Sam Grafton with chatting to him. He's in second with 4 million, and Pac with 5,175,000.
Maybe if you promise him a little cheeky 47.53, you know. I never thought I'd say this, but I really can't hear what he's saying. I don't know.
Yeah, Volkman making a long trip over from Brazil. Not many Brazilians in this field, maybe the only one actually, and he's got some, dude, I mean, Ras, look at this distribution. I mean, he's not had all easy decisions, but he's getting big hands.
Yeah, he has. He has. The deck has been hitting him quite a bit.
No customers here. That's another thing about poker is when you're at a table and you're playing, sometimes it feels like someone's just active and running you over, but you got to take the information, take the showdowns. Sometimes people just get a nice run of cards, you know? Like it looks like he'd be nuts, but he's really not. He's playing his hands.
If anything, he's been playing conservative.
Right.
Right? I mean, didn't 4-bet jam the 8s. Post-flop, been a little bit conservative with some of his lines, I think. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like he's been more aggressive, but in actuality, if anything, he's been a little conservative.
Big Al playing big stack poker, although he's not a big stack. He is just playing a lot of pots.
And a clairvoyant call by the graphics. While he was still counting the chips out, we got 160, and they were right. That was strong.
All in.
Hecklin not messing around. Bit unpredictable Al with his raising and his hands and limping, so
yeah, but
ace queen just too good.
Yeah, ace queen off. Al doesn't even have 20 blinds, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, not a savage shove by any means. I mean, still, Al's saying he's unpredictable though.
Yeah,
he showed us.
Even if you're giving Al a slightly stronger than normal range because he limps some weak hands, ace queen off still going to find its way into a shove range there. It's a big hand in that spot. And yeah, this Al's down to like just under 16 blinds here, so it's a little dicey, but he's gonna go for it. It looks like. Nope, pump fake. Like the decision to fold the 10-7 suited there. And Volkman with another big hand in the spot, sixes for 20 bigs. And this is a nice little way to play the range. So this has there's a lot of good things about limping some middle pairs here. Is you keep your opponent's range in of like utter garbage, such as what Linus actually has, that has like 1 or 2 undercards, and you get to limp jam versus some really bad hands that raise limps, right? Like the big little offsuit-ish or just trash that your opponents raise there sometimes.
I also feel like it's perceived more as like broadways generally. Maybe I guess there are pairs in there like this, but it just
no middle pairs like this play a lot, and it's specifically for the first reason I gave, that it keeps hands like Linus's in, which you're doing really, really well against.
Yeah, this is quite a board too. I mean,
so yeah, Volkman with the decision here about how he wants to play this. Not an easy one. I mean, calling is nice, so is raising, right? I mean, turns out that versus Linus's hand, he would want to raise. He wants to build the pot, maybe even deny Linus some equity.
Linus really looks like he goes in the matrix. He looks so deeply into the board and just such a tough player. He's also got a heart work in there.
This raise is the thing that's interesting to me about this raise is that it sets up a really weird turn SBR. So it's small, it'll keep Linus in, but you see after he calls, it's almost like a 1.4 stack to pot ratio, which is like not that comfy, right? Not that comfy. I feel like maybe it's like, what do you bet now? Go all in. That's a huge bet. You know, is it ever realistic to bet? So on a board this wet, after check raising, going third pot seems a little small to me. Like you're giving draws like a really good price. So I would have probably, my recommendation I think would have been to size up more on the flop and then just shove turn for like pot. Linus passes. But this was an interesting line too. I mean, the good thing about this line is maybe if you're targeting some of these one pair hands to continue on a lot of cards, right? Like a 7.
Yeah.
You're giving 7 like a really good price, and those are the hands that are drawing dead versus you. So I see a lot of merit in that. If you're getting some one pair hands or like a 5 and a gutter, like hands that have very little equity versus you to continue. The flip side or the bad side is giving draws like a really good price as well. So interesting line. I definitely see the merits in what Bruno did. I'm kind of curious about that one actually now.
120.
Raise 120.
Ponikov's with a monster under the gun.
All in.
Oh.
Call.
All in, call. Come on.
And Linus going for it there.
This one he went?
In the small blind versus the
I
hijack.
have to win, finally.
I mean, it's a reasonable play. A little bit unlucky his opponent had it, but I mean, when you're moving all in versus the hijack there, especially with ace-7 of clubs, you definitely want to fold.
I think you're gonna chop it.
Ooh.
Wow.
I don't think you're gonna chop it anymore.
Ace is coming.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh, ace is live, right.
Ace is live.
4 outs and 4 outs only. Ace and king, no club. Wow.
GG.
Cover, man.
As I said. Gonna win more
Win the big
important
ones.
one.
Wow.
I think now we're even.
Wow.
No,
I mean,
I'm still ahead now.
what a run out that was.
GG.
What a run out. The man, look at that drip. Who would have know what he would wear tomorrow? We're not going to get to see it.
1 of 4 from him, and most important one.
That is such a big blow, and you see fist pounds all around. The final table is set.
Yeah, we're done.
We're done. It's gonna be fine.
I saw the flop.
Wow.
Oh, pretty wild run out there.
Sick. Very sick.
You were confident about how I gonna win.
Yeah.
But 7 makes 7
was weird.
But I don't know. I was okay with it.
Yeah, that's it. Table set. It's been a long day, been an eventful day. Some of the biggest names in poker battling it out. We're going to get a look here as we recap quickly before we send you guys away. We got Big Al in 9th, also at the top, Pac at 5.1 million chips. So a lot to process. The good news is, Rast, there is going to be another day of action, a final table that will pay over 2.4 million euros to first. I mean, PLO tomorrow as well, and a final table. So we got a lot of action. We are going to be recapping a tiny bit before we send you off and remind you it will be 2 p.m. local time tomorrow. They will play to a winner. There is a final of 9. Rast, any final thoughts? I mean, we saw some fast and furious action there. It was some big hands, a little bit of passive play in certain spots, but all in all, what did you think of Big Al and the whole mock-up of the table there?
A wide variety of hands. I mean, there were a lot of aggressive plays as well. I mean, a lot of reshoving versus opens, and not always with the goods. You know, some Jack 10 suited by Bruno, and you know, even this last hand, I mean, A7 suited reshoved. You know, so just wide variety of play, a lot of interesting spots. Yeah, it was cool. It was a fun table, and guys playing for a lot of money right now. I mean, massive difference between going out now, like 200,000 or so, and making it all the way to the end and winning well over 2 million euros. So, you know, these guys come back tomorrow. There's a lot on the line. You know, it was an interesting day. A lot of cool hands.
A lot of cool hands. Unfortunately, Rast didn't make the money. We will see him in the PLO myself.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the reminder. I'm just
letting you know. You got, cheers that you're in there. You're the only one in there. You're battling. You know, you're playing. You're tangoing with the best. Last quick look at the app here. I just want to, Rast. I want to show.
I want to say one thing.
Rast,
real fast,
I was complimenting you for playing. That wasn't like. Sorry, you got.
No,
I mean,
it's not about. It's not.
Okay.
It's not. This isn't about me.
All right.
You know, I know that throughout the broadcast, me, probably other commentators, whatever. It's really easy to criticize these guys. They're playing, maybe you get a hand wrong. Listen, I play a bunch of hand wrong. Everybody plays a bunch of hands wrong. The great players play a few less, but the truth is these are the, and to use a famous term, the men in the arena, right? These are the guys who have ponied up 100,000, some of them a lot more than that because they might be in for multiple buy-ins, and they're out there taking chances, putting it all out for us to be entertained as well on the stream, on the feature table. So, you know, let's take our hat off, and whether a guy played perfect all day or he made a few mistakes, like these are the men in the arena. They're doing it. They're competing. They're going for the glory. So tip of the hat. Good job, guys. And that's all, Jeff.
I love it. Rast, beautiful. Well said. Before we send you off, I do want to take a real quick look on the app here at the chip count. So this is what we're going to come back to tomorrow. You can see Pac over 5 million, Sam Grafton, chirping chips for sure, 4.3 million, kind of round out the bottom there. Big Al, 14 blinds, plenty can happen. Orpin still in there as well. Sam Greenwood, Bruno, the Brazilian, Henrik with that huge bluff. Panakovs finds his way onto the podium, Elise momentarily, and we're going to have a huge day. Patrick Antonis there as well. So I just want to thank everyone for watching. 2 p.m. tomorrow, local time. Brian Rast, Jeff Gross. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Good night.